Todd Bodine is looking ahead to 1998 as he sets off on a new Winston Cup course. But he has unfinished business to attend to this year in the Busch Series, chasing Randy LaJoie for the title. Bodine's season has been topsy-turvy. He's battled for victory in every race, and today he returns to the spot where he earned his first career victory, Dover, Delaware. But the monster's been good as well to defending series champion Randy LaJoie. LaJoie has won 2 of the last 3 years. Can he repeat this fall? The Busch Series championship stretch run begins next. Delaware and our coverage of the MBNA 200 for the Nascar Busch Grand National Series on TNN. Again, it's a two-man battle for the title in 1997. This day, the challenger has a long way to go to get to the front. Standing by with Glenn Jarrett.
That's exactly right, Rick. He does have a long way to go. He starts in 30th position, less than stellar qualifying effort. Todd, you guys had a chance to adjust on the car yesterday afternoon. Did you get it fixed? Can you get it to the front?
Well, I tell you, Glenn, it's a tough field in front of me. A lot of good cars, but we got the Stanley Pontiac pretty decent. We weren't the fastest, but we were pretty consistent. That's what it takes at Dover is consistency. Hopefully we can be around at the end and be around up front, keep the Stanley Pontiac in victory lane. That's someplace we haven't been this year. We need to get there.
Well, he's been there 3 times at Dover in the past. In fact, he won them both in '93, and he has completed 99% of all the laps he's ever run here in the Busch Series. So I think he'll be around at the finish. I'm joined on pit road today by Steve Burns.
Thanks, Glenn. But bad news for Todd Bodine fans. Randy LaJoie loves this racetrack. He's won 2 races here. He swept 1996, and he finished 3rd here in May in this very same race car. Randy, 179-point lead. How about today?
I think we're in pretty good shape. You know, Base Motorsports gives always a good race car, but especially here at Dover. You know, Fina gives this race team what it needs. I like this place, and we won a race here last year, starting from 16th, so we'll see what we got. If we got something good, I'm going to the front.
All righty, let's check in now with Chad Little, also on pit road.
Thank you, Steve. I wanted to talk for just a second about our pole sitter, Mr. Dick Trickle, the legendary Dick Trickle, who happens to not only have the earliest birthday out of all the starters today, but he's also the oldest competitor. Next to him is another Winston Cup regular, Ricky Craven, but the man starting 3rd today is Bobby Labonte. Now, Bobby wrecked his car terribly in the practice session before qualifying, got his backup car out, qualified 3rd, and he also won this race in June. So look out for him. Back up to you, Rick.
All right, thanks a lot, Chad. I'm joined topside today by a couple of legends, 3-time Winston Cup champion Darrell Waltrip, Hall of Famer Buddy Baker, and Buddy, with 5 races to go in the Busch Series season, this is the time when some drivers need to step up and get a win under their belts.
I guarantee you, there's a lot of sponsors out there right now. They're saying, we're going to spend our money, but we want a winner. These guys know it's very important. They need to step up now.
Darrell Waltrip, you've been on the racetrack all week long, getting ready for tomorrow's MBNA 400. Is it racy this week? 2 grooves, 1 groove? What do you think?
The track's a little slower than it was here in the spring. I don't know if it's the weather, tires, or whatever, but if you had 2 extremely highly skilled, trained professionals in 2 excellent handling race cars, they may be able to run side by side for a lap or 2. You can't do that very long. It's a 1-groove racetrack. I think you saw in the Labonte piece, the dust, the dirt, and all that flies up when you get out of the groove. That's what these guys will be fighting, particularly early on, until they try that outside and see if they can make it or not.
Weather conditions are different today as well. It was very hot and sunny here yesterday for qualifying. Today it's overcast and a little bit cooler. 42 cars ready to go in the MBNA 200. We'll be back for the green flag in a couple of moments. Our exclusive TNN coverage of the MBNA 200 from Dover, Delaware is being brought to you by Texaco, a world of energy. By the more than 1,725 AutoZone stores across America. AutoZone, the best parts in auto parts. By Splitfire. Enter the performance zone with Splitfire Performance.
Sat on the mouse. What a morning.
And by Super 8 with over 1,500 locations throughout North America. Life's great at Super 8. Back live to Dover Downs International Speedway. Time for our Splitfire starting group this afternoon. Dick Trickle, your pole qualifier in the Duraloop car. Craven will line up alongside in the Ray Vestas Chevrolet.
That
Second row today, Bobby Labonte. He whacked the wall hard with his primary machine. This is a backup car, but he starts 3rd. And Kevin LePage.
I won't play this whole thing because of that noise. It's driving me insane.
Kleenex 33, Joe Vesey in the Power Team Chevrolet, the 6th car. Your 4th row, Buckshot Jones moving up.
I'm just going to do the starting lineup.
Later, Elliott Sadler, who's won a bunch of races.
The 45 is the car that
Fifth row, Scott Legacy,
Fuller
the road racer
started
from Florida.
driving.
In car number 22.
My dad
Washington
supposedly
Cadillac. Your sixth row here today, we'll have Mike Dillon in the Detroit Gasket 72.
Isn't-
Robert Presley in the Sunoco machine, the 47.
Wait a minute, he was at Bristol with Kenny Wallace, so he's with Kenny Wallace. But I don't know if Kenny Wallace is in the Busch race, so that's what I'm checking.
In the Kraft Singles Cup.
And I gotta pull up
Eighth row,
the...
Terry Labonte in the Bear Chevrolet, the 5 machine. And the
That's the
defending
other
series
thing. I
champion
gotta pull up
starts
the
16th
notes.
Today, Randy LaJoie from Norwalk, Connecticut, the Phoenix Chevrolet. Your ninth row, Steve Park, the AC Delco Chevrolet from the Earnhardt shops. 37 of Mark Green.
Grab the notes.
Jeff Fuller starts the 45 alongside Jason Keller in row 10. 11th row is Herbie Sadler and Ed Barrier in the 77.
No, Dad was no longer with the 47. Fuller was no longer with the 47, so they both went elsewhere. Fuller happened to get that ride in the 45 because the driver got hurt there. I think Mike Laughlin got hurt at Dega.
17th row of Dale Shaw in the James Finch number 4 and Mark Crow in the 80.
Is how he fell into that ride. I think
I used to be a fabricator.
I was talking to Fuller the couple of weeks ago, and he said that I told him that he seemed to do really well in that ride. It probably was his, other than the 47, one of his best runs, running that team for a bit. My dad, apparently, what day is this?
Quick check out pit road. Here's Steve Burns.
Okay. They didn't say. Okay, I gotta bring up the notes, or I'm not gonna know what I'm doing.
Their choice of pits. Now, Randy LaJoie and Steve Park are way down towards turn 1. Todd Bodine, he's right here at the start-finish line for 2 reasons. One,
I'll put on my camera in a minute.
pit stop. There's an
Or I could now, actually.
And the other reason is, if he has a problem,
I'm definitely Sunday morning scuzzy, so.
right down here and get some work done. So, again, some pre-race
Good
strategy.
morning. Sunday morning scuzzy. Am I here in a bun?
179 points behind LaJoie in the Busch Series point standings.
Got a tan.
We'll take us for a ride here at Dover today. We'll go with Hermie Sadler.
Spent some time outside yesterday.
Bill Parsons in the Channellock Chevrolet will also have our cameras on board today, as will Dennis Setzer in the Lance Snacks machine.
Let me see what I'm doing.
Starts back in the 28th spot. We'll go along with the pole sitter, too. Dick Trickle, his second consecutive pole here. His pole, of course, at Dover, Delaware, in the 64.
See why I wanted earbuds?
96 will come from 29th spot, and he'll take us for a ride today. 200 miles to go.
I'm gonna end up knocking my bun off.
To be done by a lot of those teams.
Well, a good thing.
I held my hair on my head.
They have to get single
Off
file
my
to go
neck.
through the corners. Preferred line is right around the bottom of the
God,
racetrack.
that tweet-
Then let the car just
tweeting
kinda
is-
move up in the center. And if you make a mistake at the start, everybody's going to hit you.
Yeah, that's you can show how smart you are by how long you stay on that outside.
There's just like no way to fix it.
Show them how good you are.
Let me see if I got
But you know
advanced
what? The
audio
cars are the
setting.
best they're going to be the first few laps of this race because the tires are they're running real low air pressure on the get-go here, and this concrete, being as rough as it is, causes the tires to build up quickly, and that's when the cars go through a big change. So 10, 15 laps, then the cars change.
1 year ago in this race, Ricky Craven jumped off from the pole and led 116 laps. He's your outside pole sitter here.
So anyway, maybe if the cars start racing, that I'm gonna not play this whole thing because of that.
He has one Busch Series win in
To be
1997,
honest.
maybe two. We are underway.
And like I said, I'm pulling up.
Boy, Trickle Craven got a great jump, and look at the
Hello, gamer. Good morning.
around Trickle. I don't know what happened to him. Something
I
seemed
gotta
to be
pull up
holding
this
Trickle back a little here.
records, my
Turn
database
two
here.
and down the back stretch for the
That I
first
use.
time. There's Trickle sitting in second spot.
You know, I'm not sure he didn't miss a gear or something because the Craven just shot
Ultimate
around.
racing history.
It
For
is
real.
very fast here at Dover.
I'll show you what I
Witness
use.
a race at the Monster Mile. You do
Show
yourself
you
a
these
favor to
great
come and do that
secrets.
because for a mile racetrack,
On
these
my
tires build
Google
up incredible
Ultimate
speed,
Racing
nearly
History.
150 miles an hour
It's
per
a
lap. Look at LePage
HTTP,
here.
not a NAS. It's an old.
Yeah, the 88
Old
that's Kevin
system.
LePage. You see him going under Dick
Yeah,
Trickle
click
going
that.
down into turn 3. Dick went up
Browse
high.
by driver,
Watch how many
browse
people
by year,
pass him
browse
before
by
he gets
track.
down
I
the
mostly
line.
use driver.
Bessie trying to work by Trickle.
And it's every driver in the whole freaking world. Watch this.
Boy, I still think something may have happened.
Everyone from A, C, I'm going down to W.
Can't seem to get down
Like
on
you
the
can
low
name
side,
some
get brake trained here.
radic, like rando, like even my ex-husband has a name in the database.
And I literally mean that. If you go around here
here so quickly, it's all in a heartbeat. Trickle's back in 7th spot right now.
Excuse me.
Is your leader. He's trying to hold off Buckshot Jones there, the 00 who sits 8th.
So anyway, we're looking up Wallace.
Tim Fino up ahead a little further.
I'm going to make this big just so you can see what kind of I'm dealing with. Okay. I'll bring you back to the race in a second. We'll go down to Wallace.
Yeah, you know, he'll either really be dominant. Oh, we got a car off the turn 2 there. Got it going around. Sure do. One car has spun and cracked the wall on the
that's
outside.
how it
Back
is.
to the inside. That looks like the Wayne Grubb machine, the 82 car. Kevin Grubb, rather. Wayne Grubb didn't qualify for the show. Kevin McCarthy, who wrecked in qualifying here yesterday. Had to go to the back. They repaired the car.
See how many? They've got thousands of racers. They still update it, too, because Cletus McFarland's even this. Okay, so you have looked at it before, so it's already purple. And that's all of Kenny's history. The place, the division, the start and the finish, the owner, the car. Now, the early days, you see, there's a lot more blanks. That's how it is. He started in 86. So we got to scroll down to 97, 92, 96, 97. Dover, June 1st.
He got into it pretty hard down on that. You can't help but go down into that.
Was when the Cup was there.
Banking is down the straightaways.
5 laps are complete.
And he was not there for the Bush race. Gateway he was, though.
The MBNA 200.
That's weird. We're at Dover. Oh, okay. We're at September 21st, Dover. He was there in the Cup. He was not there in the Bush. So that explains a little for me. Okay, Bristol, Darlington was the next race. Okay, that's why. My Bush stuff is on a different schedule than my Cup stuff. So Cup, I'm doing Darlington, because we just did Bristol. And Dover is where I'm at.
Restarts a little differently. Instead of the lapped cars being on the outside, which is the way they have done it in the past,
Bush.
the lapped cars will be on the inside.
But I'm going to seriously skip the Bush one. I'm going to do this. Keep this down in the minimum so I can refer to it. But because of that white noise, I'm going to skip way ahead on this one. The white noise is, it's so bad. We'll show a little bit of, it's through the entire video. Yeah, did you see the database? Yeah, that's how I look up everything. Like,
thank you, Steve. I'm down here with the 34 and the 36 car.
Just curious. God, that noise is driving. It's so distracting. It's like ringing in my ears. But you're already iffy. Let's skip to see how the finish was here.
You didn't cause it yourself, and it really makes it tough.
Must have had a big wreck. There's no more buzzing.
Get into it.
Oh, thank God.
Team race team. These guys have struggled all season. We came here with a pretty fast car.
Okay, let's see.
And the left side of the car really hit hard.
Let me get to where this wreck is.
One more time, Hermie Sadler had bounced.
I can handle this now. This doesn't have that.
Hermie Sadler has popped the wall.
All right, it's 41 to go. Let's go to 50 to go. Or 45 to go. That'll work. For some reason, the beginning of that tape is, woo. My ears are still ringing and I don't hear it anymore.
Best he's ever done here at Dover in 4 previous starts.
I knew that when I turned it on, because I was reviewing the beginning of it. But this is where I'm trying to sort out. Okay, I was going to Bodine. Dad was going to Wallace.
And there he goes. And look out, Randy LaJoy.
Wow.
See my dilemma.
You know, you touched on it a while ago. You see the black part of the racetrack. We'll watch these cars go down in the corner.
God, my feet hurt. I walked yesterday along my ankles.
Now there's 2 cars wide.
Realize I got exercised.
You can't use, but you have enough room to run the outside. And as you can see, Buckshot is really making that car run.
This is like running in snow. You've been running down in that groove there. It's all packed down and tight and slick. Now you're looking for that fresh snow where you can get a little more bite.
Yeah, that database, man. It's like going down a rabbit hole. You could just look at Like so many.
Jones has grown white hot this season.
So anyway, my dad will go to Feedaway the following year, so he's not with Feedaway, he's with Wallace.
At the end of a caution, paid a $2,000 fine for that.
This could be big. This could be big. It could be a $5,000 fine this week.
Let's give another guy a call just behind this group here. Joe Bessie has run Elliott Sadler down.
Joe Bessie's from Maine. I watched him and the Tour, the American Canadian Tour, the Bush North. It changed names and sanctions a lot through the years. I think it's called NASCAR Canada now. Okay, Pops, have fun. It's early morning. I just threw it on. Nobody was live, so... Ooh, somebody busted their ass just then.
Pretty hard too, but that's a tough place to hit right. He hit right at the gate there, and it knocked part of the gate down.
What's that smoking over there? Is that the tire?
Looks like a tire. Sure does.
Tore the tire off of it. It came through the wall. Looks like.
Looks like he caught the corner of the car on the brake in the gate there.
Yeah.
There you see the left front wheel off of Hermie Sadler's DeWalt Chevrolet. And there is the
that's the worst place to hit. I was afraid of when Ross did that Hail Melon, that could have happened to him. Like I said, that Hail Melon was not an easy stunt because he had to cross over the crossover gate.
It won't make no difference now because he's probably getting some more tires. So, yeah, he's going to wear the tires out quicker running that high line.
Look at the damage on Hermie Sadler's car, though. I mean, the left front from the radiator over is missing.
Yeah, it's on the other side of the fence right there.
That's a hard place to hit when you hit the break in the wall like that. A testimony to how well the NASCAR safety regulations and how well Hermie Sadler's team put that car together, how well those things work together to protect the driver.
That's a sudden stop for sure.
Well, I'm standing here just opposite of where Hermie hit the wall, and you couldn't believe the noise that it made. You can see the oil filter that's laying on the ground right there, and then you can see the wall that's sheared in two right there. There's his wheel laying on the ground where it broke the spindle right off the frame. This was a hard impact, and we see what happened. That's where the wall comes apart, where the people and the pedestrians and cars can get from the racetrack into the pits here. Well, he hit right there where that wall separates, and it tore that whole assembly, the wheel off, got into the oil filter and everything. It's a good thing Hermie's okay, but we saw him walk to the ambulance, and he's fine. It's just a good testament to the safety in the cars.
So it sheared the oil filter off and threw it.
We can look at the database after.
Yeah, it's just that boilerplate, it just opened up, and when it did, it just sheared all that left front corner of the car right off like a saw.
Mike McLaughlin takes advantage to come on the pit road, as does Elton Sawyer. McLaughlin running 6th at the moment. Sawyer in the 38th running in 14th spot. Take you back a moment ago. Let's show you this one more time. Hermie Sadler had bounced off the outside wall. And there's the lick to the inside wall. Well, listen to it now. And
I seem to think he wasn't able to steer. He was at the mercy after the first outside wall. No, he just lost it. Yeah, after that hit, it's not steering. See, he's wiggling the thing and it's doing nothing.
That stings. Oh, gosh, it stings.
The outside, when he hit the outside wall, that was hard. But when he come back across the racetrack, like you said, half the car tried to go into a pit road.
So Hermie Sadler's afternoon comes to a premature end with a very, very hard lick on the main straightaway here at Dover Downs.
Balls here pretty hard, so you know, I just hate it for my guys. They keep working and giving me good race cars, and we keep turning them up. So just really disappointed about that, but we'll try to keep our head up and try to come back to Charlotte and regroup. Okay, Hermie, best news is he's okay, Rick.
Good news indeed as the crew continues to work on the gate.
Have to figure out how to
chain wrapped
keep
around one
the
of those posts
gate shut, I guess.
Straighten it back up. Looks like that has been accomplished. Among the drivers who have turned in excellent rides here today, the Power Team Chevrolet.
Let's skip ahead.
Biting his teeth off over there trying to get going. So I don't think it'd really make a problem for either car or 4 or 5 cars. You know, that's got a chance to win.
Ricky, have you talked to Buckshot? I mean, I know you said he's anxious to go. He's chomping at the bit. What have you told him?
Just be patient. You know, try not to make it up all in one lap. But you know, he's got plenty of time if he can get Randy. You know, Randy's running really good, and I don't know. You know, maybe the best guy will win here today. We'll see.
Y'all might know more than
have
me.
a little history this year.
Well, we don't need to go back, you know, that far, but
he's got his name on his shirt. The microphone's blocking it.
A couple races this
My
year,
mind's running a blank. I know the face.
And, and hopefully we can win this race and the rest of them on the rest of the year.
Okay, Ricky, thanks. And also, guys, we didn't mention they are going to run or try to run the Winston Cup race in Atlanta this year. Let's go to Glenn Jarrett.
Oh, well, thanks, Steve. There's another guy that's come out on pit road here, very interested bystander. He's talking to some of the NASCAR officials. There's a lot of pointing, a lot of looking, a lot of head scratching going on. What are you doing, Ray Evernham?
Killing time. Just came out to look, heard about it. Thank God Hermie's all right, but I guess it was quite a crash. But just looking, trying to see what some of the Busch guys are doing, trying to pay attention. You guys are helping us out with your reports, about what the track's doing, tires, stuff like that. But it's the best thing we can do other than happy hour, just to try and watch and see what these cars do.
Ray, it's pretty nice in a situation like this where the Busch cars run the exact same compounds that you guys run in the Winston Cup cars. You don't have to worry about a different rubber compound being on the racetrack.
No, that does make it a lot more consistent for us than some of the other series that run a different tire. That and these guys are working up the high groove, which is something that the Winston Cup guys were looking to do this morning, but just couldn't get it done. I see that it's working for a couple cars, so it'll be good. It'll be a real good happy hour for us.
Is that something you'll be working on to try to set your car to where it'll work on the upper side like that?
Well, you really got to set the car to work on both sides, so we want to try and find a happy medium. You're going to look and try and experiment with things that you can adjust during the race tomorrow, wedge, tire pressure, panel rod, things like that, and see what, which groove is going to be better for you.
Guys, I've asked him every question I can think of. I'm going to throw it back upstairs.
Well, Ray Evernham and the Rainbow Warriors is certainly among the favorites tomorrow, the NBNA 400, just after noontime on CNN.
Yeah, astute crew chief like that out here walking around, checking things out. He's not over there watching the TV or eating a hamburger. He's out here checking out the competition.
What it is, there's no rest for the people that really want to win. They work all the time, even when they're not working.
Gordon, of course, had a shot at winning here back in the spring, back in June. Didn't quite work out that way.
Maybe I'm on top of one of these trailers somewhere. I know I'm at the track.
The NBNA 400.
I think.
Back with more at Dover Downs in a moment.
I think that's what it was. Maybe.
Today I set out to fix my car.
Let me skip ahead.
And starting with tomorrow's race, Brett Bodine's car.
They had the lineup of where everyone was running.
49.50. More than 12 NASCAR drivers and celebrities will be participating in this year's cruise that benefits the Winston Cup Racing Wives Auxiliary.
I used to be in the Winston Cup Wives Auxiliary. It's a lifetime appointment, actually, if I paid my dues all along. I don't think they have it anymore. I didn't pay my dues after 97 because I got out of racing.
Go online later tonight.
Or I might have paid it a couple more years.
I know trust you. We also trust Glenn Jarrett. He is patrolling.
A precedent was set when Flossie and Junior Johnson divorced. Flossie was so active in the Winston Cup Wives Auxiliary that they made kind of a rule that even ex-wives could still remain as long as they paid their dues. So after 97, when I got separated, I probably could have continued paying my dues, which wasn't much. God, it was like a 25 a year or something stupid small. But it went to all the stuff the Winston Cup Wives Auxiliary did went to the Speedway charities and all of that back then.
And starting with tomorrow's race, Brett Bodine's car is unsponsored. Like we say, we hope there's a happier ending to this.
Now I guess pit fines go to Speedway charities, so we're told.
Job security because we're showing football from another network, but
I don't even want to get into it. My job isn't to track money.
Right now. Sandy,
God, it made me crazy.
Want to just check the football score. You're on the wrong end of it.
Well, we are right now, but I think them boys will bring home a win. At least I hope they do. Say hi to Eli for us, all right?
Now, how about that 29
The logos then, the Golden Eagle.
The handling
it was great.
Of your race car?
Well, I hope it does okay for us. Right now, we're a little loose on that particular set of tires, but the sun was out.
Race car driver and part-time American race car driver. Kenji, tell us what you're doing here in Dover. Oh,
Green today. And
That's
Joy McCarthy was the first car out in the Rent-A-Wreck Chevrolet.
This.
LaJoy has the point with 34 laps already. I think
There.
we can make that 12 now. So
that's what I wanted
30
to
cars
see.
will be left to take the restart green. We show you the
Wow,
balance of the field.
lot of
Bobby
people
Labonte
out.
went out earlier after running at the front in the drop of the green today. And Joy McCarthy was the first car out in the Rent-A-Wreck Chevrolet. Repair work continuing on the main
Boy, this
straightaway
is
wall.
like a
Looks as though they've made
production.
good progress, and hopefully we'll be ready to put this one under green again. Elliott Sawyer, Tim Fedowa, and Hermie Sadler.
That's
the rest of the top 10.
Pons.
Joining us here at Dover Downs International Speedway, 166 miles complete of
Grissom.
popular test driver.
They're still red flagged.
But listen,
I'm going to call
the
this
race
one a
car for
wash
the
for
last
the
couple
Dover.
days, so I hope I'm on the downhill slider this time.
I'll look at it after,
Well, as I talked to you a
just
little bit yesterday,
to see
Geoff,
if I can
you underwent a battery of tests at Duke
see
University,
who's in the pits
last
later
week.
and all, but
Tell us
this is
exactly
boring.
what they have found now, what the condition is.
Well, it had to jump out of the way there.
Do they ever finish the race? I think so.
By 2 to go, shown to the leader.
2 to go.
Matt Kenseth is third. Dylan is fourth. We'll take a look back at Terry Labonte running eighth in the 5-car. Mike McLaughlin is ninth. Mark Green is 10th in the 37th. It's been a good day for Green.
Bring up that database again. I
One rig, and
need
he's
to
come back and kept his nose clean the rest of the day.
look
He's
at
got a
that.
good finish.
Boy, 3 young Turks right there fighting for position right now. Steve Park in the 3 there looking on the inside. See Dillon looking down underneath as they head down into turn 1.
Battling it out for 4th spot. Yeah, that's some awfully close racing on this
June
race.
1st Dover. Okay, this is the second Dover race.
Time by. He started 6th
Oh, wow.
Boy, Dylan wants to
Okay.
put that thing in there, but he just knows he can't quite make it.
They don't run Dover in the Cup until September 21st. And they ran New Hampshire the week before. I know I was there. Richmond before I was there. Bristol. Darlington Cup. That's what I'm going to play next. In the order of things. Because we just watched Bristol. Yeah, Darlington.
Coming out of turn 4. Looks like it's going to be Joe Bessie to the checkered flag. Bessie gets his first career win in the NASCAR Busch Series.
Joe Bessie, no joke. I'll tell you what, he tried like hell. He's a funny guy, too.
1993, and a good run to the finish line. Steve Park.
Dad worked with him a little at Moroso.
It was mighty close.
They had him drive a couple races, Myrtle Beach and I think a few others.
Second spot by a couple of car lengths. I want to say a special thank you to
My dad was at Moroso when it went from the hill and stuff to
today. They're going to go suit up and take part in Winston Cup Happy Hour. Gentlemen, thanks. It's a pleasure to have you.
Bobby Hillen, Setzer, Bessie,
Happy scene and victory lane
and Spencer. And then my dad left. My ex stayed at Moroso. So we were all racing and going in different directions, too. So it's hard to kind of remember. But how about that for Bessie?
And Joe Bessie's climbing out.
Everybody got to win one or more.
Absolutely jubilant. Joe looks like he's worn out.
He's a Maine farm boy.
But congratulations.
Yeah,
he's wiped the heck out.
It's been a long time coming. A perfect day. Power team based in Philadelphia, and they got like 300 people down here, and I'm just so happy. Power team Chevrolet, and I can't.
Coming from a little Scarborough, Maine town.
Lost it. Coming off from 2, and I could have given up the win, or I could have kept going for the win, and I went for the win. And good Lord works in mysterious ways. Last week he destroyed the car that we would have brought
See,
here,
coming from New England back then was really hard to make it
and
down
it's just been a
south
good, solid backup
because you had to
car.
move and
Last week was hell.
have
and,
someone count on you.
2 weeks ago was hell at Richmond. This is
But we
heaven
raced
here. I thank
hard
God.
in New England
Thank the power team people. And
to earn it. I mean,
I'm
we
disappointed
raced hard.
everybody's
It was so
not
competitive.
happy as I am with the win, but I worked hard for it. I paid my dues. Just happy for these guys. The pit stops have been horrible all year long, and they've just buried them. I mean, just really worked their butts off, and just did a tremendous job today. It's the first time they've worked hard, and we've worked hard. We started to qualify real good. Got to the point where we qualified and couldn't race well, and we worked on that even harder, and just this team's ready to turn the corner. We're looking forward to next year. We got 2 more years with the power team. And
Super
just, things are really turning for me.
underfunded to win
I've worked
is
hard.
really
A lot
cool.
of people supported me, my mom and Leroy out in St. Louis, and Graham up in Maine, and Harry and Barry, and it's been a patchwork quilt. I know I'm going to forget somebody, but all night trucking up in New York. Been great people. Auto Works out in Ohio, and Chevrolet, Monte Carlo, and Goodyear, and I'm just
First time
it got
wins
me
is
off,
something.
But I hope I didn't forget anybody.
I don't think you did, Joe. Again, congratulations. And as he said, we couldn't tell from our camera angle, but he says that Buckshot just lost it.
Great win for Joe Bessie, and you love to see somebody who's
So happy to be a first-time winner, 12th different winner in 1997 in the NASCAR Busch Series. We'll show you unofficially the top 10, and we'll be right back at Dover with more.
All right,
coming into victory lane for Joe Bessie. This is what Bessie was referring to when he said some people weren't happy with his victory. Some members of Buckshot Jones's team trying to block Bessie's road into victory lane, and Joe kept going. And they had to jump out of the way.
All right, guys.
There.
Racing happens.
And, a difficult way to end
Jesus.
What has been a very
I crack up because people wreck in a race car and act shocked.
Adds to his point lead by coming home in second spot.
Yeah, just the way it is. I always try to like these videos so I get more racing in my choices.
We take you through the entire field here today.
Otherwise, the algorithms give you a bunch of crap.
Several cautions.
So the next race,
Buckshot Jones was leading with 15 to go.
Oh, it is Charlotte! Yay!
On the flat.
We're going to Charlotte. Okay, I had started watching that. Let's back that up. That's a sneak preview of what might happen. Okay, we're at Charlotte.
The 1997 season winds down. And today,
maybe we'll look at the database. You can shoot me names. Okay.
But first,
Charlotte. October 5th, Charlotte. My dad was definitely with Kenny Wallace at this track because I went in their pits for a little bit. I remember Kenny saying, "You look just like your father." I think my dad said something weird like, well, we wear different size jeans or something. Because he was more round than me, you know.
Of Busch Grand National Racing. It's the Bumper to Bumper 300 live on TBS. 43 drivers at the ready for today's race, and here are some of the exciting headline stories in today's event.
I'm Alan Bestwick. The championship story is
Alan
the top
was
of the day.
great.
Randy LaJoie leads Todd Bodine by 231 points with just 4 races remaining in the season. LaJoie has 2 options today. He can go all out for the win, a Charlotte win he very badly wants, or he can play it kind of conservative and try and protect as much of that lead as possible. Randy starting 29th on the grid. Randy, what's the strategy today? All out for the win or protect the point lead?
My dad will go to this team, but not Randy.
The crew's worked awfully hard to get
he'll have 2 cars, Feedawa and the 33.
I'll do the best we can.
And
Randy LaJoie.
My dad will go there next year.
To Mike Hogwood.
Kevin Schwantz is the 1993 World 500cc motorcycle champion. Now this superstar on 2 wheels wants to make a career on 4. His first Busch race ever, and he's qualified his car 9th today. Kevin says he has no
Florida suntan.
He wants to hang around, be there when this race is over.
I'm gonna swim today. I really need to. I need to get the weightlessness.
And it's been an up-and-down weekend for Todd Bodine, Mike. As you heard Alan Bestwick say, he trails Randy LaJoie by 231 points.
And they put no makeup on now, guys.
The car just wasn't right, and they had to take a provisional starting spot. But they think they have it better. It was among the fastest cars.
You need coffee? I need coffee,
but the
too.
weather's warmed up today. Can Todd Bodine go from 30th to the front? We'll find
out
soon.
Chevy Top 10. Dad was with GM Connections for a very long time since IMSA. They started with like the Corvettes, and then they went to Pontiac, the Firebird, then the Fiero. This is all through IMSA in the development stages that help other racing and street cars.
And he needs to finish. Back up to you, Ken.
I love motorsports. I love cars. I love innovation. I love Smokey Unick's like my hero. My superhero is Smokey Unick. I'm so lucky to live pretty close to his old shop. Dad knew him. Dad knew Smokey, I got to meet his daughter, which was very special.
Back in May, his mother Martha, his wife Adrian, his dad Joseph. This is a racing family.
His wife Andrea.
And they're all here to root him on today to see if he can do what Mark Martin did a year ago and win both ends of the season in Busch Grand National Racing. Hello, everybody.
Pretty good family. We're all like the people in that I hang with in North Carolina still hang with them, if that makes sense.
Baker won his initial Winston Cup race right
Like,
here.
not hang, but like...
What does this weekend mean, Baker?
This 300, let me tell you, it's so
they need
important.
something they call each other.
Big teams are based right in the Charlotte area. The great drivers are here. They get a lot of attention from this race. Young upstarts, they get to test their skills against Mark Martin, one of the best in Winston Cup. This is the platform.
Trying to choke down all my medicines. I forgot to take my medicine yesterday. And I don't swallow pills
This
good.
morning looked like a fishing expedition down there in the garage area, Darrell.
It's uncomfortable.
Nobody seemed to be able to figure out how to get hooked up, grab the big one.
Well, it seems as when the sun goes over the speedway and it shines on this fourth turn, it creates a phenomenon very similar to what I would call the Bermuda Triangle. Gauges go crazy, drivers get disoriented, and they have crashes. And that's what these
Leave it to Wild Trip to come up with every conspiracy theory in racing, the vortex theory, and now the Bermuda Triangle. It's crazy. Oh, those are good. I like sausages.
The All-Pro Bumper to Bumper 300 on TBS is brought to you by Smooth Busch
That didn't
Beer
sound
and Easy
right.
Drinking Busch Light. Busch, the official beer of NASCAR.
But I have to do some grocery shopping today, and I might look at grilling stuff.
For over 125 years.
Might be an option.
Bumper to Bumper Auto Parts stores. The
I know
auto
I
parts
got to
specialists.
definitely think on how I'm going to stream and not spend a lot of electricity. I'm losing my grip over that.
Nemechek and Dick Trickle for row one. Defending champion Mark Martin and Jimmy Spencer are going to go on row two.
Okay, this is Charlotte. Like I said, I'm definitely here. Let's see if is Kenny Wallace in this race at all.
Row five, the world motorcycle champion Kevin Schwantz
I'll
and
check.
Tracy Leslie. In row six, it's Bobby Labonte and Joe Bessie, who just won at Dover last time out. Tony Stewart's in row seven with Mike Dillon. Row eight,
Tony Stewart's rookie year, by the way. Get that. He ran a few races here and there.
Row 10, Steve Park, three-time winner this year, and Nathan Butke. Mike Magic Shoes McLaughlin and Elton Sawyer ready to roll.
I watched Steve Park's dad race, Bob Park.
Row 13, Michael Waltrip and Jeff Fuller. Row 14, Scott Legacy and Glenn Allen. Row 15, the point leader, Randy LaJoy, and the second point man, Todd Bodine.
Way in the back.
Row 16, Tim Vidois and Hermie Sadler.
33,
In the 17th row, Greg Sachs and Kevin LePage. Row 18
Dad's got
is
a
Lyndon Amick and Mark
rear
Green.
bumper from that car that's in my sister's garage.
85 and 94 winner.
That would be so wicked cool.
And Matt Kenson.
I gotta decorate this place and race.
Robert Presley and Robbie Faggart. Then comes row 21, Dennis Setzer, Jason Keller. And rounding out the field, two-time champion and Grand National Larry Pearson as the field comes down for a start.
All right, let's go racing.
Green flag.
Now that row three got bounced back.
Mike McLaughlin on the outside. He's a modified driver from up north.
On the tail end of the field, and the number 9 of Burton is going to be fun to watch him come up through.
Yeah, he's real good. He said his
First met him in the pits at Oxford.
On the other hand, the
Like,
bound car, he
Dad
said
was
he's not
chatting
quite
with him, Bob Bear, Summers.
Boy, this is when your heart's pounding right
George
here. The
Summers.
first few laps, you got to get the heat up in the tires and the track. These cars haven't been on the track since yesterday afternoon late.
Look at Dick Trickle take the lead as they start
Mike's
off turn
son
4 there.
races,
You see
Max.
Nemechek fighting back on the
Maybe
outside.
he has two sons racing. I don't know.
Already got a tire mark on the left side of that car as they go into turn number 1.
Yes, sir. And Jimmy Spencer's probably helping him get that tire mark over there all he can.
Dice it up. 3 cars for the lead. Nemechek back on the point. Spencer into second. Dick Trickle lies third.
Well, that's a pretty clean first lap. Triple looks like his car's shoving up the racetrack a little bit on him.
Yeah, he dropped back about 3 car lengths getting into turn 3 there. You can see him turn the steering wheel and the car would not turn it.
Oh, we got trouble right here. Charlie.
2 cars off in the grass. Trying to get it back. The number 38 in trouble is Elton Sawyer.
Oh,
and going with
Fuller,
him was
too.
Jeff Fuller.
I've seen Fuller missing the left front.
That at the end of lap 2 in the main straightaway.
Finished taking my medicine here.
Damage to the right front corner of that
Thyroid. So my hair don't fall out.
We should be bringing it in for some pit work. Here we come, completing lap number 3.
You know, yesterday in the qualifying race and in practice, too, they were just having an awful lot of trouble off of turn 4 here. Saw some big wrecks here yesterday in the qualifying race.
Ken, look at this. We're looking back at Dale Jarrett out of the back of Dick Trickle's car. You can see how the cars move around as they start through the corner. Down the straightaway here, they maintain about 180.
As you get older, you go for all that lab work and all your life. Everything's good, everything's good, everything's good. You hit like 50 or 60, and all of a sudden, all the numbers go wacko. And 2 years ago, now I'm taking thyroid medicine. I was taking high blood pressure medicine for, gosh, probably 10 years. Now I have low blood pressure, so I only have it as needed. Thyroid just decided not to work 2 years ago.
And these teams will start those tires down about 7 or 8 pounds.
That's another pill I have to take.
Anticipate and build up in the tire, and that's why these cars.
Oh my goodness!
You can see the race
waking up.
Mark Martin trying to make a move, but they start down in the corner. Dale Jarrett hung on the outside.
I think I had said in my last podcast that I need to finish the book so I can take it south in October. October is going to be crazy. That's when my lease renews here, and we have some big decisions to make about staying for another year now with the change in the policy for power. Because I don't mind staying if I can afford it, but it's like that'll blow the budget. Like there's nothing. There's no way. There ain't no way in hell I could pay my enormous lot rent and power. So I'm a little shook up on that. Get you coming and going. Good thing is, though, this is a big RV that I live in. I like being mobile, but I don't have a vehicle that can pull this arc. So I need to seriously look at getting a truck that can pull this arc, and I will feel much more free for decisions if I'm mobile. I might need to, I was even talking to Chris, that we might need to trade this one for something smaller.
So let's leave it there.
Jeff Fuller has pulled on to pit road. Nose on that one badly bruised after that shunt at the end of lap number 2. We're working lap number 8 here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. Busch Grand National in action. 4 races left on their season. Right now, Jimmy Spencer is out in front. Randy LaJoy out in the lead in the Busch Grand National point standings as they aim toward Homestead, and he aims toward a second
I was working with.
title.
I don't think Dad was working with any team in this race.
Looks like he's moving pretty well. He always runs good. He seems to have trouble qualifying, but he always seems to run really well in the race, and that's really the mark of a championship team.
He was with the 81 at this point.
These guys may have a little bit of chassis problems the first little bit here. And
If Kenny was is in this race, then he would be.
63 gets pinned on the outside. Tracy Leslie and Buckshot Jones comes down through. Here's Elliott Sadler.
But I didn't see Kenny in this team.
They fight a little further back in the field.
The database, that's what I can do. If it doesn't say BGN, then we are going to go to the Cup race.
Sadler comes to 10. In that scramble. Well, almost.
Hey, you know, Ken, it hadn't been too long ago when I didn't think anybody could outrun Mark Martin here. I mean, it just seemed like he was going to win the race no matter what. And he, of course, Nemechek beat him here in May, and right now Nemechek and Spencer both are out in front of him. So looks like Mark's lost some of his dominance at this racetrack at this point anyway.
Fourth in points, Phil Parsons giving us some pictures out of that channel lock car for a moment as they continue to sort it out in the early going.
Darlington.
At the Charlotte Motor Speedway tomorrow, live on TBS. UAW GM 500. Don't miss it.
You see, I know the thing I know.
Yeah, this is the Busch race.
I know that Mark's crew listens to us on the TV coverage.
Look at that.
And he didn't run it.
right on the bottom comes Greg Sachs, who won the consolation race yesterday.
And bringing LaJoie right.
We're going to skip through this one pretty quick, and we're going to jump to the Cup Charlotte.
Still running side by side there. He was really busy and in trouble.
Bristol, Darlington. No, we're going to jump to Winston Cup, Darlington. That's what we're going to do.
So you don't get yourself in quite as much
After this, we go to Darlington. I've still got a sniffle. I don't know what's up. I've had a low-grade fever for about a week. And that happens. It happens to me. If I come across a virus, I don't get symptoms, but I get run down. All right. Ooh, that was a cool shot. We're going to jump ahead for real. Let's see.
Struggle on the mile and a half. Charlotte is about as smooth. He is fun to watch. Yep. Well, we're getting a little tighter down here for the lead.
Mark will get him up there.
Closing in on Jimmy Spencer as we work the 54th lap. Steve Park in that number 3 car up in 7th spot. He's going to be a comer.
Oh, he's running very, very well right now. He's just working his way up, taking his time. I'm sure Dale Earnhardt's down there spotting for him, telling him when to move.
So, Chad, they got the pole at Bristol. Darlington would be the next Cup race.
Working his way up and taking his time, and you think.
But in the order that I was watching, Busch was a little ahead.
Well, maybe that's the difference.
So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to switch.
Jimmy Spencer from 4th into the lead.
Let me jump way ahead to the end of this race.
Only his 12th Grand National effort.
Oh, for third place, look at right here, that Tony Stewart.
I'll guarantee you he won't give any quarters when he gets there. You can see right there.
Burton's leading now.
Goes well there under Dale Jarrett. But look at
because
Mr. Excitement there in the 20s, Jimmy Spencer.
He closed 10, 15 car leads going in that one.
Because I don't have a horse in this game, I'm going to kind of skip through this race just to kind of get an idea who is running where.
Retaining 1st and 2nd.
So I don't miss the storyline for the next race, but looking at my database.
Stewart trailing the leader by 2 1/10 seconds at this point.
I'll show you this.
You know, I have to say, and I say this cautiously, Jimmy Spencer has matured as a race car driver over the last year, probably as much as anybody I've seen. I know he's been doing this a long time, but somebody finally got the message.
This is what I'm looking at. Right now we're looking at the Charlotte race for the Cup, but he was in the that would be October 97. The Busch race is probably on the 4th, not the 5th. But they ran a different schedule. The Busch races ran less, so I'm ahead in the timeline on my Busch watching. Now, see, on the Cup, this is Bristol, and then the Cup will be here. The Busch people are already at Dover. So I'm going to watch Darlington, Richmond, New Hampshire in the Cup side. Darlington, P25-24, Richmond, P27-26. In the Busch, and then the Cup they got qualified 5th, so they had they looked good for a bit at Richmond. So okay, at Richmond he ran both. Kenny Wallace. This is still Kenny Wallace database. Kind of cool thing. We're gonna watch the Darlington race, right? You can click right there. Gives you the whole rundown of the race, all the drivers. Oh, then you can just jump and say, oh, Geoff Bodine, that's who I was scoring with, right? It's like I'm in Geoff Bodine's database now. I just like this helps me solve a lot of mystery. So anyway, we're gonna slide down 97. Let me minimize that so you can see anyway the race while I'm looking at stuff.
That'll put him up into the 10th position. The 88. Oh, LePage in the wall.
Oops.
Bounces off. Slides down the back straightaway.
Middle of the track, middle, going to the bottom.
Good job. I couldn't tell you
Still in the middle. Turn 3. Good job.
Kevin LePage just taking over in 10th spot. Into the outside wall. That brings out the 6th caution of the day with 50 laps remaining.
And my buddy Phil Parsons, he's got damage to the right side.
Yeah, he got into LePage a little bit as they started off the corner there. They were racing very tight quarters. And poor Phil, like you said, he just has absolutely no luck at all.
Stays up in 4th, however, in the standings, like 16 weeks. Channel lock number 10. Here's Terry Labonte's number 5.
This also shows a little bit. This, like I said, this is the Bodine one, right? Car number 7. And this is 97. Remember I said Jim Matei was buying the car? So in 98, Jim Matei was the full owner. Things was switching around. Tim Brewer was brought in. Pat Tryson left at Bristol. And then Darlington is the first race that I scored. I guess he started 12, finished 12. So that's the next race I'm going to watch is Darlington. So I'm keeping track of it by what I was doing to try to figure out what my dad was doing.
Do we agree, Professor?
Yes, we do. That's one of those times when
so we're gonna go to the end of this Dover race because
neither one of them want to give anything.
I don't have a horse in this race. Oh, hi Jack. My Sunday's okay. I woke up early and nobody was online, so I was actually, while I was sleeping, I had these races on. They were just running, and I'm like, I woke up listening to races, so I decided to go live for a little bit. Because nobody was around. I was lonely. No. Oh, it's just so hot and miserable in Florida anyway, so.
Mark will be up there in a second. We're going to have a shootout to the end right here.
Less than a second. He's taking a half.
So like I said, we don't have a horse in this race. We'll jump to the end. It looks like Martin's going to win this again. He was so good in the bush racing.
We all are if we're going to see a new Grand National record set by Mark Martin of 32 Grand National wins.
My ex worked for Jack Roush after we divorced. He said that he actually worked. I asked him how long he worked in racing afterward, and he said till 2004. But he was with Roush a lot. He said it was really unsettling. Like in the teams, there was a lot of finger pointing. Not on Mark's side, but
Terry Labonte currently in 10th. We're going to take a quick break.
He was with like all the others. He said everyone feared for their job, and there was a lot of finger pointing, whatever that was. Not smooth.
Stay with the Superstation tonight for one of the Duke's classic films. It's all part of Big Shots tonight. John Wayne in The Searchers, 8:05 on the Superstation, TBS.
I hope you got your coffee.
Got a super finish coming up here right now. They're working lap 183.
I'm going to jump off of the camera just for a minute and be right back. Figure stuff out in a second.
They propel themselves down out of that Bermuda Triangle. Here it comes.
Oh, I'm here, but I'm going to cut off the camera just for a minute so I can
That's Martin looking for win number 32. Spencer trying to take it away from him.
Well, I'll tell you, he'll have
take
to
a
take
quick
it away
break,
from him. Jimmy
bathroom
Spencer
break.
will not roll over and let him have it, but you see Mark looking to the outside. Spencer goes outside to close him off.
Jimmy's getting through 1 and 2 better than Mark is, but Mark is really fast through 3 and 4. He will drive under him off turn 4 here.
Like I said, I just woke up and threw my hair in a bun in my sleepy pajamas. Well, everybody wears like tankinis in Florida 24/7. It's so hot right now in the summer.
Sister car Bobby Labonte in the 18, right up there fighting with the number 9. Geoff Burton is
see you in a minute.
The end of this one. It's a war everywhere you look. Back up with those leaders.
He turned that thing just like it was an Indy car right there. He grabbed hold of that steering wheel and turned hard left there. He's lucky the back didn't come out on it. You see him going right now trying to get by Bobby Labonte as they're heading into turn 3.
Now this is a car owner's nightmare right here. Both your cars running together on the racetrack for position.
See, that's how Tony Stewart started. Bobby gave him a chance, kind of like he did for David Green. and Pop Lamani and them. That's pretty shot with those team cars.
Tony Stewart just not giving any ground, taking it back all around this racetrack.
I think Jeff Burton really, he complimented both those guys going in turn one the last lap by giving them some room there. So I think he can probably get both of them back.
Bobby Labonte lies in the tail end of that group. Meanwhile, up in front.
Whoa, baby, it's tighten up. They're inches apart right now. You can see Mark try the inside, outside. But I tell you, Jimmy Spencer's going to get off.
I'm going to grab a slice of cold pizza for breakfast. I will be right back.
But he has put that thing down on that Mark Martin line right now.
Jimmy Spencer's dad looking on. Out of Berwick, Pennsylvania. Great old modified driver himself. Here they are, even across. Down to the inside comes Mark Martin. Back comes Jimmy Spencer on the outside.
Now this is where Jimmy could really, he just drove that thing in so hard, he's just going to make it really hard on his tires.
Oh, no, he's fighting back. They're even as they come to the start-finishing line. You can see these guys are not giving up now. It's a race to the finish.
188 complete, 12 to go. Jimmy Spencer, former national modified champion. Takes it.
Martin got loose. Coming off turn two, the back of the car jumped way.
Oh, he almost wrecked him,
really
didn't he?
Almost lost that thing.
Oh, Mark was hanging on.
Spencer pulling away by 3-4 car lengths. 188 being worked. It's a gut bucket race. Just put your foot on the floor and drive her into the corner.
I tell you, Mark's not one that really likes to get a car out of shape like that. I'm gonna be curious to see how he reacts and how he responds to what happened there, because that was almost an in the fence move right there.
You know, you hear all the time they say he took the air off the spoiler. That is not true. What happens is there's a turbulence on the right-hand side of the car that is not there normally. When that outside car runs in there and moves up the racetrack, it pulls like a magnet on the side of that car and turns the back out towards the outside wall.
Plus, you take the guy on the inside's line away. He doesn't have the room to let the car float out against the wall like he'd like to. He has to cut that thing to the inside a little harder. That turns that back into.
As you can see, he hadn't given up, Ken. He's fighting back, though. Mark's got himself gathered back up, and he's back online again. He's going to make a run at him again, I'll guarantee it.
Hard marching every lap. Jimmy Spencer has made 10 previous performances in Grand National this year, and he's finished in the top 5 times. Here's Spencer being edged out. Martin down on the inside. They slap paint as they come to the line.
Mark had to get on the inside off the floor. That's his favorite place to pass. That's the only place he can find.
He hadn't got it done. You can see there's a slow car there, a lap car. Mark had to back off.
That Mike Dillon, number 72.
It's an exciting finish.
Give it back to Spencer.
Come on, Jimmy.
10 to go. 10 laps.
To the game. Everybody, come on, Jimmy.
Tracy Leslie down there on the inside that time. Crowd on its feet on this one. Along pit road in the grandstands. And it's only the prelude to tomorrow's 500-mile Winston Cup battle. Jimmy Spencer stays there. Martin tries to take it back again. 9 to go.
These two guys respect each other, but it's down to where you don't have friends, you don't give quarters now. You take what you get.
And Tony Stewart has come to third. The Rushville, Indiana driver has put on just a fantastic demonstration.
And if those two cats in the front get to racing side by side like they were a while ago, he could find himself in the thick of this thing too.
Yeah, he's less than a second back. I take that back, 2.5 seconds to the number 44. Then about 20 car lengths to Geoff Burton and the 18 Bobby Labonte. Give it up. I think he's got a motor problem. He's just backed out of it considerably here in fifth spot.
Here we go down the back straightaway, side by side, Ken.
Look at the left side of Jimmy's car on wheel marks all over.
They're fighting back on the outside, trying to get the back end of Martin's car loose again.
Over that rumple area, the Bermuda Triangle, Jimmy Spencer hangs it all the way to the wall. They're even as they come to the line.
Give it to Spencer. And he fights him back down into turn one.
People love racing. This is it, boy. It don't get any better than this. Two of the best going at it right now.
Jimmy Spencer, who can drive in any condition, broken shoulders, broken ribs, whatever it is, he just keeps on trucking.
This is when he's really at his best. This is when he's at his best right here. When he's under pressure and you got somebody racing hard and you got to drive over your head and all your heart.
Mr. Excitement in capital letters today. Jimmy Spencer back around Mark Martin.
And don't look now, but that 44 car is creeping into the picture.
Yeah, down to 1.5 seconds back. Was 1 and 7. Trouble up in turn number 4.
Oh, man. Now the yellow better come out.
Caution is out. It's a race back to the flag.
It is a race back to the flag.
Well, this is going to set up for even a better finish because the 44 is going to get in it.
Here they come down to the 7th yellow. Jimmy Spencer trying to lead it across. Does so. Mark Martin in second. This will be a very short. There goes the Michael Waltrip car right back to the garage area. This is going to be a very short caution. They'll check the track in turn number 4, and they'll get back to it. And Tony Stewart, the Rushville, Indiana driver, in only his 11th Grand National start, will be part of the fracas when we decide this bumper-to-bumper 300-miler at the Charlotte Motor Speedway today. Spencer first, Martin second, and then Tony Stewart in third. I'm sure you're not going to go away. .197 on the board. When they come down, it'll be 198. Green, white, checkers, Spencer, Martin, Stewart, Burton to fight it out to the finish. Here's what brought out that caution. Turn 4, as Darrell Waltrip calls it, the triangle.
Yeah, Michael's just going through there. I'm sure his gauges went erratic on him. He lost orientation, and into the wall he went. I don't understand it. It happens all the time.
You're really pressing that triangle.
He really is. That's his brother, Michael Waltrip.
I know my brother, that's something like that's what had to happen.
I tell you, I needed a break, though. I'm sorry that Michael had the problem, but these guys are going at it. I'm going to tell you right now.
I got all the hide rubbed off my hands.
Spencer looking for his first Grand National on a super speedway. His 7th win overall. The guy back in '94. One of the Winston Cup drivers called a nuclear-powered wrecking ball.
Oh, boy.
He's been anything but that today. He has been fantastic.
He has. He's fabulous.
And Tony Stewart walking a tight wire in a 40-mile-an-hour crosswind. He's never been this far before.
And it's only his 12th start in Grand National racing.
Well, let's see. This is going to be so good. I can't wait to see what happens.
Little racing history being made today and being shown on TBS at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. The bumper-to-bumper 300 coming back to green. Spencer leads him down. Martin in second. Tony Stewart in third. Geoff Burton in fourth. And in fifth, Owensboro, Kentucky's Mark Green.
Yep.
Jimmy Spencer would like to look in that mirror and see Mark Martin and Tony Stewart going at it, but look at Mark Martin accelerate off turn 2 as they head down the back straightaway.
Yeah, and that's really, Mark usually doesn't get that great a restart. He had an early on anyway, so he definitely got the wick turned up.
Beautiful start. Here we come. Down into 3 to the bottom of the track. Jimmy Spencer.
White flag. 1 to go. If Mark's going to do it, he's going to have to do it in a hurry.
Jimmy Spencer holds her steady in turn number 1 and just keeps pressing that throttle.
He's pulling away. He pulled away a little in that turn.
I think Tony Stewart forgot to shake his tires and get the debris off of him. He had a miserable first lap, but he closes in now on Mark Martin as they head down into turn 3.
Mark's going to give it all he's got, but it ain't going to be enough.
No, babyface Stewart.
Mr. Guts and Glory himself, Jimmy Spencer, is going to win this 300-mile race, and Mark Martin.
Oh, at Iowa, I definitely have to cheer for Priest. He's a longtime family friend of the family, you know, like his grandfather and my dad were friends. And his father and all of that. We're all from the same Stafford Speedway modified brats.
Jimmy Spencer won today.
Yeah, he did. Jimmy Spencer, congratulations. You won yourself a race, young man.
Jack Roush walks away and says, wait till tomorrow. Wait till Sunday in that UAW GM 500. We'll see if we've got something for him then.
I guess to follow like guys that I guess my dad had a connection with. My dad worked for Ross's little brother Chad at a few tracks locally, helped him. So I like to see Ross do well. But I'm always partial to my New England guys, you know, like these,
and greet him in victory lane.
You know, the McLaughlins back in the day, or you know. I like Tony I mean,
race fans, you make the call. New LCI residential long
kind of hard
distance
to like
customers
say, well, I
receive 30
like
minutes of
this
free
person
domestic
only
calling
because
and the World Card
okay,
Plus. Calling
growing
card
up,
featuring
jump on the
participating NASCAR
camera.
drivers.
I'll
Don't
come back
delay.
on the
Call
camera
now.
for a minute.
1-888-TEAM-LCI.
Still doing all my morning
Jimmy
routines.
Spencer
Good thing for
outbraved them all.
Spencer.
Climbs out. First super speedway win in a Grand National car. Take the applause, Jimmy. You deserve it. Let's go to Steve Burns.
And Jimmy Spencer, what a battle with Mark Martin. Man, what a race.
We had one great race in Texas.
No, okay, Spencer's also a
Racing
New
the same
England
way he
driver,
raced me
but
today.
there's
I
a
ended up
history
coming out on
there.
top today. I just got to thank Mark. He's a gentleman. There's no question through and through. I'll tell you,
His
Zippo's
little
made it
son
possible for us.
was
All
at
year long, we
parties.
won for Zippo, and
My
it's
son
ironic.
was
We got All Pro
at
Auto Parts bumper to bumper sponsoring our car
that
next
little
race.
kid right there.
Real special
when he
for
grew
it.
up.
I
They
love
all
this
like
T&L Motors.
grew up
Had a
in
good
the
car
same
in the spring,
area.
the motor blew
Morrisville.
up, but ran really good today, flawless today. And I think really that helped us win the race. And I'll tell you, the Chevrolet Monte Carlo has been an awesome car for us this year. There's no question.
Yeah, so
Looking forward
anyway,
to
the fun
getting back to Miami,
facts
Zippo
with
car again.
Spencer.
Jimmy, I know your whole family's here, your wife,
We
your
grew
kids.
up, we
have
were
a great shot of
never
your dad.
allowed
He
to
was
boo
on pit
because
road
you
cheering
never
you
knew
guys
who
on.
Dad would be
Great
working
win.
for. Like,
It really
it was his bread and butter,
I'll tell
so
you,
Mom always said, you can't boo
Hey, it's pretty
nobody.
gutsy not to change
And
tires,
boy,
though.
I wanted to
Our car
boo
was really
Spencer
good on
so
all tires,
bad
and
when he
Mark was
came
really
to
good, too, but I
Monadnock.
figured if I had track position, I could beat him. And
Wrecked
I did. And,
my
I can't
favorite
say enough. You know, RJ
drivers.
Reynolds come back and come to announce something special
Took
on
out the
Wednesday night.
entire field
We got
on lap
Winston, our
one.
car next year is going to be the no bull car.
I'm sure he
I took
didn't
no
do
bull
it on
today, so
purpose,
maybe
but he was
that's a
always
sign of
like
things to come for the Winston car,
gung-ho.
but I really want to say, you know, the Chevrolet car
Gung-ho.
ran so strong. And it's great to beat Mark because he's a
when he
Texas
was
guy in
young, he
super
didn't
speed
really
race.
know how to
Jimmy,
control
what was your
it.
strategy in holding Mark
But
off?
of course,
In
all
the
these
driver's
people
seat,
are
what were you
familiar.
thinking?
Like his sister,
Well,
she
if I
was
drove in the
always
corners too
the
deep,
face in the pits.
I just give him a run at me, then he'd beat me.
She
And
was
I knew he had better
very
tires and he'd get a
vocal
better
and
run
his
at me coming
best
in
supporter.
and getting off.
She's
And I just
behind him there.
slowed down a little
Looks
bit.
like
and got right
Jimmy,
against
just
him
a
so that he
girl.
couldn't get no air
But
on his car. And once I knew that
yeah,
I could get
they
the air off of his nose onto my nose there,
just
underneath
had a
me,
really hard
it actually
time
freed
not
his car
booing
up,
him.
and it hurt him a
And
little bit.
then
Bobby
Dad
drove in
ended
there
up
and
working for him, and then my
years ago, I
ex-husband
would've
ended
done
up
that. I drove
working
in
for
there
him,
and
and
lost, but,
he's actually a really
the older
nice
you get,
guy
the
outside
smarter
of
you
a
get,
race
so that
car.
worked today.
Okay, I heard that.
So
Let's go to
it
Alan
just-
Bestwick with Mark Martin.
Those
All
types
right,
of
we're
things.
walking with
But
Mark towards his
that's my
Valvoline Ford. Mark, an
Spencer
exciting finish.
situation,
How was Jimmy
and I
able to keep in
learned
front of you when you got underneath him there?
it's
lap
better to
after
have
lap?
him on your team than be racing against
He was
him.
running good. He was fast.
And it's true, like the crew.
We needed more time than that. As good as he was running, I needed
My
some,
ex was
I
a
needed some
transporter
time.
driver, so
You
he
got up
was
underneath
like,
him with about 12 to go.
we
On
all
up to turn
got to,
two,
you know,
it looked like your car had a real
he'd say we all got to
serious wiggle. Did
protect
that make you
Jimmy after
think
this
about how
race.
you had
There's
to
some
reevaluate how you had
controversy.
to
I
get
mean,
around
the
him?
crew would have to protect
we were
the
just racing
driver
hard, and
because of what
you
he
know,
do.
I didn't beat him. You know, it's not if this or if that.
That's
The real
my
deal is
personal
Jimmy Spencer earned
Spencer
it. He
story.
won it. It was a great race,
Through
and he
the
ought to be proud of it. We couldn't pull it
timelines.
off today under the circumstances. We had a good car and made a show of it, but we couldn't win.
It was a very exciting finish. Thank you, Mark. Mark
But
Martin,
yeah,
the runner-up
this
today.
is Charlotte. Like I said, I'm at these
That
tracks
was
now
some
mostly
exciting
till
race
the end of
today.
the
What do you think, Mr.
season.
Waltrip? What do you think, Mr. Baker?
Pretty much after Bristol, I was scoring for Bodine, so in the 7. And everybody flew out on the same race day express on Saturday, so I'd be at a lot of these races. So anyway, that's Charlotte.
And
I
next
guess
time,
they're
very
getting
well,
ready
it'd
for
be a guy
happy
named
hour,
Tony
real
Stewart knocking on the
Charlotte.
door, Daryl.
Yeah,
But
we've had
I
some great
have to jump
rookie
to the
runs here
next
today,
race in my
Mark Green and
timeline,
Park and,
which
you know, a lot of good guys that
is
don't usually run at the front got good
Darlington
finishes today.
in the Cup.
Happy hour coming up. We're going to wrap up this 300 right after these messages. So stay with
So
us here.
this is all the
on
Bush stuff.
TBS.
The Cup guys, we always went out for happy hour right
Charlotte
after.
Fall Festival of Speed.
So we will jump back to that.
The All-Pro Bumper to Bumper 300 on TBS is brought to you by Pennzoil Motor Oil. Stop, go, Pennzoil. By True Value, official hardware store of NASCAR and garages everywhere. By Peerless Faucet. Get more.
I got it right here. Darlington. And yes, I'm at the track this weekend. I'm at the, because Darlington was only like 2 hours, 2.5 hours from now.
Historic Darlington Raceway in Darlington, South Carolina. One driver, one team, one shot, $1 million.
Welcome to Darlington and
qualifying for the Mountain Dew Southern 500. Benny Parsons, how much money you got on you?
Let's see.
I'm going to cut my camera off one more second.
I got, there's a couple hundred then. Okay.
Got a credit card? Yeah. I got a credit card.
Okay. Guess
I'm
what?
going to do that a lot
We're short.
today.
About 909, we're short.
About 990,000 short of $1 million that this car can win Sunday afternoon.
If he can get the Winston Million, winning 3 of the big 4 races this season, but that's just one guy of 46.
46 cars you're trying to qualify for, 42 spots. And qualifying today is going to be awfully important because the racetrack has been turned over.
It's upside down.
It's upside down. It's backwards. The back stretch is now the front stretch, and going in turn 1 is going to be just a funnel down into the corner down there, and you want to be on the inside.
You want to be on the inside when this thing starts, and today when qualifying starts,
I feel bad. He's got to work so hard to get in the playoffs. It's almost crazy because he had a top 10 in almost every race this year, which is great. He just clicks. That's another thing. A team is like these drivers. They're all great. These teams are all great, but you got to have that right combination where everything goes smooth. The minute there's any disruption behind the scenes, any bickering, arguing, financial issues, squabbles. So many times mid-season, you've got the engine builder pointing fingers at the chassis. Got the chassis guys bitching at the engine builders. And I'll tell you what, when you put all that into it, and you go to a track and you're running in the top 10, and you blow a motor, the engine builder's not your best friend at the moment, you know? It takes a lot in your mindset to just know that's part of it. It's just part of it. The minute one person like blows a motor, they're going to be, oh crap, I'm going to lose my job if I don't like blame the crew chief for over-revving it or something. You see what I'm saying? That it's so competitive that it can eat your brain into rock. And then that's where teams go right down the tubes.
They won't be up to full speed when they get to
that
turn 1.
finger
Some of them will
pointing
try
and
to go in there
bickering
side
and
by side. So I
blaming
advise you folks to stay tuned, be there early, and watch that first
you know,
lap.
not hard to do mid-season when everyone's
turn 1 is the old treacherous turn 3,
physically
which is
weary.
tighter. And then
You've been at it
28
go,
cars
go,
will be able
go
to
every
fill in the
week
front
now
stretch,
since February.
and the top 25 will be settled in qualifying today. How important is it to start toward the front in this race with a new configuration?
Well, I think on this racetrack, any time that it's very important to start as near the front as you possibly can, not only for the pits, but just being able to stay out of trouble more, for one thing. But, Jerry, one thing that I'm confused about, when Bill came on down there, he said to turn the racetrack upside down. Now, I know these people have good construction people here, and they do a lot of things. How in the world did they do that? How did they pick this thing up and just turn it upside down?
I think Benny got a bad muffin for breakfast. Maybe that's the problem. Talking about starting first, how about the guy that started first and finished first this past spring, Dale Jarrett? He's standing by with the guys in the pits.
Folks, remember last year, the Mountain Dew Southern 500? This guy, Dale Jarrett, was going for $1 million. Can you repeat what you said down in turn 3 about 70 laps into this thing?
No, I don't even like to think about that. It's over. I'm in the wall, I think is what I said.
I'm in the wall.
Yeah. Wasn't exactly what I had in mind saying, you know. It was going to be about 3 hours later. I was like going to say, you know, we won $1 million, but we didn't. So no big. We're probably better off
Gamer,
for
that is
well,
true.
Yeah, that's right. You're a little more humble,
Oh.
right? Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And yeah, if you're not humble, it won't take this business long to make you that way.
Last Saturday night was a good week.
It was an excellent night for us.
Yeah,
Just a great
exactly.
race car all night long. The guys did a terrific job in the pits, and you know, it just shows what a team
And
can mean to a whole
being
night or
a
whole day
daughter
in
of
this,
a
and
car
that's what you gotta
builder,
have is everybody involved.
I guess you've seen
tend
the new
to take the
t-shirts around,
side
haven't
of
you?
the car builder,
Your guys?
but
with the over-the-belt gang?
Over-the-belt gang, yeah. You could
the
probably get in
engines,
that.
honestly,
I'll get you one.
my
Guys,
dad
I
had
can
very
fit
little
in
to
Dale
do
Jarrett's
with
team. His team, the 7 guys across the
in
wall, average
NASCAR.
234
like in his
pounds.
early
Pretty
career,
good.
yeah.
We're not,
You know,
they're
that's
fast,
all
too.
part
That's
of it. You
what's
do
amazing
everything.
is turn out
But
pit stops like they did last week. But even if something
his
should
was
break
more
out
gearing,
that shouldn't happen in this sport or anything, I feel pretty good about our chances.
Yeah,
that
no, the
type of
gas
thing.
match 309. Bill
But-
Weber.
With Ray Evernham and
as
obviously
far
$1
as
million on the
drivetrain,
line here, but
really had
180
no
or
other
185 points as
real
well.
part.
Where is your focus, Ray?
Well, you know,
Other
there's a
than
couple of
putting
things
it
really.
together.
You know, if you, the $1 million,
My
it's
ears
nice,
are
and we
ringing
really
this
appreciate what
morning.
RJ
I
Reynolds
forgot
did
to
putting
take
that
one of my
bonus up. But
medicines yesterday.
you know, to win the Southern
so
500 is
till
a pretty
that
big
kicks
deal,
in,
and get those
I have
185
kind of a
points if you
headache.
lead the most laps towards the Winston Cup Championship. Those are big things to us, and you know, again, we appreciate what R.J. Reynolds does, but if it was $10 million, these guys couldn't try any harder than they tried last week. So, you know, we're just going to try and keep a low key and do the best we can in the race.
Yeah, it falls on everybody. It's got to have, you got to have good communication and good support.
It wasn't as consistent as we'd like on the test. Qualifying trim,
you blow one motor out of the random,
we'll see what it does in race trim. We'll get a chance
but when
to do
they
that
start
tomorrow
blowing,
morning, hopefully.
Okay, well, certainly one of the
all the
fastest here
time.
so far this morning.
Another
and,
thing, the engine builder don't want to crank
thanks,
it. You don't want to turn those RPMs.
Got me pretty good with that birthday stuff, and I got a card with a T-Rex on it too, by the way.
And
His 40th
sometimes
was
you
this
need
week. He
to
hopes to
turn them
celebrate here on
to
Sunday.
get that extra couple
Andy
tenths.
turned 40 years of age on
it's always a
Tuesday.
risk.
He lives not far from me, and it was a parade
And it
of cars
happens.
with black
It's
balloons
like
going up and down the
you're
street in front
turning
of Ray
the
Evernham's
motor's
house.
so
Well, that's a
tight,
BGN car, a Busch
but the
Grand
chassis
National
guys
car.
are more worried about
Stevie Reeves, who had a great run at Bristol last
not
weekend.
breaking
And
a
folks,
wheel
they're
because
running a little
of,
bit behind
you
here. The
know,
Busch Grand
your-
National cars are qualifying, so we'll bring you a little bonus coverage.
that
here.
was one
When
of
we
the
come
big
back, we'll tell you
things when they
how
started
they're
picking up more and
qualifying
more
with
speed. They were breaking
Curley
wheels,
on the
just
pole
like
there,
when they
and
tried to
Winn
come out
Dixie
with the
40
new
parked
next-gen
right on pit
cars
road.
and
We'll come back and
this
update what's happening in BGN,
monstrosity they
and
got
show
they
you
call a
the
cup
complete
car now.
Winston Cup qualifying.
The
Well, folks, indeed, it is
brakes,
a
the
NASCAR
rotors,
tradition here.
the
Since
wheels, like
1950, the fans have
takes
been coming
all
to this track
the
too
torque
tough to tame.
into your right
historic
front.
Darlington Raceway, and indeed they
Your
were
left
throwing
rear,
in this
I
weekend
mean,
to a
right
newly
rear.
designed. The track isn't
Some
different, the
too.
name's the same, and it's still Darlington,
breaking
and
a lot of
indeed,
wheels
it's still
in the
too tough to
development
tame. And tomorrow
stages,
we'll have
like we did in
NASCAR
the
Busch Series action at
80s,
5 o'clock
you know.
Eastern Time, 2 Pacific, the Durham
We
200
also
coming up.
came from
NASCAR
modifieds where the
147
cars
laps,
were
200
1,000
miles here at
pounds
Darlington.
lighter.
And of course, 9 o'clock Eastern
And the
Time
wheel
on
assemblies and
ESPN2,
all
our
that
coverage of
were a
NASCAR
lot
Winston
different
Cup Happy
than
Hour.
having to
That
have a
final
real bulked
scramble
up
as they
thing
try to
for
get the
these
cars
big
dialed
cars.
in to see if possibly Jeff Gordon
It's all a
can
learning
get $1
curve when
million.
they came out
And
of
what's
the
going to happen on
modifieds
Sunday?
to
Well,
Cup.
we'll begin with
People
NASCAR
like-
today. We'll preview the day's
I seem
activities
to
at
remember
12:30
David
Eastern
If
Time
helping
on
Dad
ESPN2, and
do
then
that
1 o'clock Eastern
transition
on
in the early
ESPN. Our
80s.
Bob Jenkins will come
Like
in, so will
81,
John
82,
Kernan,
Dad was
and
a
our
crew
entire
chief in
Speed World
82
crew will bring you
for a cup
live
car.
flag-to-flag coverage of the 48th running
And that
of
was
the
the
famed Mountain
Stacy
Dew
number
Southern
47 with
500
Ronnie Boucher.
NASCAR Winston Cup event
And he
from
was
here at Darlington, South
involved
Carolina.
in that for 2 years.
And on the track right
He
now,
helped a little in
making an attempt to
81.
qualify is the car number 99.
Had
That is
full
Glenn
reins
Allen, the
mid-season
Luxair Chevy
82 from the
Monte
July
Carlo
race.
1996 NASCAR Busch Series Rookie of the Year. And as we
So that's
currently
why,
take a look
you
at
know, Chris
qualifying,
runs the
28
47
cars
paint scheme sometimes.
have qualified for Busch
The
Series.
yellow
And those of you
Racehill
just tuning in,
Farms
this is Busch Grand
runs
National
47.
qualifying, running a little bit behind. The NASCAR Busch Series drivers, Ned, only get 1 second.
Speaking of which,
they're allowing them to have 2 laps
Geoff
in this
Jr.
section.
gave a
They
shout out
only
to the
have 1 shot
Bouchards
at
this week.
qualifying to get in the
Bouchards and
field.
Bodines when he was interviewing Priest. If you didn't see Dirty Mo Media,
It is just one round of
Ryan Priest was interviewed this week, and the way Ryan explains it was really how I grew up as well, even though he was a generation early, like after me, or a couple generations actually.
Which helps them, and Glenn Allen just turned
We
himself
grew
a
up
good time here
at
on
the
this,
racetrack where
in the
Ryan's
top 10 there, 7th
dad,
fastest. Mark Martin is the fastest
his
so
name was
far,
Allen,
and Jim
but I didn't
Bowden,
know
the
him.
car
Dad
went out
knew.
just before Glenn Allen.
I only
moved
like
himself up
knew
into 2nd place. So Jim
Bob
Bowden haven't seen
Judkins,
much of him
that's
this year
Ryan's
in the NASCAR
grandfather.
Busch Grand National Series,
And
but
just
here he
by
is now
acquaintance,
on
'cause
the
Dad
outside
worked
pole at
for
this point of qualifying.
Okay, here's a graphic to show you
There's
the
a
cars that
big
are qualifying. Good run
transition
for Glenn Allen, the car number
in
99.
car
as Ned Jarrett
building
just said,
from
Mark Martin,
modifieds
Jim
to
Bound,
these
Bobby
big
Labonte,
cars
Glenn Allen,
for the
Ricky
1,000
Craven,
pound
Randy
difference.
LaJoy, Mike McLaughlin, Kevin LePage, Michael
As far
Waltrip,
as
the Band-Aid
wheel
Ford,
components
qualified
and
9th, Tim
fatigue,
Fiedel, and that's the Kleenex
brakes,
machine.
those types
Todd
of
Bodine, Tracy Leslie, Elliott Sadler,
My dad
Steve
had
Hart,
experience
and
from
Geoff
IMSA
Probst. That's the top
mid-80s
15.
also.
Remember, they will take a complete 38 starters in this one round of qualifying. You see the cars 16 through 29 that have qualified. Some of the cars impressive. I mean, even the car number 4 of Shaw there, he had never seen this racetrack prior to getting here yesterday.
Qualifying for
or
the
today,
Busch
I should say, in
Series.
practice. So he certainly gets his car in the top 26. Now let's update some happenings down on the Winston
They
Cup
were
garage
at
area.
Dover.
Benny,
Like,
what's
we
the
already
walking
watched
wounded
that
update?
MBNA.
Oh, that's exactly
Dover
what I want to
one,
ask
but
Mike Skinner. How you feeling?
This is Darlington now. Like,
Last time I saw you, they were carrying you, and then
we've
you
already
talked to us.
watched
You said you
this
feel a little bit better Saturday
Darlington,
night.
I think, Busch
Yeah,
before.
I banged my
This
knee
is
up a
Cup.
little bit, and
And
my
yeah,
whole body
I'm
was
here,
just beat up a
but
little bit, but done pretty good this week.
It's pre-race
Got a lot better, a
time.
little stiff, but I'll be all right by Sunday.
Now, the most important thing, what'd you shoot yesterday?
not quite as good
The
as
morning
you did, from what
routine
I
for
heard.
me,
Yeah, we were 9
race
under. How many
day
were you on?
We were
was
8 under.
get to the
Racetrack
track,
tournament yesterday beat you 1 shot.
chill out, hang
Yeah,
out,
but
eat
I had an
breakfast.
excuse. I was still a little bit crippled up. Did you have an excuse?
The
Oh, that's right. You
transporter
had the wrong
drivers
golf
club
clubs.
I was using the wrong clubs. Bill Weber.
Well, I was so
I
thrilled
get
to
my
see David
paperwork
Green
and
when I walked
all
into
and
the
have
garage
that
area
with
this morning. I
me.
slapped him right on the
I would
back.
go to the
Only problem with that was where'd I
MRO
hit you?
morning
Wrong side, Bill.
like
Sorry.
church
Sore side,
thing
but
that they had
that's
at the
okay.
track
I'll let
where
that
it
die with
basically
you.
was
Feel pretty good. Got to thank Dr. Petty.
all the
Al
racing people
Shuford,
just go in there and they
Dan
sit and they
Reese,
listen to one of the
everybody
drivers
at the
give
Carolina Panthers. You know,
an
I'm now a big
inspirational
football
talk
fan.
and then they sing some
They put
songs.
you back
and
together, huh?
Well, they did, and
the
got to hang out with some of those big old
MRO
guys. I was worried
director
about
would
they weren't
give
in
a
shape, and I
little
looked at my
sermon
tummy and
real
I
quick,
said,
and
I'm
then
in
it was
trouble
over.
here,
And by the time that was
but I tell
over,
you,
it
I
was a
feel real
good
good.
way to
Todd Bodine
kill the
is
time
stepping in
between
and doing a
me
great
having to
job.
go up to the booth to
Really
score.
actually helping me learn some more about some Winston Cup race cars. So, but anyway, I look to be back next weekend. And I'll tell you one thing I hate more than anything.
I'll be
sitting
right
on
back.
top of
I'm
this
in the
truck,
chat. I'm just
watching
like
that
doing
Caterpillar
stuff.
Chevrolet go around the track
be right
without me in
there.
it.
Yeah, you'll sit it out this weekend. You remember much about the wreck, David?
Still don't, Bill. You know, right when we come off the 3 and 4 right there on the outside of Derek, had my foot in the gas, and next thing I knew, they was unloading me at the hospital. So had to ask my wife Diane and everybody what happened, you know. And it's probably a good thing. Maybe good Lord has a way of letting us forget about some bad things. But the race car did its job, and you know, even though I got a broken shoulder, the seat, the helmet, everybody involved, Brian Butler, Bill Simpson, they did a great job. It's just that in a tumble like that, something's got to give. Poor old shoulder was the one that gave, but I'll be ready to go next week at Richmond.
Okay, good to see you. Take care of yourself.
Thanks, Bill.
That's David Green, Todd Bodine in the seat of the 96 Caterpillar Chevrolet this weekend.
And as you see him walk away, he was very fortunate. We showed you on RPM tonight earlier in the week about how fortunate he really
I
was.
like to
with
play
the
the
headrest,
qualifying
his head
so you
behind the
see
headrest
who's
and
in
how the
what
seat held up. And
car,
Brian Butler,
or
the
who's
seat,
driving
the
what.
guy who builds the seat,
Come on,
he
cameraman.
had, they wanted to know
That's
immediately
when you
how
yell
they could
cut.
work to improve. They have one of, if not the best seat out there right now, but wanted how they could improve that seat to try to protect drivers in the future. And I guess they're going to work with possibly
ladder
what happened
climbing.
at Bristol, Tennessee. Let's show you again what happened here. He is in the 96 car.
And that's Derek Cope that he's leaning on there. When Derek slides out of the way,
You watched this in
David
the
Green's
last
car is going
broadcast.
to
That's
turn on down
underneath
the
the
track
Hermie Silo's car, maybe?
and turn
Or
on its
David
roof
Green.
and then over on its wheels.
David Green's, I think.
Now his head came
That's
forward
what
and
the
hit
real race
hit the
cars look
steering
like
wheel.
underneath.
There he is on another roof. They're talking with Geoff Purvis, but the Simpson helmet held up. He had a little nick in the front of the helmet. His head came back against the headrest there in the seat, and he was unconscious. And they were getting ready to cut the top of the car off, which is NASCAR's protocol, which I think is a very good one to get him out. And certainly he was able to walk away and go in for X-rays with only a scapular or fracture on his right shoulder. As we tell you, Busch qualifying ongoing, Busch Grand National qualifying, as we give you some bonus coverage. That's the top 15. That has not changed. We'll show you some of the cars that have qualified since then on page 2. Mark Krogh is qualified 18th. The Simmons car, Kevin Simmons, in the 08 car, is qualified 26 at 159.027 miles an hour. As now 32 of 46 cars have qualified. We told you there was some news breaking this morning in a press conference about 12:45. Here's Benny to update you.
Okay, I missed the press conference today, Bobby Hamilton. What did it say?
It said that Bobby Hamilton would be driving no more than
I had to double check that I was still on the cup
next year. And would no longer
race
be in
because
the
they were showing
43
Busch.
STP
I'm like,
Pontiac
what are
next
they
year.
doing?
We will finish the season out. It was a very tough decision, Benny, because you know how, I mean, me and these guys get along perfect. You couldn't drive for a better person than Richard Petty. Probably the best car you could ever drive for, because you never see him. If you run good, it's okay, buddy, I'll see you next week. And if you run bad, it's the same pat on the back. So he never gets excited about anything. But things just sort of went sour. And with the reason it made everybody a little uptight, we couldn't figure out why. We feel like maybe the two-car team hurt it a little bit, but we couldn't find a reason why. We had started running slower. We couldn't figure out why. So me and Kyle had talked last year when he got rid of Lee Felix. He said, you know, it seems like on a general deal that after 3 or 4 years, things just go sour. You're never going to pick it back up. So the King and I talked, and we said, well, let's do it this way. Let's just look around, see if we see anything that suits us a little better or whatever like that. Then me and Larry talked at the 4-car, and I just felt a little better about that. So I decided to just go and do that.
As Richard close to signing a driver for the Pontiac?
I don't think so, but I want to tell you something about Richard. He never gets in a hurry about anything. And every move he makes is very calculated for his business, and he tries to get people that fits in real well with Petty Enterprises, and that makes for a good bunch of people like he's got now. So I don't think he'll get in a real big hurry, and I look for a lot of changes to happen again before the end of the season. And hey, that team's like an old cat. They'll land on their feet just fine.
Bobby, there was some speculation that you might be able to run the Busch Clash next year because you, the driver, won a couple of poles this year. But I was just told by a representative that you're not eligible for the Busch Shootout.
Yeah, I don't know. I hadn't even thought anything about it. You know, I'd love to because, you know, it's just, they're like Winston as far as I'm concerned. We appreciate everything they do in the sport. It's just the car owners didn't believe in putting a beard sticker on the car. When I won the pole in my super truck at Martinsville, one of the guys from Petty saying, they're wanting you up there. You can go up there and take that picture. I said, this is my truck. I got a Busch sticker on it. I'm going up there to take the picture. So whatever turns out is fine. And if we don't, like I told somebody last year, I spotted for the Kodak team when Sterling was in it. I have a pretty darn good time watching that race. It's a spectator race.
All right, Bobby Hamilton in the 4-car next year. 43 cars still unknown. And, folks, yes, they told me Bobby Hamilton will not be eligible to run the Busch Shootout in Daytona in February.
And we might update some of the other things happening in the garage, Ned. We mentioned that Ernie Irvin will
go in the car number 36. I watched an interview with Bobby Hamilton's son, and he got diagnosed with cancer so fast a few years after this and was gone like so quick. There's just so much cancer going around
getting a shot
in the race
who will go in the
scene.
36 car next year.
My dad had it a couple of times. It's all like,
and they're excited about that. Derek Cope has a couple
anyway,
options, and also
I know
the fact that
someone
the Cartoon
else
Network
that
will
just
take
got
their sponsorship to the
diagnosed
car
in
number
pretty
9
bad
for
shape.
Lake Speed.
Unless I see it out on J-Ski or
There's the
something,
Cartoon
I'm not
Network
going to
car waiting to
mention,
qualify
but
Winston Cup.
someone
Right
that's
now,
pretty
it's Busch
close to
Series
all of us.
qualifying. And Matt Kenseth,
You know, our family
is the
from up
first
north
car
as
in
well.
the last 4 or 5
We
we've
were
seen
all
to make it in the
exposed to
top
a
15.
lot
In
of
fact, he
stuff
made it in the
back
top
then.
10, Ned.
Yeah, had a good qualifying run,
That's
161.67
why
miles
doing
an
the
hour.
burnouts is
John
great if
Chapman
you're on the
qualified,
sim, but you
since we
realize
updated
that's
you there a
really,
moment ago,
really,
he
really
slipped up into the
toxic.
22nd position. He solid in the field.
Just saying.
And, of course, we'll have that action for you tomorrow, the Duralube 200 here at Darlington Raceway. Coming up next in a few moments, Winston Cup qualifying for the Mountain Dew Southern 500. Back at Darlington Raceway, coming up tonight, 7 o'clock Eastern Time. John Kernan will have RPM tonight. I'll update the NHRA U.S. Nationals qualifying. It kicks off the biggest drag racing event of the year up at Indianapolis, Indiana. First round kart qualifying from Vancouver, and a complete wrap-up of what's happening here at Darlington, South Carolina. Remember, weeknights at 7 o'clock Eastern Time, John Kernan and RPM tonight, including tonight's coverage.
Kart was an Indy series when Indy and the drivers fell out of
who had his record tied by Steve Park just a couple of races ago, having won
kind of similar to what NASCAR got going on with the
Setter's mark of winning twice during
charters
the season.
Steve Park has set
they
some
said
other
screw that and made their own
the
league
amount of
called
money won
Kart.
by a rookie at this point of the season and the amount of points he's earned. Steve Park having a great year. So Dennis Setzer had a good year in his also.
Dad was helping that team a little bit in the beginning of '97. I know at Talladega for sure because Benny mentioned it. And then I asked Dad and he said, oh, I remember that. I almost got that.
And Jerry, we're seeing these
We
cars
helped
run a little bit
there.
higher in these turns than we've seen them before. And maybe it's the new camera angle that we have here at Darlington this week on ESPN. Look how high it goes into the turn there. And then comes back down to the low side of the track, then drifts up again as it comes off of what's now turn 2. Right up next to the wall. So this is going to be an exciting weekend of racing here at Darlington.
Setzer's first lap, 30.648 seconds, 60.454 miles an hour, puts him 23rd quickest. If you just joined us, this is NASCAR Busch Grand National qualifying. The conclusion of it, they ran a little bit behind, so we're going to bring you some bonus coverage from here at the track, Too Tough to Tame. Setzer's second lap, Ned, a little bit slower.
A little bit slower for him, 160.282 miles an hour, so it still leaves him in the 23rd position.
All right, if you just joined us, the top 5 cars in Busch qualifying. There's the car number 60. That's Mark Martin, then Jim Bound, as we go down and check in with Ernie.
And Ernie, didn't take you long. You found yourself a ride for next year. Congratulations.
Well, I'm really excited about it. You know, I still got this year to finish out with the 28 car, and you know, I feel like we can win some races, but you know, I'm really excited about next year with the Skittles and you know, everybody that's involved with that race team, Jay Fry and you know, Ryan Pemberton.
Obviously, a change from Ford to Pontiac there. That a big effect on a driver?
You know, I mean, again, I've never drove a Pontiac as far as in this configuration. I drove a Pontiac years ago and drove a Chevrolet. There's no doubt that, the Pontiacs are good race cars, and, I hope to get them to victory lane.
And I know you talked this morning to some reporters about how optimistic you are about the potential of that team to do well, even though this is just their first year.
Yeah, I mean, it's really exciting. I'm going to be able to grow with this race team. Obviously, I've got more years in Winston Cup racing than they have. So, hopefully we'll be able to take it to the next level and win races.
Okay, how's your car for qualifying?
Not bad. It's they asked me how it was in practice, and I told them, I said, as long as I only have to do that one more time. I was about 7th or 8th fast in practice, and it's just about a 10th off of the fastest time. So just gonna have to slip it up just a little bit more.
Okay, and next year we'll be coming to you looking for the Skittles, okay?
Good, I got them.
Okay, well, we'll talk about that after we throw it back up to the booth.
All right, love that Texaco, but it's hard to get it down when you try to swallow with a big gulp there. There's the Skittles Pontiac that Ernie Irvin will be driving in 1998. There's Mike Dillon's Detroit Gasket Chevrolet. He just qualified, Ned, and pretty good run.
Yeah, 13th fastest, 161.206 miles an hour. So Mike Dillon, a good qualifying run.
Talk about a young man that's come on this year in his sophomore season. Mike Dillon, who is the son-in-law for Richard Childress, has really done a nice job. In that car number 72, there's the cars that have qualified thus far. 37 of 45 have qualified in the NASCAR Busch Grand National Series. Still to come, complete coverage of NASCAR Winston Cup qualifying. As there's the remainder of the field, 38 spots up for grabs here in the Busch Series qualifying. Back with more from Darlington in just a moment. Back at Darlington Raceway, Scott Lagasse. How about the qualifying effort for this young man? Great effort by Scott Lagasse, only running a few Busch Series races thus far in 1997, but Ned in the top 10.
7th fastest, a speed of 162.388, and he did that on his second lap, Jerry. Most of the drivers have been running faster on their first lap than on their second, so he got used to this thing. I believe this is Scott's first time running here at Darlington.
I believe it is too.
Boy, he really turned it on that second lap.
Well, how about more information? You can drive on the information superhighway at www.nascar.com. NASCAR Online features live timing and scoring. You can follow Busch Pole qualifying live for each of the NASCAR's top 3 racing divisions, including what you're seeing right now, NASCAR Busch Series. Keep track of the running order, lap times, average speeds, and progress of each competitor in NASCAR's top 3 divisions. That's NASCAR Online at www.nascar.com. So you can not only watch our coverage of our bonus coverage of Busch Series qualifying, and you can draw up NASCAR Online and see the times and speeds they come up simultaneously online.
I'm coming back on. I do that now, by the way. NASCAR.com. That's how I watch races. And I listen to MRN and then watch like the visual on something else either. My son has it on or whatever.
Chris Diamond, of course, a late model stock car driver and a talented young man from Western North Carolina.
Well, he ran faster on his second lap than he did on his first lap. He was 38th fastest on his first lap. Let's see where this might move him to now. It moved him up to 35th, so it improves his chances of being in the top 38.
There's a look at the qualifying order thus far. There's the Winn-Dixie Ford of Mark Martin. He is the pole sitter thus far. Jim Bound and Bobby Labonte. And the car number 99. And now let's go down and check in with this guy.
Bring up my database too.
Hey, Sterling.
Sterling's wicked
I just
cool.
talked to a guy over there that said he's going to drive the 4-car next
He
year.
always waved at me in the pit.
I was told to keep quiet, so I'm not saying nothing to Charlotte.
No.
I was part of the crew because they flipped me off
next year right now is what the guy told me.
I know it. I might have one. I can scrounge up one between now and then, so we should be okay.
You should be okay. Have you got something kind of in the wings here, do you?
Kind of in the wings. We'll just have to.
And Charlotte, you're supposed to say something. Right now, mum's the word.
Mum's the word. Be cool and refreshing, though, so.
Cool and refreshing, my okay.
Hint.
Let's see. Ned, you and Jerry work this out. Cool and refreshing. That's it.
Ask him if he's learning any Spanish.
Do you know Spanish?
Not very well, but I can learn it.
You can learn?
I can learn it.
You got a Spanish dictionary, right?
That's right.
He's cool and refreshing. He's got a Spanish dictionary. So there you go, guys. Best I can do.
The clues keep coming. Let's check in with Bill Weber.
And I'm with Chuck Ryder, the owner of the 30 Pennzoil car driven by Johnny Benson. And you have been in this rumor mill for a few weeks. Set us square on your situation here, Chuck.
Bahari Racing will be racing at Winston Cup in 1998. I have had no negotiations whatsoever with Jack Roush. I highly respect Jack and his organization, but I'm just as proud of our team, Ron Purrier, Doug Hewitt, Dane Peritone, our driver, and happy to have Pennzoil Product Division as our sponsor. We look forward to 1998, and we know that we'll be competitive just as we have been in 1997, where we're 12th in points right now.
Pennzoil does have an announcement scheduled here tomorrow that their sponsorship may move to another car, but you are secure with the Pennzoil parent company for 1998.
That is correct. I understand that Pennzoil will be introducing Steve Parks with Dale Earnhardt Enterprises tomorrow with Pennzoil, and we will be running one of the products of Pennzoil Company next year in 1998.
And you're excited about that?
We're very excited. We're excited because we have a great team. We've performed well over the years, and I know people say, you know, when's that first win around the corner? Well, I can assure you, in this competitive race circuit that we're in right now, is difficult for all 45 teams that are out here, but being 12th in points, that's an accomplishment, especially for Johnny as a sophomore driver in the series, and we're very proud of what Johnny has accomplished.
All right, well, good luck here this weekend, and happy birthday to you two. You and Evernham both had one this week.
Thank you, Bill. Appreciate it.
That's Chuck Ryder.
All right, what a great gentleman.
Johnny Benson, my dad,
been a lot of rumors surfacing about
I thought worked for, because I met him at my parents' house, but he was there to ride on the boat with Birdie.
Thank you, Bill Weber. And
Birdie was
for
his crew
updating
chief later.
what's happening with some of the rumor mills there in the Winston Cup garage as we continue to watch what's happening in NASCAR Busch Grand National Series qualifying. And Dick Trickle had turned in a pretty good first lap.
Okay, this would have been August 31st, 97.
162.727. It makes him
Or
fourth
actually
fastest so far.
the 30th if
Parsons
it's
qualified.
qualified.
Dick qualified. And that's going to move him down a notch. He'll move him down now to 29th fastest, I guess.
Phil Parsons, Channel Lock Chevrolet. Phil currently fourth in the Busch Series standings. Hasn't been lower than fourth the entire year. So a great job by Phil at trying to get in. He runs his track awfully well. He will start at least
and my dad's working with this car.
Trickle's second lap is a little bit slower.
But I'll be scoring for the 7. Dad's working with the 81.
And there's a shot of
because he was at Bristol.
Machine.
Or he at least might have been there to lend a hand. He didn't work every
in
race.
front. That's Bobby Labonte, and he is qualified third. You see Trickle's times for lap 1 and lap 2.
And then there's
the
Busch
first lap of Trickle was quicker than the
when
2.
I see these things, I know he went to Martinsville,
here at Darlington.
and he probably went to Richmond because that's close too.
Jeff Fuller in the car number 45.
And you can see when he qualified like
That's
that.
the Hunter Specialties Chevrolet.
Okay, they are having Busch. Okay.
Jeff Fuller, the former Rookie of the Year.
Winston Cup Series, Busch Pole
Will
qualified.
drive that car full time in 19.
This is the Busch qualified.
They've been negotiating with a couple
That's
of
why I'm
different
getting
sponsors.
confused. I'm like, wait a
Hunter
minute.
Specialties and Bun Saver.
But yeah, we're watching.
Good lap there, 13th fastest on his first lap, 161.636. 4 Fuller.
Need to catch up with him too. I haven't talked to him in a couple
Reeves
weeks.
from the top 38. Rick Wilson had already been bumped.
If you just joined us, this is bonus coverage of NASCAR Grand National qualifying. You'll see this race in its entirety, 147 laps, 200 miles tomorrow, the Duraloop 200 on ESPN. And what we're showing you now is they're a little bit behind in qualifying. Coming up in just a few moments, we're going to have in its entirety.
I was 12 years old when I met.
Qualifying for the Mountain Dew Southern 500. There's
Well, I met this Fuller first, and he was with Bob Smith, and then I met like Bobby and
than
Ricky
the Busch cars. In
and
fact, they'll run about a second a lap.
But I was
faster.
12 or so, I think.
And here
Or
is
maybe
Kyle
14.
Petty's Hot Wheels Pontiac, and it's
really
all
young.
taped up, Jerry. He got that Darlington
We all
stripe
grew up
that we
together
used to
in the
talk
pits.
about a lot here at Darlington, still do, and he got that a little bit earlier today.
He got stripes and bars, and I think got a little else besides that, Bill, right?
Yeah, well, let's find out from crew chief Bobby Kennedy. How's your Hot Wheels Pontiac? It's taped together.
Not too hot right now. She's a little scarred up, but you know, we'll be okay. We'll put a little mud and a little paint on her tomorrow. She'll be back good as new.
What happened?
Okay, Richmond.
Said he just got in a little high and got into the little loose stuff and slid around on him. Got the wall.
They having to adjust, Bobby, to come off what is now
So
turn
it's gonna
4 to get speed, to get
be
into
a
1.
minute
Did that
before
affect
they
him at all?
I don't know if that affected or not. We haven't had time to adjust because we've been trying to fix it.
Because, like I said, this will be the first race I'll score for the number 7.
Just hoping to get us a good lap qualifying.
Okay, and all your guys, including your driver, were working hard to make those repairs.
Yeah, he needed to work on it. He tore it up.
And now he's got to take it out there and get it in the show.
Well, you wonder if they'd made every driver that tears one up work on them, maybe they wouldn't tear them up
I
as often.
guarantee there'd be a lot fewer Darlington stripes. They asked Kyle, where'd you hit? Kyle said, over there in 2. They said, don't you mean 4? He said, no, I mean turn 2. He said, I've been coming here a lot of years. That's always been turn 2. They said, what do you mean 4? He said, no, right there. You got spot on the wall? That's where I hit. As you watch qualifying, that's Shane Hall in the Lux Country Foods car number 85. And remember, only the top 38 make it by virtue of time. This is Busch Grand National qualifying. They have 4 provisionals and a possible past champion spot, and Shane Hall will need to take a provisional if he has one.
Something to do with Shane Hall. I don't know if he was sponsored by Bama Jelly, which was the Garner.
He's not very high in the points, and he's a Winston Cup driver. He can't get a provisional anyway.
They call the Garner.
$1 million car, brand new race car, headed out to the grid. One man.
Garner Foods. They own Texas Pete, so there was like a connection there with Garner Foods, Bama Jelly, and Texas Pete Hot Mustard. We were sponsored by Morgan Shepherd. The year before was sponsored by the Red Hot Sauce, black and red car. And we had the yellow car with the Texas Pete, the yellow and red. That was for Honey Mustard when they released that. And then, like I said, the T.G. Garner Foods or whatever, I think he owned Bama Jellies as well.
I don't think he's
it was
a
North Carolina company.
According to my watch, Jerry.
And he sponsored Shane
He ran
Hall.
a 30.26 over 162.
That might be where I'm thinking
what
the
he did
connection
turn
is.
here, 160.344. That's currently 28th fastest.
Why the names would be mentioned in our circle conversation is, guess, things that would stick in my mind.
Go out early, make them happy.
He comes roaring out of turn 4. Carl Simmons waves the checkered flag and complete his qualifying efforts.
Okay, he picked it up quite a bit on the second lap, so he must have slipped a little bit on that first lap, and that's awfully easy to do here at the Darlington Raceway. He's currently 9th fastest, 30.298 for Geoff Burton, and that bumps Chris Diamond from the top 38.
All right, 1 car left to qualify. If you just joined us, this is NASCAR Busch Grand National qualifying bonus coverage. We're running a little bit behind, so we'll give you the final cars here in Busch Grand National qualifying. Joe Bessie in the Power Team Chevrolet won a pole earlier this year at St. Louis. One pole in 1997. He brings the Monte Carlo out of what is now turn 4. Realignment here at Darlington Raceway means the start-finish line in the middle of what was the backstretch. That is turn 1.
Another reason I like to watch the qualifying is you get all the gossip, and it kind of sparks my memory of different events, too. Things that I may have forgotten.
Bessie lets the car ride up out of turn
And it
4.
shows you who's driving what
25-degree banking. That's
for the
a smaller
race.
apex of the turn.
And I may cut them short, too.
Egg-shaped oval.
Got himself a pretty good lap here. See where it fits
I don't have
into
flow
the
racing
lineup.
anymore, but I will check into
Well, those cars go right up next to
my
the
Twitter.
walls.
I'll pull that up on mine and see how things are going. I think there's resuming at 11.
And that bumps Dale Shaw from the top 38.
But I'll
And puts
see what
Buck
the
Shaw
gossip
here
was
in
from
the
last
seat.
night.
This
You
is the
can see
last
the
car to
paint schemes.
qualify.
It's a throwback week for Hickory. Pays $50,000 to win a late model race.
Past champions for as many as 43 cars.
You know, Cars
We'll
Tour.
start the Duraloop 200.
He's much slower on his second lap.
And the
but that
pro
first
late
one
model
was
pays,
a
I
good
think,
one for him.
$20,000.
So that put
It's
him in
like
8th position.
crazy.
All right, Bessie currently
like
8th overall. So Busch Grand National qualifying
shout
is
out
complete.
to Dale
And
Jr.
Mark
and
Martin, the
Harvick and
5-time
Burton
winner here
and,
at Darlington Raceway. Will be on the
I think
pole
it's
for our
Justin
coverage
Marks.
tomorrow. How
What's
about
the
Jim
other one?
Bound in second spot? Bobby Labonte,
Cars
Dick
Tour
Trickle,
people,
and
whether
Glenn Allen in the top
however they
5.
came up with the money, Z-Max or whatever.
Jeff Burton, McLaughlin,
Major
Page,
respect
Walker,
to give the
Jensen,
payout like that to those guys, because those guys,
16-2-30, only one round
those
of
cars
qualifying.
aren't
You see
cheap.
Fedewa, Bodine, Dillon, Leslie, Elliott Sadler,
Not
Steve
like
Park,
the
Ken
old
Probe,
days.
Ron Barfield, Terry Labonte, Mark Krogh, Elton Sawyer, Jason Keller, Hermie Sadler, Dennis Setzer, and Johnny Chapman.
That's kind of why I
in 30th
follow the
spot.
Landon Huffman
And then we have Mark Green.
Because, of course, I watched his father, Rob, drive back in the 90s. When I was at the track, he was a familiar face. So it was also impressive to see how disciplined a driver Landon was.
So probably now we'll have 42
so I started
cars,
following
and we'll bring
his
that action to you 5 o'clock Eastern time from right
stuff,
here in Darlington,
and
South
he
Carolina.
was
NASCAR,
like a
Busch
racer
Grand
like
National
we were,
Series,
his backyard
Euro
garage
200 on
and
ESPN. And then at 9 o'clock Eastern,
used
on
parts
the Deuce,
and
we'll show you NASCAR,
pull the
Winston
car
Cup,
from the woods
happy hour
and
coverage,
remake
our
it.
ESPN2
And now
coverage
he's
of
got
happy
like
hour,
real
that
chassis,
final
Reynolds
60 minutes,
race chassis,
and that
and
is a
making
60 minutes that
some
can
awesome
determine whether
equipment,
one
I'll tell you
driver
what.
has a shot at
About
the
the
Winston
prettiest
Million.
chassis
Driver,
I've
of course,
seen
being
work.
Geoff Gordon. And what about Sunday? Will the million be won? Well, we'll set the stage with NASCAR today, 12:30 Eastern
So I'll check in on there. They're doing throwback to one of Rob's cars that he had in the day,
NASCAR
too.
today, Bill Weber, and then our live flag-to-flag coverage. Bob Jenkins will be here to call the action on ESPN, the 48th running of the
Let's see,
NASCAR
is this-
Winston Cup Mountain Dew Southern 500.
Okay, they're going to have the Busch, the
Look
Cup
at the dollar sign
qualifying
right there.
next.
That's the point where you put the jack, because the races can be won.
I can pause that just a second. And the reason I pause it is I can just drop down here like I'm going to share it to Twitter. And then I just jump right in my Twitter and see what's up with the notifications in the Cars Tour. Let's see. Huffman has a new post. That's what his car normally looks like. But this is their... I can't probably play... Will I get copyright if I play directly from this? I don't know. I don't care about monetization. I just care about them shutting me off. Let me see what happens.
And throw back to a car that my dad's...
Test.
We're standing by with the driver of the pink Cadillac this weekend, Landon Huffman. Explain to the race fans why this car is so special to you and what it is.
Robert Huffman, 1993, Hickory Motor Speedway, late model stock car. So really cool. Every year we do this throwback deal. I have an opportunity to, take advantage of it and throw back to a car that my dad's done over the last few years. And I've been fortunate, that he's raced a very many number of race cars and a bunch of paint schemes. So this was a fan favorite here at Hickory in 1993, and I'm happy and proud of our recreation of it. It's pretty dang close to the original, so I had to get on Illustrator and try to hand draw out the numbers to get them as close as possible. So they're a little imperfect, but that's okay. The original was too, and just thankful to get another opportunity to throw back to him and honor his career. And we got Boat Daddy on board. It's an awesome boating app out of the Keys down in Florida. So the sponsor matches the throwback scheme, which is pretty cool. So just happy and excited to see it on the racetrack in video, hopefully celebrating in Victory Lane.
I think the imperfection of the number actually makes it look cooler because even though we know that it's vinyl, it's wrapped, right? Like it has a little bit of like a hand-drawn, hand-painted quality to it, which I like.
Yeah, it still looks, retro, and a lot of those cars back then were, underappreciated. There was a lot of paint schemes. Yeah, a lot of the stuff was simple and one-color cars, but there was something about, a hand-painted number or just a odd number font in general that were popular then, and I don't know, gave the car some identity, and I'm happy that I can recreate that and, give the fans another time to see the old pink Cadillac run around Hickory.
So recreating the scheme, not the only thing you've recreated this weekend. You even decided to recreate your dad's clean-shaven look. Why did you have to go to that step? I think you should have just kept the beard.
Yeah, I haven't shaved my face since 2017, so I had to go buy a razor, and, I usually use an electric one, so I had to go buy an actual razor and some shaving cream, and it took me about 2 hours to really slowly shave my face because I was terrified I was going to cut myself all up, but I did bring the baby face out. I'm not sure if the wife likes it or not. I'll let you guys know later this evening, but other than that, I'm happy again I could recreate the original photo, which we will be able to do here in a little, and, I'm just proud to be able to do this.
What was her
Brooke
reaction
looks so
when you walked
cute
out of
in
the
her
bathroom
little pink
clean-shaven? 'Cause I know
outfit.
the last
It's
time
so perfect.
I accidentally messed
I
up
hope
and
his mom
then
does
had to just
too.
go the whole rest of the way and go clean-shaven. I walked out of the bathroom. My wife said, "Wow, you look like a bowling ball." So it wasn't great for me. That's why I haven't shaved since like 2017.
Well, I'm not sure if it's made me gain or lose weight yet. I haven't gotten that confirmation, so I feel like it makes me look like I've gained weight, but
I don't know. Maybe it's all an optical illusion. So I do know that my face does feel better today than it has in years past. So maybe that's a plus.
We're getting really, really tight. See the grain there. Other thing, you
If
sent
you
me a
get to
picture,
meet him in
not of your
person,
face,
he's
not of you in
really,
the bathroom
really
either, but of you in
personable.
the
He's a
mirror
good
in
kid.
your father's fire
Hard
suit.
working kid.
Are we still going that step towards the recreation?
You just have to come down here in a little bit and find out.
All right, sounds good. Well, last question. $50,000. Yeah, one more. I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you about the fact that there's $50,000 on the line this weekend. The last time we had a race paying anywhere close to that, you won at Tri-County, the $30,000 Old North State Nationals. What would $50,000 mean to you? I know you told me back at Southwest you're trying to buy a house, so that would probably go towards that, right?
Go a long ways. And, I feel like this weekend sort of just, there's a lot of things that are, I feel like, stars aligning, for me to have a shot at the big money. And last time we raced for a lot of money, it worked out in my favor. So I think that, I've got plenty of laps around here, and I think that we've got a really good Boat Daddy pink Cadillac. So see if I can make it happen for not just me, but I lost my great-grandma this past week. She was 95 years old. She lived a wonderful life. So if I can go to Victory Lane for her and celebrate with $50,000, I think she'd be pretty happy about that.
I remember the celebration at Tri-County was spectacular. So for all those reasons, I'm sure this weekend for Landon Huffman, should he pull it off on Saturday night, would be wild.
Yeah, that's why I follow that team. And I just got a Twitter because I don't have Flow anymore or much access to it at this point in time. And the so anyway, I post all that racing stuff on my profile. So anyway, it's just checking in to all. It rained out yesterday halfway through the pro late model race. So like I said, they're going to be racing around 11 this morning. This is Landon's page, so it's more shots of that car. And oh, you can vote for the best appearing car. I think I already did vote. I don't know if you can vote more than one time. I always just vote once. But anyway, they qualified 6. They're starting 6. They haven't raced yet. They haven't hit the track yet. I know they have a little. I know they have a little.
By with the driver.
Wait. Let me
of the pink Cadillac this weekend, Landon Huffman. Explain to the race fans why.
Okay. So anyway, what a crowd tonight at Hickory. We'll try again tomorrow. Thank you all that came out and support. Harvick owns the Cars Tour with Dale Jr. and Jeff Burton. And I think Justin Marks is the 4th guy. But anyway, what did they write in the comments? Because it'll say maybe what's up for a schedule. Most of the... Final results. Stupid rain. Okay, Hickory. We'll look at Hickory saying. Throwback night. If you're in North Carolina, it's there's pretty good prices, I think, for a local track nowadays. $25 a person. 10 for kids is a little steep. I'd probably go with 5, but the adult, that's teens, seniors, and military. That's why it's cheaper. I got it. I would go in the pits anyway. It's probably $60, $50, who knows. It's a lot. But I do it anyway. Yeah, so Hickory doesn't have much about the schedule. Cars Tour would. Notifications. Cars Tour. Throwback Classic. Alright, let's try this again. Resumes at 1:30 this afternoon. Watch live on Flow. And I think the gates open at 11 is what something had said that I read. Rain delay. What a crowd tonight. Yeah, Pro Late models made it to lap 44, and then it was red flagged. I think I had done that last night. I probably should follow Ray Evernham, because he's got that IROC series. That's coming up. Let me see, Kitzmiller. So Kitzmiller was leading. Gunter, Lopez, Dallas, Capello, Batten, Garner, McDonald, and others were involved in the wreck. Kitzmiller was not leading. Who was leading? Caden Honeycutt leads over, I think, Spencer Davis. It says Davis, McKee, Tristan McKee, Mason Diaz, and Luke Baldwin. So, yeah, Caden Honeycutt's leading that race. And this is the green flag start. That's always fun. I'll give you a little taste of it to make you buy the Flow. Flow's definitely worth it. Definitely worth it. So anyway, we dubbed around. We went down the Twitter hole. We'll get back here. That's what's up. So 1:30.
Lost on pit road. Remember, Winston Cup qualifying coming up next. We see it. One man, one race, one chance, 1 million. Ken Gordon put it on the pole. We'll be back. ESPN2 coverage of NASCAR Winston Cup Busch Pole qualifying being brought to you by ATV Magazine. 1997 ATV of the Year, the Kawasaki Prairie 400 4x4 by Valvoline Durablend, the #1 selling semi-synthetic motor oil, and by Daytona USA, the ultimate motorsports attraction. Back at Darlington Raceway in Darlington, South Carolina. We're getting set for Winston Cup qualifying. Let's check in once again in the pits with Biddy Parsons.
All right, Bobby Labonte, you qualified that shell car for the Duraloop 200 tomorrow, third. Did you learn anything out there?
A little bit. I don't know if it'll apply here, but I learned something hopefully for tomorrow's race.
And they kept raving a little bit ago, Ned, and Jerry was talking about Jeff Gordon was quickest in practice.
Change the stream info updated if you want to see it.
You got a shot at it.
Well, that's pretty close, but we go out early, so I don't know. I mean, if the track doesn't change a whole lot from the first car to the last car, I'd say we can do what we did in practice. We'll be okay. But you know, I mean, it don't seem like it's going to take a whole lot, and you could be one way or the other. So if we don't slip up, or if I don't slip up or do anything like that, I think we'll have a pretty good shot for a good run. And I never qualified better than third here, so I don't see why the third would be pretty good probably for tomorrow.
A third would be real good. And if you get a cloud, we keep looking to the sky up there. We need a cloud, don't we?
Yeah. When I can't look up because it hurts my eyes, it means we got to have a cloud. We had one a few minutes ago, but it went away. So now we're waiting for another one.
The cloud that he was talking about just a moment ago, they had a thermometer. They checked the racetrack temperature. It was 127. The cloud covered the sun. It went to what, 118?
118, yeah, 118 like that.
9 degrees to cool off when the cloud went, when the sun went behind the cloud. So that's why all these guys are praying for clouds. Bill Weber?
Friendly face back at the racetrack. Bill Engel with Hutch Strickland's Circuit City team this week. Tell us your role right now.
Well, my role right now is just interim crew chief.
Right
you know,
here,
I think they lost their
this
crew chief
triangle.
3 or 4 weeks ago.
I've always got this
I was
dark
sitting home
patch,
with nothing to do.
and
just
that's
came down
from
here
a
to Darlington
scar
today
from
to
Darlington.
Interview for a job,
Right
so to
there.
speak. Went to got a call from the guys, Billy Stavola and Hutch Strickland last Sunday, and they asked if I would go to test at Richmond with them at the first of this week. We did that. And while there, they asked me to come here with them.
That's
and,
a Darlington
try to help
scar.
them
It blistered. It's the only place I
and go
forgot
back
to put
Richmond and race, and then
sunscreen.
we'd sit
I had a
down and
little
talk.
bit of a
So,
V-neck tee.
We'll see where it goes from here.
Okay, how's his car then?
That's where I
Well,
scarred.
pretty good. We rolled the thing off the truck, and we were like the fastest guy for about 30 minutes or so, and that made us feel pretty good.
That's
Made
when
a
the
couple
front
little
stretch was the
changes,
back
just
stretch,
based on
and the
way
back
the
stretch
temperature's
is the
done,
front
you know,
stretch.
track conditions with
Like
more
the
rubber
old-
getting down.
the old
I feel
layout.
like we'll be pretty good. I'm
I
looking
think
for
it
a
was
top 10
96 I
qualifying
got
effort.
the scar.
Hut really gets around this place real well. Ernie Elliott's built him a good engine, so we'll see what happens.
So it's an on-the-job interview kind of situation. You see how you work with them, they see how they work with you.
Yeah, I'm doing an audition.
Okay. Well, have a good one here.
Thank you.
That's Billy Engel. Benny?
Hey, Rick Mast, what'd they tell you, 2 minutes to go?
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
What's going to happen when you get out?
The problem is we're trying to get them to go a little bit ago. That cloud was there. The cloud's gone now, so we've been trying to get them to wait for about 15. That big cloud gets here, but now we got to go in the sun. Everybody gets the cloud, so we'll see.
Car pretty good?
Yeah, as soon as I get these turn numbers figured out, I'll be all right, Benny.
That's 1 right there. See that?
No, that's 3.
No, it's 1.
I don't care what anybody says. That's turn 3 right there.
You better count it 1. I'm telling you, better count it 1.
Okay, that just tells me they have already switched it because the year before we burnt our freaking asses off on pit road. I mean, we seriously.
Only twice in the history of this racetrack has a Pontiac gone to victory lane.
We were in the bathrooms
Buck
putting
Baker won the Southern 500, and
paper towels,
1963,
cold
Joe
paper
Weatherly
towels on our
won
necks
the
and stuff.
Rebel
That's how
300,
hot it was
called
that
back
day.
then, but not once in the modern era has a Pontiac won.
I saw that stat, and it was hard to believe, really. I just couldn't believe that it was that way. Let's see what Rick's doing now as he gets ready to go out and qualify.
The race day, though, not the qualifying day.
Himself in. Puts the steering wheel on. Got to have that, Rick. You have to get it on straight. Yep, got her straight.
Yeah, Rick's a tough guy, but he needs that steering wheel to get the car turned here in the corners.
Put the earplug in. So
he's taking his time, ain't he?
From the guys on the radio. They'll tell him whether he did good or bad. And the helmet's the next thing to come on.
Rick sporting that new little facial hair around the chin and face, makes him look a little gnarly, a little tough there. That's the latest.
They didn't have the horse collar. Well, a lot of them raced with these things called horse collars, but they were just a huge piece of foam. And now they require the Hans devices now.
You missed out on the opportunity for the ear ring window net going up. They get for qualifying here. There will be 46 cars go to qualify, and now Rick Mass is the first car to roll off the Remington Arms machine.
And you could see as he was rolling out a little white spot every time those tires turned. Sticker tires, brand new tires on that car. Every car here, I think, will qualify with new tires on because they run the fastest.
I'm told, by the way, that's Rick Mass' hunting face. That way the animals won't recognize him.
Oh, okay.
How about a couple of smiling faces here? Dale Earnhardt smiling for good reason. His car awfully quick in practice. And Ricky Craven, who's qualified well in his car. We'll show you what the qualifying procedure is. You watch these two guys. 1 lap, starting spots 1 through 25. Tomorrow, spots 26 through 38. 4 provisional starters based on owner points for 97. 1 possible past champions provisional. There's the qualifying track record. Ward Burton set it in the spring of 96 at 28.295. No one's going to get close today. Not to that record anyway. In the Unical Challenge to sit on the pole and winning $91,200.
Jeff Gordon does all of that. Add that million to it. Man, he's going to have a payday, isn't he?
Plus the $137 bill that Benny had down there, so that would be a good.
They'll get that too?
I doubt it.
I doubt it too.
All right, Rick Mass getting ready for qualifying. Glad to have you with us. Bill Weber, Benny Parsons, Ned Jarrett, and Jerry Punch bringing you live Mountain Dew Southern 500 qualifying.
Pretty good lap for Rick Mast on his first lap. He's the pole sitter so far since he's the first car. 29.290 seconds, 167.893 miles an hour. Now, those that were fast in practice, Jeff Gordon was the fastest at a 29.06. So just to give you an idea of what they ran in practice. Many of them would like to duplicate what they did in practice. And Rick Mast did. As a matter of fact, he hit it right on the nose. He qualified. He practiced at 29.298 and qualified at 29.2.
All right, and you mentioned practice, Ned. Bobby Labonte was second quickest in practice. He ran at 29.066, just 1/1000 slower than Jeff Gordon. And remember, he's in a Pontiac going way up toward the wall in turns 1 and 2.
But that didn't he walked to. He almost got into that wall. He was motoring when he came off of that turn 2.
Well, he didn't scrape it. He certainly scared the interstate off the right rear quarter panel of that car.
You notice how they're going high in the center of 3 and 4 and then dipping back down low as they come off the turn. And hey, he has turned himself a lap in the 28-second bracket. How about 28.815 for Bobby Labonte, 176.61.
Oh my, what an effort by Bobby Labonte.
Darlington was fun to go to back then.
Coming out of turn 4. See how close
Lots
he gets to this wall. Oh, man.
It was very nostalgic.
No room there.
That's the quickest
Had
lap
that
that they've
feel.
gotten any Winston Cup car today by far. No one had been in a 28-second bracket as the Interstate Batteries car coast down. Let's check in with a guy who's won the Winston Million before, right, Benny?
He just said, I don't know everything.
Well, every time you talk to somebody, you don't know what they're thinking.
You're thinking right now, man, that Bobby Labonte ran a good lap.
Well, and you're thinking you probably don't want to get in this 94 car.
No, that's correct. Exactly. Hey, $1 million 12 years ago, remember how it was?
Yeah, but it's hard for me to remember last race, much less 12 years ago.
But you did it.
Had a good day. But, man, competition's good. I'd say Geoff's got a good shot at it, but it's still a tough racetrack.
Can you beat him?
We'll see here in a little bit. I don't know if I can beat 81, but we'll try.
Tonja, can you beat Gordon, knock him out of the meeting?
There again, I don't know. He's been off when it comes down to the pressure.
Bill Weber?
With Rick Mast, 29-29, how was your lap?
Well, pretty good. You know, we thought we could do faster or go faster, but we couldn't. I guess I was too busy thinking turn 1 and turn 3 and all that. You know what I mean? Same racetrack, but things are kind of turned around. But I got a good race car. You know what I mean? The guys worked hard. We unloaded pretty quick. Not enough speed like we should have been, but I think we're going to be okay.
Okay, we'll see you on Sunday. Good luck.
Man, thank you.
All right, Rick Mast, third quickest. Here's Jimmy Spencer. Sterling Marlin just qualified a moment ago. He's second quickest of the 3 cars that have qualified. Jimmy Spencer, best start this year, 5th back in July at Daytona.
Travis Carter owned that
This is the same car that he made that lap up with down in out of California. Had a great top 5 finish.
Now, in the last practice, Jerry, he ran 29.31 seconds. He didn't get quite as close to that wall as Bobby Labonte did, but if he would have gotten any closer, he would have hit it.
And speaking of Bobby Labonte, let's check in there with Bill Weber.
Hey, Bobby. That was a very good lap.
Well, I knew it was, when Jimmy said it was an 80, I thought, boy, I really screwed up. It was a 29.80, but I told him, I said, I worked pretty hard for that 80, for that 29.80. I was hoping it would have been a better nap, but when he says a 28.80, I thought, man, that was pretty neat. The Interstate Pontiac ran real good. Second car out, you know, we'll just have to wait and see what happens, but it was a good lap for us, and hopefully get us a good starting spot.
All right, good luck.
Okay, thanks.
All right, that's Bobby Labonte, and he's certainly given him something to shoot at. 28.815 is his time to be exact. As the 88 car, last week's winner, and the man who has won the last 2 poles in a row here at Darlington Raceway. 7 different pole winners the last 8 races at Darlington. DJ, the only repeat pole winner, has won back-to-back poles. And, of course, he won the race here in the spring from the pole.
And he ran about 28.75 or something last year to win the pole, Jerry. And I expect he'd like to repeat that, but I doubt if he expects to.
And Ned, the fact that they sat on the pole here and dominated the race back in the spring, that car is in the truck. They didn't even put that car. This is a different car, and you got to wonder what they're thinking here. But this is the car that Dale liked. He wanted to bring here.
This is the car they ran at Indianapolis. It was a new car for there, and he really liked the feel of that car, so they brought it here. He didn't get nearly as close to the wall off turn 2 as Bobby Labonte did, and he didn't run quite as fast as Bobby did. I think he's going to be second fastest.
Labonte ran a 28.815. We'll check in with Dale Jarrett. He's in the 28-second bracket.
28.915, 170.071. That does make him second fastest of the 6 cars that have qualified.
All right. Dale Earnhardt strapping in. He's the winningest active driver at Darlington Raceway. 9 victories. He's got the hat to show it. He'll be awfully good in qualifying. We'll show you in just a moment.
Plugging my phones in.
Lowe's Chevrolet driver, rookie competitor Mike Skinner already won 2 poles in 1997, both coming at Daytona. And then he is the 6th fastest qualifier of the 6 cars that have qualified this far.
29.383 seconds, 167.362 miles an hour.
All right, 6 cars of 46 that have will attempt to qualify. Here is Michael Waltrip in the Citgo Ford, car number 21. Welcome those of you from ESPN News joining our live coverage of NASCAR Winston Cup Busch Pole qualifying for the 48th running of the Mountain Dew Southern 500. Thus far, there have been 6 cars that have attempted to qualify. Michael Waltrip on the track right now in his Citgo Ford. On the pole thus far, the pylon left top of your screen is Bobby Labonte. Thus far in qualifying, the 18 car. Dale Jarrett second quickest. Sterling Marlin is third. And just clocking in 4th quickest is Michael Waltrip with the 75 car of Rick Mast is 5th.
The scorer for that
Jimmy Spencer 6th.
21, the Wood Brothers car, was this girl Sally.
46 cars have
and
now attempted to qualify. We check in the
it's
garage
funny,
area
like
with
5
Bill
years
Weber.
later, Sally ended up being my boss in real life at another
It was pretty good.
facility.
We picked up 3/10 over
away
what
from
we was
racing.
at, and you know, I was telling somebody
Because that's the way when we raced, we were part-time, you know, just raced on the weekends. We had a full-time job as well. I know why you get burned out.
That was all we had, and hopefully we can hang on to be in the top 5, top 10. Okay, we'll see. Good luck. Thanks.
All right, on the racetrack, we're going to turn back the clock a little bit, you race fans. It says Parts America on Darrell Waltrip's car number 17, but the color scheme back to 1981 and 82 when he drove the Mountain Dew Chevrolet. Darrell Waltrip won the national title both those years, and this year he's celebrating his silver anniversary, 25 years of NASCAR competition. He's taking a look back, taking different cars from the Waltrip era.
It's already 83 degrees in Florida at 9 a.m.
He is 8th fastest of the 8 cars that have qualified thus far. 29.589 seconds for Darrell.
All right, as we check in now in the pits with Benny Parsons. BP.
This is the driver of the Skittles Pontiac. But we just talked to another guy, said he's going to drive the Pontiac next year, right?
Well, I think he's right. They've made a change, so you know, out with the old and in with the new. Or
what you going to do? Do you know?
No, not yet. We've discussed it. You know, my family, my wife and I looked at it, and you know, we're just looking at all the options that are out there. I think everybody's not really willing to talk right now in a couple of instances, so we're just going to wait and see what it brings. We'll have something though. We'll be ready to go racing.
Still got some candy?
Oh yeah, we'll get candy.
Okay, guys.
It's supposed to only have a high of 89.
Bill Elliott getting ready to qualify. We'll say goodbye to those of you from ESPN News.
But it's
we'll keep you
supposed
updated
to
on what's happening
rain.
at Darlington. Okay, Darlington, South Carolina. Awesome Bill from
Thunder
Dawsonville. He's
showers
the
at
only
2
man in
p.m.
13 years that has been able to win the Winston Million. Did it right in here in September of
Grab an
1985. And folks, you Bill Elliott fans, they tested here last week, and I'm told he is very, very good.
He's very, very good. He's close to Bobby Labonte as far as their time's concerned, Jerry, but not quite enough. Second fastest, 28.840 seconds, 175.13 miles an hour.
And look
It's a
how
good
close
storm
those
off the
speeds are.
coast.
176.61, 175.13, and now I know why Bill Elliott was telling everybody in the garage this morning that they are going to be awfully good on Sunday. Let's check in with Benny.
We're not up yet.
With
Dad,
Jarrett, you slipped
if
one to
he's
third,
there,
but
he'd
you had a
be
good
with
lap.
the 81.
Had a good lap. Car was a little bit tight,
I'm
and
with
probably my fault. I didn't
the
let him loosen it
7.
up quite enough, but definitely don't want to get loose around here. That'll get us a decent starting spot for Sunday and be on this front stretch piece, I guess it is now. Going into turn 1 that used to be 3 or whatever. Yeah, I just trying to let me know where I need to be, and you know, me and the spot are going to have to get together for Sunday, though. It's going to be a chore. Good luck. Thank you. Benny.
Jeff, how we doing?
I'm doing good. Sweating.
It is hot, isn't it?
It's pretty warm here, but we're having fun. I just watched Bill Elliott go, and he got him a Darlington stripe off that corner over here. Let's see, that was turn 2. Now it's 4.
It's 4,
Let me look. Yeah, it's painted 4 on the corner, so. But he ran pretty darn good, so I guess maybe I'll have to go out there and do the same thing. I don't know. What do you think?
Jerry Labonte just qualified 6th. Can you beat the guy on the top, Bobby Labonte?
I don't know. We're going to try. QVC 4 is running good. Had some good races here lately. Had a good run last week at Bristol.
What happened? I mean, the last 3 races, the car has been a lot better than a couple of months before. What happened?
Well, what happened was I got a couple partners, Jim Matei, John Porter. They've helped things out here, taking a load off my mind. I can get in that car and drive like a race driver again. I don't have to worry about that other stuff. That's helped a lot, but we've changed a lot with the team. People, engine program, cars are getting better. Everything's just getting a little bit better.
We'll play race car driver, okay?
Okay, thanks.
Because of all those changes was how I ended up scoring. Because the scorer also was one of the guys that left scored.
And Dick Trickle came from the back of the lead lap cars in the last 12 to 15 laps to get a great finish at Bristol, Tennessee.
And he was good in practice here today, Jerry. He was
There's a
fifth
big
fastest
storm.
in the second hour of practice. And I'm sure he's expecting a good qualifying run here. We'll see in just a moment. And he does get himself a good qualifying run. He might be 4th or 5th fastest. Looks like he's going to be 4th fastest. 169.666. Good lap. 28.984 seconds.
Well, they finishes 3rd at Bristol.
It's north
now he's
of us,
4th
so
in
that's not a
qualifying. We'll be
problem.
back with a complete rundown in just a moment. But meanwhile, we'll tell you can update everything that's happening around the motorsports world tonight at 7 o'clock Eastern time on RPM tonight. John Kernan will have NHRA U.S. Nationals qualifying. First round kart qualifying from Vancouver, and we'll update what's happening from the track Too Tough to Tame, 7 o'clock Eastern, every weeknight.
I'm just really close to the
Kodiak
coast.
Chevrolet car just making the left-hand turn back to the garage area. He's qualified that machine, Steve Grissom, in the top 10, Ned.
In ninth place, 29.304 seconds, 167.813 miles an hour. And on the racetrack right now is the car number 25, the Dodge Chevrolet of Ricky Craven. And he's going to be right in that same category of Steve Grissom, maybe a little bit slower.
All right, 11th quickest for Ricky Craven, 29.340 seconds, 167.607 miles per hour. And how about Bill with Awesome Bill? A couple of Bills.
Well, Bill Elliott, close, but I bet you're glad it's over.
Man, I wouldn't want to do that again. I mean,
the good news is you don't have to.
Well, I told Benny, you know what everybody's thinking before they think it. And I'm sure you thought the same thing from what I did. I'm glad this is one lap. I don't have to run two. But, we came over here and tested, and I feel like that helped us a lot. The racetrack is a little slicker than normal. You can run pretty good on, the first 5 or 10 laps. But things go away. But, that's just, I think, the racetrack getting a little more age on it. That's the way these particular racetracks is. And this racetrack needs a lot of grip. The Goodyear tires does a good job, but, every year asphalt gets a little older, the harder it is to get a hold of it. And for 500 miles here, it's going to be a tough Sunday afternoon.
It's going to be a hot one, too. Good luck to Bill Elliott.
All right, John Andretti in the RCA Ford. Dale Yarborough, who's won a lot of times at this racetrack over the years.
29.363 seconds, 167.476 miles an hour. Currently 12th of the 14 drivers that have qualified so far.
All right, there's a lineup pylon left side of your screen. Bobby Labonte still the one there chasing with Elliott outside of row 1. Let's check in with Benny Parsons.
And I'm with Mark Martin, the Winston Cup points leader. Has a pretty good ring to it, doesn't it?
Yeah, I like that. We got us a good lap with the Winn-Dixie car. Now if we just get one with this thing, I'll be happy. If I could get a lap close to as good with this one. This car's been working perfect, but everybody's about the same speed, so it looks like whoever gets a good lap's going to be up front.
Bobby Labonte, did the lap that he ran, did that surprise you?
Yeah, I don't see us running that fast, but we might.
We might, yeah. Did you see that little twinkle in his eye? As Dale Earnhardt takes the green flag.
All right, how about that for Mark Martin? First time atop the points since October of 1990. Dale Earnhardt, 9 Winston Cup wins at Darlington, leads all active drivers. 6 of those have come in the spring. 3 have come in the Southern 500, including his last win in 1990. The Goodrich Plus Chevrolet. We were told they were very pleased with the way the car was running in practice, but
you won't be pleased with this lap, Jerry. 29.464 seconds, 166.902 for Dale Earnhardt. That's currently 14th of the 15 cars that have qualified.
All right, so 15 cars have taken time, and Dale Earnhardt will come back, and we'll talk to him about his lap of record here at Darlington as we continue our coverage of Mountain Dew Southern 500 qualifying.
That's the big red truck.
Back at Darlington, how about the lap for Geoff Purvis in the unsponsored Chevrolet car number 12, 168.376 miles an hour. The Chevrolet owned by Larry Lockamy and Dennis Adcock. Only his second Winston Cup start of the year. They ran this car at Indianapolis in the Brickyard 400. Clocks in the top 10 at 29.206 seconds. And Ned, that car, they lost the plug out of the engine, and he backed it in the wall, and in turns 1 and 2, and they repaired it, and he puts it in the top 10.
That's an impressive run. Question about it. And here we have Robbie Gordon. He has a pole this year, won the pole in Atlanta back in March of this year. Robbie was struggling in practice this morning, and in fact in the second practice he was 30th fastest. So let's see if they've made some adjustments and maybe got him a little bit faster. Well, I don't know. He's going to be pretty far down the list. He's going to be about 15th, 29.410 seconds, 167.208 miles an hour.
We check in once again with Bill.
With Dick Trickle, 3rd last week at Bristol, fast in practice, and right now 4th in qualifying. Well done.
Well, I just got a lot of people behind me now. The Heilig Meyer group, the whole family of Heilig Meyer, all the way from the crew to the home office. We got a lot of backing and a lot of support. We're grouping this thing together, and the months and weeks roll down. I predicted we should get better and better. It's starting to show right now.
And what are you going to predict for Sunday?
Well, we're looking to bebop in the top 5, top 10, and on a given day we're going to win a race here, but hopefully we can run up in the top 5 and have a good luck day. And, I think Richard Perry said the best, sometimes better be lucky than good.
Oh, good luck at being lucky on Sunday.
Thank you.
Okay, to Benny with Kenny Schrader.
Hey, Schrader, they just handed me a note, said you won 3 poles here.
Rick
Yeah, and I just came from the
Speeding,
truck, and Andy says our car's a lot better than everybody else's.
red
and ought to run in the
car there.
70s easy.
That was
That's
the
what
year
he told me,
after
so I'm going to go make a run at it.
Yeah, but you know how these crew
Spam,
chiefs
we
are.
were there
Now,
when
you've been around
Spam
long
was
enough to know
with
these crew
them.
chiefs are.
He was talking as the team owner.
Oh, the owner. He's going to
Dad's
tell you how,
around there.
you know, how to be easy on the car.
No, man. We got to run these things fast as we can. That Skull car's been running real good here last month or so, and we got to get it running just a little bit better.
Can you do it?
Yeah, we can do it. We got to reach down and really get a good lap, but it's been right there since we unloaded. Been top 6, 7, something like that. So we'll be okay.
Okay, go get them then.
Okay, when we don't hit nothing, we'll be fine.
Don't hit nothing, whatever.
Kenny Schrader equaling his best finish of the year. He finished 6th at Bristol last week, and he's one of 11 active drivers who have won poles here at Darlington. Bill Elliott has won 5, Geoff Bodine 4, and Kenny Schrader has won 3. And we've got a candy car sighting. Derek Cope, Skittles on the racetrack. Well, actually Skittles Pontiac.
And Lake Speed just qualified right before him at 29.227, 168.255. That put Lake in the 9th position.
And how about the Bobby Labonte crew? It is ice cream time for Jan Wolf down there. No, he's not eating any ice cream. Some of the guys still munching over, watching and waiting to see if their time will hold up. They turned to 28.815 in their Pontiac, the Interstate Battery Pontiac, for the coach, Joe Gibbs. Let's see what Derek Cope can do.
Well, he clocks in 10th fastest, 29.228 seconds, 168.250 miles an hour.
And if you just joined us, we mentioned there earlier today, it was announced yesterday actually that Ernie Irvin would drive the Skittles Grand Prix in 1998. And Derek Cope has a couple options. He's weighing it as yet. They have not made a decision as to where as we check in with BP.
Diamondback is all excited, folks, because he got here and found a set of tires with 24 on them, and they gave them to you, right?
That's right. They scratched them out, but we took them, so maybe it'll be good.
What was all the secret riding on the mat?
Well, Terry Shirley and I were just going over air pressures, and it's so close. The car feels really good, but we need to pick up a little bit, so we're making a little bit of an air pressure adjustment for qualifying, and we'll see if it works.
So we're going to pump them up.
A lot of bouncing.
Yeah, we're going to pump some of them up, and a couple of them we're going to drop down.
Now, just because those guys over there are listening on these satellite dishes, you can tell us.
They're watching. I know they are. And if we don't run good, then we don't have to worry about it.
Okay, well, you let us know what you did afterwards, right?
You bet.
Bill Weber, check him out when he gets through qualifying.
All right, that's Wally Dollar in the car that qualified 3rd at Pocono. Here is Geoff Bodine, and a good lap for Geoff Bodine.
Yeah, 29.075, 169.135 puts him in there in 6th position at the moment.
And he was one of those 11 active drivers that have won poles here. In fact, Bodine has won 4 poles. Tim Brewer is the team manager. Terry Wooten, we were told, is the crew chief there. Remember Pat Tryson last week moving over. Now brother Todd Bodine will help with his organization in the Tabasco Pontiac that will run 1998. But the QVC Ford clocking in
And that's
right now
the reason it's my first race I'm scoring for Bodine, because Pat Tryson's wife was the scorer.
For Mark Martin, first time he has led points since October 21st, 1990.
Pre-transponder time.
15 top 10 finishes the last 16 races for Martin, including a 2nd place finish in Bristol, Tennessee last Saturday night.
Looked like he got off that crucial turn 2 okay, Jerry. Not quite as close to the wall as Bobby Labonte was, but he's looking good as he comes down now for the checkered flag. I don't think he did it, though. Don't believe he beat Bobby Labonte. No, he's 4th fastest. 28.949 seconds.
We're bumped to 7. I think we qualified 12th. I was looking
This is the
it up
same
earlier.
race car he used to win with at Michigan.
If I remember, I look up so many races, I might confuse
him. 4th
them.
quickest right now. Of course, if you just joined us, Bobby Labonte is our pole sitter, having clocked a 28.815 second lap in the Interstate Batteries Pontiac. There's the speeds of 170.661. Bobby Labonte, awesome Bill Elliott, Dale Jarrett, Mark Martin, and Dick Schrickle coming off that great 3rd place finish at Bristol, Tennessee, rounding out the top 5. Speaking of Bodines, here is Todd Bodine subbing for the injured David Green. Earlier you saw the incident that Green involved in the rollover at Bristol, Tennessee, where he fractured his right shoulder blade, the scapula, and he will be out this week. and be back at Richmond, Virginia. We're told that Al Schubert and some of the Carolina Panthers trainers working hard on getting David Green back in action by Richmond next Friday and Saturday night.
Well, Todd Bodine won the pole at Watkins Glen a couple of weeks ago, but he won't win the pole here today in the Caterpillar Chevrolet. 29.447 seconds, 166.998 miles an hour.
All right, so he clocks
I'll be in the chat.
in
I'm
20th
just
position.
gonna
Still Bobby Labonte
run
on
to
the
the
pole,
restroom.
but still to come, Jeff Gordon. Remember, one man, one chance, one race for $1 million. He'll qualify when we come back. And we're your home for motorsports, and there are Jeff and Brooke Gordon making a stroll down pit road. You talk about media attention this week. I mean, here's a young man, a lot of pressure, but he's very, very relaxed. Joe Nemechek walking up to wish him well. A man who's got an opportunity, the 5th time in the 13-year history of the Winston Million that a driver has a chance of winning $1 million here in the Southern 500. As we check in with Bill Weber.
And Mark Martin is down here explaining his lap, and you were pretty happy with that, huh?
Well, I'm tickled to death. That's going to get us a front stretch pit stall and a good starting spot. The car's been fast all through practice, and we've been real close. Felt like it would come down to who got the best lap. I got an awful good lap, but, you know, if I could have been a little bit luckier, I could have got even better with it. So it's real close right now, and it's going to be a good start spot.
Okay, you're 4th right now. You can't possibly be 3rd, but you could be 5th. Would you rather be 5th than 4th?
I don't think it really matters that much. I'm not too shook up about it. I'm just glad to be, I hope and expect to be in the top 10 when this thing's over with, and that's all we need to go after this thing to try to win on Sunday.
Okay, that's the Winston Cup points leader.
All right, Mark Martin. Speaking of college football, that Tiger paw on the hood of the MBNA Pontiac, that is for the Clemson Tigers, one of the top teams in the ACC this year. You'll see him on ESPN and ESPN2 throughout the season. MBNA has a credit card for the Clemson Tigers, and not a bad effort by Ward Burton, who holds a track record here in qualifying.
8th fastest at the moment, 29.08 seconds, 169.106 miles an hour.
All right, let's review the qualifying thus far. There's the Bobby Labonte Pontiac time, 170.661. I should say their speed. Bill Elliott, then Jarrett, Martin Trickle, Marlin, Jeff Bodine. There's Ward Burton's Pontiac, the MBNA Pontiac of Bill Davis, clocking in 8th quickest. Michael Waltrip and Terry Labonte. And here are a couple drivers that qualified a moment ago. Dave Marcus is Realtree Chevrolet at 166.017 miles per hour. And Jeff Green, also in the Family Channel, I should say the Cartoon Network Chevrolet, at 165.048.
Yeah, and I would say that they'd be in major jeopardy of being bumped out of the top 25 here this afternoon. In fact, we have qualified 25 cars now, so the 29 car of Jeff Green is on the bubble.
All right, Chuck Ryder owns this car. Johnny Benson, former Rookie of the Year, is the driver. And JV, having won the pole early this year for the Pennzoil colors up in Michigan, trying to get into the top 25. Now, that pylon left side of your screen shows the pole sitter, the 18 car, and the 29 car, who just got bumped off the top 25 as Benson clocks in 11th quickest.
Good lap for him, 168.671 miles an hour. That's an elapsed time of 29.155 seconds.
All right, when we come back, we'll talk to Jeff Gordon to see what he's thinking about. Right now, he looks very, very cool, calm, and relaxed. He has a shot at a cool $1 million. We'll talk to him in just a moment. So there's Jeff Gordon, who has won 2 consecutive Southern 500s, walking along, getting ready to qualify. Benny, I think, Benny, you're nearby, right, BP?
Yeah, I'm right here with Mr. Jeff Gordon. Jeff, pretty big day here.
What's that?
Pretty big day.
Well, not as big as Sunday could be, but, you know, this is the first step to it, and car was pretty good, you know, for a qualifying run earlier, and I don't think we have to worry about who gets a cloud, and it seems like it's pretty neutral from going out early to going out late, so it's just the guy that gets the most out of the car and has the right combination.
Bobby Labonte ran an awfully good lap, didn't he?
Boy, did he. You know, I'm kind of like Mark Martin. You know, I might be able to run that good, but I might not either.
Go try.
Okay, thanks, Danny. Thanks.
All right, Jeff Gordon, way to go. How about Kenny Schrader coming off that 6th place finish at Bristol, Ned? He's a 3-time pole sitter here.
Currently 5th fastest, 28.961 seconds, 169.801. So he didn't get that good lucky lap. He made a good lap, but not the one that he was looking for that would put him on the pole.
All right, Jeff Gordon going for $1 million. Actually, if he could win this race and get back in the points lead, he could end up getting closer to $2.5 million if he wins the Winston Cup title.
Here's Kenny Wallace. He won the pole last week at Bristol. The Square D Ford, number 81. Kenny was not that fast in practice today, but I don't think he was that fast last week in Bristol either till he got down to the counting time.
Boy, he got up near that the shadows moving in on the racetrack there, and you heard Jeff Gordon talk about how neutral the racetrack has been.
He's turned himself a pretty good lap. He'll get in the top 25.
Robert Yates engines in this car, number 81. Ned, you're right. Need a pretty good lap for Kenny.
Yeah, 16th fastest, 168.123 miles an hour. That's 29.250 seconds.
Now, Dad started working with that team in Bristol the week before with Newt Moore. He was giving him a hand with some of the chassis stuff.
Well, it is unusual because
I don't know how hands-on he was at other tracks, but I know that Newt and him worked well.
Clouds in the sky, but so far,
my dad had a lot of respect for him and all that. Newt was a great guy to,
track temperature, which makes a difference in the speed around the racetrack. So far, it's been very consistent.
Whoa! Boy, Lance Hooper just held on to the R&L Carriers Pontiac. What a nice job for Lance Hooper. Talking about a driver who's never been here before. He got this car qualified at Bristol, Tennessee. He's the defending NASCAR Winston West Series champion. Also the year before that won the Southwest Tour title and up into the shadows in turn 4.
That has to cost him some time, Jerry, that lap. In fact, he's over 30 seconds. He's the first driver today that we've seen go over 30 seconds, and he lost about one of those seconds, or at least 3/4 of one up there when he slid in turn 1.
Boy, not for lack of courage. So he drove it into turn 1 up against the outside and hung on. Did a nice job all the way qualified 30th. Let's look again at what happened to Lance as he took the green flag entering 1.
Okay, he goes in a little bit too low. Actually had his left wheels down too low, Jerry, and got in there too fast, got the right wheels up a little bit higher than he needed them. But he did do a great job of saving the car.
All right, let's check in to Bill Weber standing by with our 5th fastest qualifier.
That would be Kenny Schrader. You didn't hit anything. You said that would be good. That was good.
Yeah, I butchered 3 and 4 a little bit, but we didn't have a 90 or an 81 laid up in there, so we'll have a good spot for Sunday. We'll be in good shape.
Okay, that was 3 and 4 or 1 and 2?
There's only 1 3 and 4. It's down there. It's the last turns before the finish line.
Okay, well, Rick Math, well, he's easily confused, isn't he?
You got to consider the source there. That's Rick.
Have a good Sunday.
Okay.
Yeah, Rick's got his hunting face on with that little goatee kind of mustache dude that he's got. Looking pretty gnarly there, I thought, Rick Math, at the beginning of the show. Here's Wally Dallenbach.
Well, he's got himself in the top 25 here in that lap he just turned. Looks like he's down to 17th, 168, 043 miles an hour, 29.264 seconds for Wally.
All right, 31 cars have qualified. There are 46 here to qualify, including some cars back toward the back. Ernie Irvin yet to run. Rusty Wallace is back there to run. And 2 more cars to go until this guy will make it to go. There's Ed Guzzo and some of the guys that are working. Here's the car number 99. I'm told it's a brand new Ronnie Hopkins race car for the Exide Batteries team. And Jeff Burton drives this track extremely well. In fact, he's been awfully consistent this year.
He was very fast in the first practice. They had a 2-hour practice, an hour and a half practice from 11 to 12:30. Then they had another 1-hour practice from 1 to 2 o'clock. In that 1.5-hour practice, he was up there among the fastest. In that second round, he was not up near the top. So maybe they were happy with what they found in that first part and saving it to show right now. And he's in the top 25, not a threat for the pole. There she goes down the line to 11th. So not bad, 29.135 seconds, 168.787 miles an hour.
We might mention the cars that have been bumped in the top 25. Lance Hooper, Jeff Green's been bumped. The 44 car, Kyle Petty, Dave Marcus, Darrell Waltrip, Dale Earnhardt, and the 96 of Todd Bodine have been bumped. On the hot seat, the car number 40. That is Robbie Gordon, and Jeff Gordon is on the track looking for that pot of gold, $1 million up for grabs on Sunday.
And the crowd rises to their feet as he takes the green flag.
Wallace. Now Wallace, watch him in turn 3 and 4, and he's in the middle of the racetrack there.
Yeah, he's got a good line through that turn. Let's see what he does. The checkered flag wavy.
Trying to beat a 28.815. Let's see if he can do it. Can he get close?
Nope, goes on down to 6th fastest. 169.766 miles an hour. The elapsed time was 28.967.
Well, Ned, he got close to the wall, but let me show you someone who got a little bit closer. You want to see what a Darlington stripe is? Take a look at the R&L Carriers Pontiac. That's Lance Hooper's machine, folks. That is a Darlington stripe big time. Back with more NASCAR Winston Cup qualifying in just a moment. Back in Darlington, South Carolina, Bill Weber, Benny Parsons, Ned Jarrett, yours truly, Jerry Punch, bringing you live Winston Cup qualifying. And Ned Jarrett, the car number 97 was the latest car to go out and run. Chad Little.
And it's 29th fastest, 29.483 seconds, 166.794. As you saw the first 15, and here are the second 15, the way they stand right now. You can see that Mike Skinner is the guy that's on the bubble down there in 20th position. 25 drivers will earn positions. They'll be locked in this afternoon. There'll be a second round of qualifying tomorrow, and they'll have a chance to get in the top 38.
Here's Bobby Hamilton. If you just joined us, it was announced at 12:45 today that he will drive the Morgan McClure Kodak Chevrolet in 1998 as he takes over the ride, vacated by Sterling Marlin. And Sterling waiting to make his announcement as to where he will go, but I think that deal has all been etched in stone. As to who will drive for the King Richard Petty, that has not as yet been determined. We are told they still have 3 or 4 options they're weighing, and Bobby Hamilton clocks in 33rd.
Yeah, 29.694 seconds, 165.609. He's got to be disappointed with that run. Let's go to the pits and Bill Weber.
And this is young, talented Lance Hooper. Welcome to the Winston Cup Series. You have a Darlington stripe. You're official.
Lucky there. I qualified lap almost had more than Darlington stripe. It's a real tough racetrack, and you know we need to come here and test and get a little bit more seat time. But the crew's standing behind me 100%, and we still got a chance tomorrow, and we got more practice time, more ideas, and think about the track over tonight. We'll be faster tomorrow, that's for sure.
All right, good luck tomorrow then, Lance.
Thank you.
42 on the track, Jerry.
All right, front row Joe in the car. He is driving the Bell South Chevy. This exact car is the one that sat on both poles at Pocono and California this year. So we'll see if this Chevy Monte Carlo.
I'm not sure who was Joe's active crew chief at this time. It could have been Mike Borschinger, but I'm not sure.
He won't sit on the pole, Jerry, but he's in the top 25. Okay, let's see where he winds up as that thing goes down the line. They're in 15th position. 168.561, 29.174 seconds for Joe Nemechek.
And that will bump Mike Skinner from the top 25 and put the car number 98 of John Andretti on the hot seat in the top 25. 25 spots up for grabs. Rusty Wallace still waiting to run, watching the sun and hoping for a cloud. Back in a moment. Morgan Shepherd just completed his qualifying run here at Darlington, Ned, and he will be disappointed.
Yeah, not a good one. 35th fastest, 29.763 seconds, 165.225. There you see the top 15. Now the second 15 fastest qualifiers. John Andretti on the hot seat now. Ted Musgrave taking the green flag, the checkered flag, and knocking John Andretti out of the top 25.
Ted Musgrave, who finished second here in the spring, his best run ever at Darlington, and driving the same race cars. You see Morgan Shepherd's time and speed there. And Ted Musgrave does indeed get in the top 15.
12th fastest, 29.090 seconds, 169.048 miles an hour.
We check in once again with Benny Parsons.
Hey, Rusty. Darlington Southern 500. Can you do it?
I hope so. I've had second places here a couple times, and I've had a pretty good car today. It's been running pretty good in practice. I've been happy with it. Engine strong. So I got my fingers crossed right now.
What would it take to be happy in qualifying? 29, 28 something?
I like to run about a 29 flat or in the 28s. But I think if you poll all these drivers, man, they all want to be in this front straightaway. That's the big key. 28
cars in the front straightaway, so that's where you need to be.
They made 28. Last night it was 26. You pull a couple more out of your hat?
I know, just 28. That's all it is.
Really? Yeah. Well, I hope there's 28, but they told me last night 26. So are you wrong or am I right?
I don't know. We better go check.
Find that out. But anyway, I'm not going to worry about that crap. We're going to front.
All right, go to front.
Rusty never won to mince words. Indeed, he'll qualify in just a moment. Jeremy Mayfield in the Kmart Ford. Third week for the new colors. Beautiful Kmart colors on that car. Let's see how he clocks in.
I think he'll stop before we get, yeah, he did. Stop down there in 16th position. 29.171, 168.578 miles an hour for Jeremy. Not a bad run.
And then if the folks are not a NASCAR fan, what Benny's talking about is there are pits on both the front and back stretch, and everybody wants to pit on the front straightaway. There are the speeds in the top 25.
You know, something surprised me. Those three cars up at the top. In fact, Mark Martin wasn't very far down, but all of them went early. The drivers before they went out to qualify the day. Bill Elliott, in an interview earlier, if you fans have been with us all during the broadcast here, said, "Well, I got an early draw. Don't think that's going to hurt me some." Everybody thought that getting the early draw was going to hurt you. They figured it'd be hotter then, sun would be shining down on the track, cloud might come in, move over the sun, and cool it off for some other drivers. That hasn't happened. The track has stayed very consistent, and surprisingly, those three cars that are on top right now, Bobby Labonte, Bill Elliott, Dale Jarrett, 6 or 7 cars.
Exactly. They're all in the top 6, as a matter of fact, since we have 6 cars to qualify following the Brett Bodine's run. Let's see if the close call Ford can get himself in the top 25.
He does. I believe that thing will stop before it gets to the bottom once it starts. Let's see it run down the ladder here. Yeah, hey, how about that? 9th fastest for Brett Bodine.
Good effort.
29.069.
9th quickest. Sorry, didn't mean to step on you, Ned. 9th quickest for Brett Bodine, as Jeff Gordon has put himself in the top 10. He is currently 6th quickest. He's now talking to crew chief Ray Evernham about what could happen on Sunday. Back in a moment. Our speed road coverage of NASCAR Winston Cup Busch Pole qualifying is being brought to you by Valvoline Durablend, the #1 selling semi-synthetic motor oil, and by Shell, moving at the speed of life. There's Gary Bradbury, who just qualified 24th, getting that car in the top 25, the Haynes Ford. There he is right there in 24th position.
And Rick Mast is the man that's on the bubble now in 25th position, and Ernie Irvin is the man on the racetrack. Slipped a little bit coming off of turn 2. Said if you could get a lucky lap, you could be right up in there with them.
And again, Ernie Irvin has signed to go drive 1998. He said he'll finish out the year, of course, with the Haviland Ford team for Robert Yates.
Let's see where he stops down the line. He stops down there in 9th place. 169.182 miles an hour. That's 29.067 seconds.
So Robert Yates has both cars in the top 10. Dale Jarrett qualifying 3rd, Irvin qualifying 9th. We'll show you the speeds of the cars in the top 25. Again, that is Bobby Labonte at 28.815 seconds, 170.661, and indeed very, very close among the top 3 at least in qualifying.
Really only 2.5 miles an hour separates 25th and 1st. And here's a man that might jumble that up a little bit, Rusty Wallace.
Rusty Wallace and the Miller Lite Ford said he wanted to get in the top 28 or at least top 26. That is the front stretch pit. So there are pits on both the front and back straightaways here. You want to be on the front stretch if you can.
And certainly we know for a fact that if you get in the top 25 today, you will be pitting on the front stretch, whether it's 26 or 28. And then there will be 1 or 3 spots that can be earned tomorrow in the second qualifier.
So Rusty coming off that 12th place finish at the Goodies Headache Powders 500 last Saturday night in Bristol, Tennessee. Ned, how did he do?
According to my watch, he's going to be very disappointed. We'll see where that thing runs. It might just run right on off the board. See, it just keeps going, gone.
Ouch, ouch. 33rd for Rusty Wallace. Boy, what a surprise. 29.412, Ned.
167.197. Yeah, that's got to be a big disappointment.
Let's check in with Bill Weber. Bill?
Okay, Jeff, you're 6th. How was your lap?
It was pretty good. It wasn't as good as I thought it was when I crossed the line. It felt really, really good. I said, man, I think I might have a shot at it, but it was just a little bit better than what we practiced, and that's a good, solid run for us, get us in the top 10, and now we can go to work on the race.
I know that's the important part, and you're starting up front. That'll be good, trying to get into that turn 1 at the green flag.
Yeah, somebody's asked me, you know, you want to be on the outside or the inside? I said, it doesn't matter. We're going to be single file by the time we get there anyway.
So come out on the other side, right?
That's right. That's right.
Okay, Jeff, good luck Sunday.
Thanks, Bill.
All right, the car number 91 is Greg Sachs. For the second time, he's trying to drive this car number 91, the
tonight. I'm told as a sponsor, a 3-race deal with the Joe Falk-owned team. Doug Reichert has come on board as a crew chief for 3 events in a Chevrolet Monte Carlo. They're a laminate company that's sponsoring here in Richmond and New Hampshire on this car 91.
I don't think he'll stay on the pylon, Jerry. He's going to drop right on off of there. There she goes. Gone. In fact, he was 43rd fastest. 29.836 seconds, 164.821 for Greg Sachs.
43rd out of 44 cars that have qualified thus far. I'm sure they're going to try to get that car dialed in a little bit if they can and have second round qualifying tomorrow.
We've got a guy coming up now that had a super run here last year. Almost won the Mountain Dew Southern 500 and was good in practice here today.
Talking about Hut Strickland. He finished second here in the Southern 500 a year ago. He likes this racetrack at Darlington, South Carolina.
He had an overheating problem during the race. He led a good portion of it. Jeff Gordon, of course, went on to win. But Hut Strickland was strong all day long. Had to slow him a bit towards the end.
He qualified 7th here in the spring in the Trans-South 400. Is way up across the racetrack, hiding in the shadows, a circuit sitting machine. They got Billy Engel down there sort of working, helping with some experience on this team, and I think that's going to pay off, Ned.
Yeah, he's got himself a good lap. He doesn't have the pole, but that thing's not going to run far. Didn't. Down to 6th place. Bumped Jeff Gordon back 1 spot. Good lap for Hut Strickland. 169.795. That's an elapsed time of 28.962 seconds.
How about that for the Circuit City colors of Hut Strickland? Billy Engel and all the crew down there. And there's Jimmy Makar, who is the son-in-law of Mr. Ned Jarrett, married to Ned's daughter Patty, and he is the crew chief for the current pole-sitting Bobby Labonte Interstate Batteries Pontiac. He's watching anxiously as the Tide Ride comes down for the green flag.
Well, Jimmy's wife Patty's birthday on Sunday. I'm sure they'd like to win the pole here, so there's a little extra gift there for her birthday.
Nice little incentive. Happy early birthday to Patty as you watch Ricky Rudd's Tide Ride coming bound. The time to beat for Bobby Labonte, 28.815 seconds, 170.661. And Ricky is the final car to attempt to qualify. 46th and final car. We didn't get that car to top 25. Currently, Wally Dallenbach on the bubble car, 46.
He might have made the top 25, Jerry. We'll see where that little thing runs when it starts up at the top and runs down. There she goes, there she goes, there she goes. Hey, stop. Finally did. 21st fastest for Ricky Rudd. 29.205 seconds, 168.382 miles an hour.
All right, so he's 21st quickest, and now it becomes official is that Bobby Labonte has won the pole, his second pole in 1997. He had the first pole coming at Dover, Delaware, and now picks up his second pole, and a good one indeed here in the Mountain Dew Southern 500. Let's check in with Benny Parsons.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you, Benny. Appreciate that. That's the whole team did a great job. The motors are great. I mean, just the car's really good race car. We run it here in Darlington. I think we might ought to run it some more. And here at Rockingham, I'm sorry.
You noticed when I came over that you said stay away. You're a little superstitious, are you?
I tell everybody I'm not, but I guess I am.
I came over, guys, and he said, no, don't get close to me till this thing's over.
I always watch qualifying in the truck when, usually when I'm like 35th, and you always go talk to somebody, and somebody might beat them. Then it's like you're always bad luck. So I had to carry that on.
Jeff Gordon's going for $1 million, but you're thinking about winning the race?
I tell you, the Interstate Pontiac, we really need to win. We've got a good race team, and this is a racetrack we finished 5th in last year, and I think we finished 2nd the time before last fall or last spring. So we got a really good setup for this place, and Jimmy Makar and all the guys, they work real hard. Our pit stops have gotten better over the past few weeks, and they were earlier, and they just keep getting better and better. So we're just kind of trying to get up there a little bit further, and maybe this week we can get the Interstate car up front and stay there all day and see what we can have at the end.
Folks, take a look at the pole sitter for the Mountain Dew Southern 500.
There's the qualifying results. Bobby Labonte puts a Pontiac on the pole, followed by 3 Fords, Elliott Jarrett and Martin, and a Chevy from Kenny Schrader, Strickland, Jeff Gordon, Trickle, Marlin, and Irvin rounding out the top 10.
Then you have Brett Bodine, then Jeff Bodine, Ward Burton, Michael Waltrip, and Ted Musgrave.
I'll come back in here.
Next page showing you the top 25 of today, including Kenny Wallace, who was last.
Kenny Wallace made it in on the first.
25. Derek Cope is there as well.
The pole, my dad had put the shocks and springs in for that pole setup.
Kenny Wallace was the last one to get in, and all 25 of those who made the field today will pit
Like
on
I
the
said, he
front
worked
stretch.
with
There will be a
Newtmore.
couple
Newtmore
spots
was
up
the
for
crew
grabs
chief.
on the pits.
He just
and
would
we'll
have
set
my
ground ball line
advice
tomorrow.
on
There's the
certain
last car in the
things
46 that took time. Let's check in once again with Bill Weber.
to do
You
with
just
the
took a
chassis.
deep breath. Were you holding your breath?
No, I tell you, I kind of scared myself a little bit down in turn 3 and 4 now, I guess it is. I went down there and kind of jumped out of the throttle too quick, and the car got upset a little bit. But, you know, I tell you, my hat's off to all these guys that work on this Circuit City Ford. They do a great job. They worked to midnight last night, you know, on preparing this car, and, you know, we wanted to change some things. You know, we brought Bill Engel in with us, and, you know, he wanted to change some things there. And just, you know, just a really whole credit to all the crew and Ernie Elliott and his bunch and everything for doing the engines. I tell you, this team is really starting to turn a corner, I feel like, this week, and, you know, I can't wait for the race now.
Okay, that's Hut Strickland. Great qualifying run. We'll be looking for a strong race here on Sunday afternoon.
All right, big weekend action coming your way from the track Too Tough to Tame tomorrow, 5 o'clock Eastern time. Our NASCAR Busch Series coverage at Duraloop 200 on ESPN, and then coming up at 9 o'clock Eastern time on ESPN2, our NASCAR Winston Cup Happy Hour show, and then we'll turn it all over on Sunday and set the stage at 12:30 Eastern time on ESPN2 for NASCAR Today. How about the chase for the Winston Million? 1 o'clock Eastern time, our live flag-to-flag coverage. Bob Jenkins will be here, John Kernan will be here, and all of our Speed World crew, live flag-to-flag coverage. The NASCAR Winston Cup Mountain Dew Southern 500 48th edition. The question is, can this car, remember, win $1 million? One race, one man, one chance, $1 million. That's coming up Sunday at 1 o'clock Eastern time. Coming up next in its entirety, Subaru American Outback. That's coming up here in just a moment. For Ned, Benny, Bill Weber, I'm Jerry Punch, congratulating that man right there, Bobby Labonte. He's the pole sitter for the Mountain Dew Southern 500. Remember, 7 o'clock tonight, coming up RPM tonight. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports.
I didn't realize Travis Carter passed away last month. The one that owned the 23 car that Spencer drove with the camel sponsor.
Of the Mountain Dew Southern 500. The sights and sounds are familiar here. The routine doesn't change much week to week in Winston Cup. Indeed, it has not changed much since the NASCAR drivers first came here 88 green flags ago. Hello, everyone. I'm Dave Despain. We welcome you to the garage area and the familiar routine. Throughout the weekend, these crews have busted knuckles and shed buckets of sweat in the Labor Day heat, trying to get their cars just right for the big race tomorrow. Now, they are down to that final precious 1 hour of practice we know as happy hour. But there is one thing very different about this weekend's routine. One fact stands above all and truly makes this week's exercise very special indeed. Tomorrow, one guy, this guy, can win $1 million.
And that guy is Jeff Gordon. Wow. Folks, I wish you could see what I saw just a moment ago. As he goes by Kenny Schrader.
I'm looking on J-Ski just to see if there's any updates.
Do we have that? Folks, you're not going to believe it. Watch this. Turn 2. He dives under Schrader. They come off the corner side by side. And look at the 24 car go sideways. Oh, and the 33 car was there almost a crash early on in happy hour.
Wow, what a way to begin things here this afternoon. There's Jeff Gordon. He's got things straightened out now and is shooting for the $1 million Winston bonus tomorrow in the Mountain Dew Southern 500, trying to become only the second driver in history to accomplish that feat. Of course, the only other one to do that was Bill Elliott way back in 1985. Jeff Gordon will start 7th tomorrow in the race that we'll have live here on ESPN. Here it is again, BP.
Wow. How in the world did he keep? How did he save the car? 1. 2, how did he keep out of the 33 car? And $1 million on the line. If they got to go to a backup, they've got a great backup car on the truck, but yet no time on the racetrack. Wow.
Okay.
Let's get out
Okay, so this is happy hour for the same race. This is something for the million. I can't remember the format anymore. Yeah, I was just looking on J-Ski to see if there was any news or anything, but all they say is playoff changes not likely before 2027.
In the spring. And what about Bobby Labonte? Folks, only twice, count them, 1, 2, in the 88 races that have been run here over 48 years, has a Pontiac gone to victory lane, and never in the modern era. And by the way, Bobby Labonte, our pole fitter, drives a Pontiac. Tomorrow, every single one of those 55,000 seats will be full as they watch what I'm talking about, as well as guys like Dale Earnhardt. Could he get back to victory lane? What about Rusty Wallace? Starts way back to the champion provisional. Could he get his first ever win at Darlington? They all want to see that, but they also want to see possibly if Jeff Gordon can pick up that Winston million.
Remember 1 year ago when we came here for the Southern 500, it was Dale Jarrett who was going for the Winston million, and who can forget what happened to him and that line that he gave us from the car, I'm into the wall. The car got up into the wall after hitting some oil, and the effort to win $1 million was over for Dale Jarrett. Jeff Gordon is coming in after having turned a few laps. Almost got into an incident with Ken Schrader, and Dave Despain is in that garage.
Well, nobody wants to be the guy who wrecks the guy who's trying to win the $1 million, and Kenny Schrader did a pretty good job of staying out of the way. Got himself a little Darlington stripe for his trouble here. He just nicked the wall a little bit right above the right rear. They're not real concerned about any damage there, although he did white wall the tire a little bit. They brought him in for changes now. Perhaps a quick word with Andy Petrie. He's on the radio to Kenny. What's the car want here in happy hour?
Well, it looks like it's going to want some straight fenders to start with. We're going to work on that right now and see if we can get it a little bit tighter. We're a little bit loose out there a while ago.
Any harm here other than the cosmetic?
Well, it might have been trailing arm a little bit, but we can get through the practice like it is.
They're qualified very well. They'll go from 5th tomorrow. Schrader with a Darlington stripe early in happy hour.
Now we see the hammer on the inside.
The update on Stuart Friesen is actually 2 days old now, but
aerodynamics is concerned.
on J-Ski it said that he had the multi-hour surgery and it went well, he slept well, and then they're talking about physical therapy. There may be more updates.
Well, it doesn't look like there's any beating and banging on the Gordon car. He's pulled back into the garage area, and the debriefing is going on there, but his car looks pretty clean. Maybe a little bit of damage there. Jerry, what's the situation?
You know, Bob, I've been impressed all weekend about how relaxed and how composed Jeff Gordon is, and what Jeff's doing right now with his hand signals and explaining to Ray Evernham.
I remember the Winston million,
what Ray didn't want to see a moment ago.
Now
but all
what
of you at
this
home saw
million
was that
was.
close call with Kenny Schrader's car number 33. Jeff Gordon wasn't upset, wasn't confused,
Was it a
or wasn't
trifecta
concerned
type
really when he
thing?
came
I
back on the
forget.
pit road a moment ago. He just very calmly took the helmet off and now has begun to talk to Ray Evernham about the race car. His concern is not what has happened a few minutes ago, but what will happen tomorrow here at 1 o'clock. Can he become the second driver ever to win the Winston million? 4 others have had a shot. Only one has been able to do it. That, of course, Bill Elliott back in 1985. And now the Rainbow Warriors will go to work on this car. They're going to make a slight adjustment in the front of the car. Possibly a shock change to get the car to turn a little better in the middle of the corner. That's what Gordon was talking about a moment ago. When someone does slide up, I've got to be able to get the car to turn and be able to stay in the throttle. And they're going to pull out Gordon's front fender now to try to get a little more downforce. As we showed you that mark from Kenny Schrader's car, you see the mark on the right front fender. That's where the tire mark was on this brand new Chevrolet Monte Carlo. And now Patrick and the guys here, the Rainbow Warriors, will go to work. They will take the right front tire off so they can take a look at the fender inside and make sure the fender supports are not bent or buckled or possibly one broken loose. As they pull the right front tire off, everything very, very meticulous, very, very purposeful in their movements, knowing that so much rides on what happens
happens tomorrow. And guys, not just the Winston Million, but if you chase points and win this,
it's amazing how everyone had their specific
because it's $1 million to win the Winston bonus and $1.5 million to win it when the season is over.
The punch
yeah, he's second in points after the results last weekend.
Well,
maybe this is an omen. Maybe he has dodged a major bullet already and won't have any the rest of the weekend. But boy, look at this. It was close just a few minutes ago with Ken Schrader as the cars came off of corner number 2 and headed down the backstretch. Jeff Gordon trying to win the million, but he's also trying to become the first driver in history to win 3 Southern 500s in a row. There have been 6, including himself, that have won 2 in a row. Back with more Happy Hour from Darlington in a moment. The Pennzoil Copter Cam, you can see the layout of this racetrack. More obvious, at least to us from a naked eye, that this is definitely an egg-shaped racetrack here. Well, no matter what shape it is, Jeff Gordon tries to come home a winner tomorrow. Jerry Punch is with him.
Well, Jeff Gordon, you've dodged one bullet. That was a little bit of a close call out there between you and Kenny Schrader.
Yeah, that was what we call a big save. Yeah, I run up on Kenny. I had a little bit fresher tires, and I got underneath him once and won it too, and he fought me, and then I had a run on him right there, and we raced pretty hard off of 2. I guess that's what's going to be like tomorrow. So it got pretty exciting there for a second.
You look so composed, so relaxed. Is
how
that
sweaty he is.
Are you
It's so
turning inside?
stinking hot at Darlington.
You know, we're really looking at this like
That
every race,
and
and there's always pressure every single weekend to try to win, especially when you're in a championship battle. And you know, when you got a team in a race car like this, you always try to go out there and win. So you know, we're just trying to be ourselves and just do whatever we can, work as hard as we can, and Ray and I are trying to communicate as well as we can to get this car as fast as we possibly can for tomorrow.
All right, Jeff Gordon talks about the pressure that's here each and every week, but there is comfort in knowing he has the kind of team he has in the Rainbow Warriors and Ray Evernham and this Hendrick Motorsports team. Well, what about Dale Jarrett? What's DJ's situation, Double D?
One of the crew guys, as they garage right next door to Gordon, looked over across the way earlier today and grinned and said, "Been there, done that," referring to last year's effort by DJ to win the $1 million. Their happy hour, they expect to be a busy one, even though the car is qualified 3rd and was pretty good this morning. Right now they're doing the routine engine tune check to make sure they've got the mixture right here in the Darlington heat. Dale told him the car wasn't quite what he was looking for, although we understand he has logged the 2nd quickest lap thus far in happy hour. They say 5 minutes before the end of practice, they'll find exactly what they're looking for. If not, Todd Parrott will lay all the notes out on the hotel room floor, and he'll find it tonight.
I know one of them,
It's a good
Charlotte.
race car. It's the 2nd race. It
Maybe
debuted
Talladega,
in Indy, a fuel
Charlotte,
stop tonight,
and
and the victory
Darlington.
there. When they took this car to Indianapolis and tested it, they took last year's Indianapolis winner with them for a baseline. First lap off the truck, this car was 0.7 of a second quicker. It is the brother to the Bristol winner last week. This is a good race car. Back to Jerry.
Let me show you a little piece of sheet metal. Doesn't look like it's been painted with Rainbow Warriors colors, because it hasn't been, folks. Even though you're trying to win a Winston Million, trying to win a championship, they don't cut anybody slack at NASCAR. When you come through inspection, they said that the car fit the templates, but they didn't like the way the C-pillar, this pillar right here, looked. And so they made the team add that little segment of sheet metal on the side of the car. He said you're possibly gaining some downforce because of the way you had formed the C-pillar. Ray Evernham said, hey guys, we fit every single template NASCAR's got, but still NASCAR said, nope, it's not good enough. You got to put the plate on there, and that's indeed what they have done. Is now Jeff Gordon heads back with a little silver plate, maybe a silver lining that could go.
To be honest, that looks like it would be better downforce.
A little bit of damage there on the right front of the car as a result of that incident with Schrader. Speaking of colors, here's some new colors for Darrell Waltrip, looking very much like the old Mountain Dew car that he used to drive.
Looks exactly like that Mountain Dew car. This is celebrating his 25th anniversary in NASCAR with Jeff Racing. He has had some paint jobs of his previous cars this year, and this goes back to where, Ned? The early 80s.
He won championship, at least one championship with the Mountain Dew colors, and they thought since this was a Mountain Dew Southern 500, it'd be a good time to bring it back and make it look like that.
Our big day tomorrow begins with coverage of NASCAR today at 12:30 Eastern Time here on ESPN2, and then at 1 o'clock Eastern Time over on the main network, it's the Mountain Dew Southern 500, Jeff Gordon's attempt to win the Winston Million. Back in a moment. looks like there may be some rainy weather coming in as we take a look from the Pennzoil copter cam. It's been cloudy all afternoon, but now the copter cam shows us that these clouds are a little bit darker than they have been, and so we hope we can get this happy hour in its entirety. On the racetrack, we're riding with Jeff Gordon, and look who's up ahead.
What did Yogi say? It's deja vu all over again.
Yeah, he was about 15, 20 car lengths behind him in 2 laps, has caught him again. Is he going to try to pass him again? Yeah, he's going to try to pass him.
It was a bonus awarded to drivers who won 3 of the 4 crown jewel races in a single season between 1985 and 1997. The 4 races were Daytona 500, the Winston 500, now known as the Talladega 500, the World 600, now known as the Coke 600, or, you know, Charlotte, and the Southern 500,
back in the Interstate Batteries Pontiac
which is
and
Darlington.
Back in.
Only 2 drivers achieved this feat, Bill Elliott in 85 and Gordon in 97. So that is a spoiler alert for the next race.
To go fast for a long
So
period of time.
Gordon
and,
fans
we're trying to make it
will
that
be
right
happy.
now, but you know, hey, we just got to do the best we can to get it right. Yesterday was yesterday, and tomorrow is tomorrow, so we'll try to make it right for 500 miles, hopefully.
What about all the shock changes we're seeing, Bobby? A lot of guys throwing shocks now. The track, how much has it changed?
I had a feeling it was some
hadn't really
sort of a
changed a whole lot from
trifecta.
yesterday to today, but we just didn't run long runs yesterday, so today we're finding that out a lot.
All right, we'll let Bobby Lamonte get his helmet back on. A little concerned about some weather moving in down here. Bobby Lamonte wants to get back out. Jimmy Maycar has just put 2 new front-end shocks on this car number 18. By the way, as I told you, a Pontiac has not won here in the modern era, dating back to 1972. In fact, the last time a Pontiac won was 1963. Double D?
Yesterday was yesterday, and an
I've
hour
worked
ago was
with
an hour ago.
Pontiac
You didn't get a lot of
in
time to
IMSA.
celebrate
And
in this business, and
I
so
believe
Jeff
on the
Burton has
engine
to
side
not
we
even
did
change
some
clothes before he
testing
jumps
for
in 99
actually
after
the
winning the Busch
43
race here
with this
to go out and try to get this car right for
Some
tomorrow.
famous
What does this
guy
car need right
in
now?
a petty
Well,
blue car.
the weather's changed quite a bit since this morning. That car's loud. Huh?
80,
the sun's gone behind the clouds. It's cooled down a lot. So I think everybody's tight. We're tight. This morning I thought my car was really good. Now I'm too tight. So there's always a balance. The weather always throws a hitch into things. We need to decide what we think the racetrack's going to do tomorrow. Make changes on the car today to try to learn what changes we can make to make the car better during the race. But if it comes out tomorrow and it's sunny like I think it's going to be, you can forget today's setup because it won't work.
The obvious question about today's race compared to tomorrow, and the old one about whether you pick up anything in the Busch race that applies to the Sunday competition.
Well, I picked up 147 laps of experience, and for a guy that, you know, only 30 years old, been doing this a long time, that's big for me. As far as the technical side of things, the wheelbase is short on the Busch car. It has a lot less horsepower and a lot less downforce, so it's kind of hard to trade that information.
Most of the focus right now seems to be under the hood. What are they doing to the car before you
This
go back
is
out?
1997
we put a set
Darlington
of tires on it.
happy hour.
Goodyears don't last real long in Darlington. It's real abrasive. Darlington just eats tires up. We'll put a set of tires on it. We made an adjustment to the chassis, and we'll put spark plugs in it so that we can get a clean cut this next run, and Jack Roush can look at the plugs and tell us what to do to the motor.
Hey, man, thanks for the time. We'll let you go to work. Remember, tires. Throughout this garage area, crew after crew will tell you tire management is the key to victory at Darlington.
Very impressive win for Jeff Burton in the Busch Series race here at Darlington earlier today. His best finish in the NASCAR Winston Cup competition was here in March. He finished 4th. Jerry, what's going on here?
Well, they're not loafing, guys. They are designated leaners. They are supposed to lean on the back of the car, which lifts the front end of the car up so it can take the pressure off the spring buckets. We'll come toward the front. We'll have Corky Corcoran.
Happy hour if no one's on top of the trailer, I'd be up there, but mostly the Gucci's go up there, so if they're up there, I usually go to pit road.
The back of the car down and the front of the car up, which takes the pressure off, and now they're trying to pull a spring out of the bucket. And as you heard Mark Martin's teammate Jeff Burton tell Dave Despayne a moment ago, the track has changed considerably.
Out of the
with the
garage
old
area
spring and in with the new, as they will make a spring adjustment here. Let me
to
ask
the hot pit
Jimmy Fairey is getting here working on the car. Jimmy, you're just making one spring
like
change?
maybe sitting on the pit wall before any
just
of
one
the
change
stalls.
right now, just left front spring. It's pretty neutral, but we're looking for a
Or
little bit
I would
more.
sit in
How much did the track change? Obviously, I heard Mark was pretty happy with the car.
a stall
Yeah,
of somebody
Mark
I
was,
knew, but that would
a little
usually
loose in the
be
bush
like,
race, so we adjusted this one to tighten it up, and he seems pretty happy right now.
Ordinarily, when the driver isn't real happy, he's standing by the windshield or by the door waiting
Usually
to get in. If you
best
look
to
around,
be
you don't
like
see Mark
where
Martin anywhere. He
nobody's
has
in
gone
a
up
stall.
to watch practice while they work on the race car. He was very happy with the way the car rolled off the truck yesterday in qualifying and has been very pleased, except for the car being a tick loose here early in happy hour.
Well, BP, if you could get a job as a designated leaner, they wouldn't need the other three
what
people
I like
there,
to
huh?
do during happy hour is actually just sit there with my own personal stopwatch and time certain people.
You know, those guys will go across the wall on the 88
They didn't
car,
have
Jared's
the
car. I mean,
telemetry
they're
on your
man-sized,
phone
like
back
me.
then.
As a matter of fact, they average about 230. The guys across the wall average about 230.
I couldn't resist it. Let's take a look at the grid for tomorrow. Bill Elliott starts on the outside of the front row, then Jared and Martin. As you look back through the field, you'll notice that the Bodine brothers
Pretty
will
good
start
memory.
in row
Bodine
number
is
6.
starting 12.
Ward
That'll be the
starting
car
13,
I will
followed by
score
Michael Waltrip and Ted
for the
Musgrave.
first time that
Musgrave,
season.
of course, finished second here in
Because
the
of all
spring.
their
There's Steve Jeff Burke
employee
starts in the 16th
changes
position.
and all that.
Front row Joe
They
starts
asked me to
20th tomorrow.
score.
Joe Nemechek.
Last week's pole sitter Kenny Walsh will start 25th.
And then the remainder of the starting lineup, the 39th, 40th, 41st, and 42nd starters took provisionals to get in. Rusty Wallace took the previous champions provisional and will start 33rd.
And Dad
three
would be
drivers
probably
went
working with
home.
Kenny Wallace.
Dave Marcus missed his 5th straight race.
Is
Greg
my
Sachs
guess.
also heads for home, as does
Or
Morgan
at least
Shepherd
hanging out
in the
there.
77 car.
He would be
Happy
hired
hour
race per
continues
race
here
or
at
whatever.
Darlington Raceway in South Carolina with some dark
that
clouds
season.
overhead. Back in a moment. On RPM tonight,
So
and of course,
97
at
he
7
jumped
o'clock
around
Monday
quite a
through
bit.
Friday, you can also catch
To
RPM
different
tonight with your
teams,
host,
kind of like a
John
suitcase chick.
Curtin. In the garage area, work continues. Dave Despain is right there.
Geoff Bodine's team just wrapping up a gear change here. Rear differential has been swapped out. I think we may lose the opportunity to talk to Geoff here. It was his team manager who told me earlier today, your Goodyear tires are the 4 best friends you got, and in racing, you sure got to take care of your tires. I think we can do this quick. Man, you got raced your brains out last week at Bristol. You got some energy left for today?
Oh, yeah, a lot of energy left. This car's running really good. Just making some little adjustments, but hey, you want to take it out for a spin?
No, that's okay. You're doing a great job. You stick to your work. I'll stick to my work. I will tell you that what this team is looking for. Wait a minute. He's firing it up. He had something else to say, but more urgent things prevail. What they want here is a balanced race car. You don't want to push the front end going into the corner. You don't want to slide the tail coming off, because if you do either of those things, you're going to burn up your best friends. You're going to hurt your tires. This car, by the way, is the one that Bodine took from 17th to 11th in that impressive, very late race charge up at Michigan. Jerry.
All right, Hut Strickland just getting buttoned back up here in the Circuit City Ford Thunderbird. What about a qualifying effort for Hut Strickland? Not a surprise. He qualified.
Happy hour is always so fun.
We're going to talk to Hut, but he's fired it up to head back out.
So much going on. It was
made
like
a sharp
busy.
change a moment ago. If you just joined us, Billy Engel is on board for the next 3 or 4 races as a tryout and team manager. They qualified 6th here. And guys, remember last September, the great effort Hut put in the Circuit City car? He finished 2nd, but had a heck of a shot at winning the Southern 500.
Yeah, you always got to ask yourself, what if he didn't suffer those overheating problems last year, and what might have happened? Might he have won?
Check this out with Hut Strickland. We see he went out and ran 3 laps. The fastest was 159.4. Came in the garage here, spent 8 minutes. He goes back out, and his fastest lap was 157.2. That's because the tires, as they get laps on them, they start slowing down. Lap 5, which is the 3rd time out, he ran 5 laps. This is the most impressive thing. I would say that the same tires are on the car, and he ran just a little bit faster. So it looks like they did improve that number 8 car that 3rd time out.
And Hut has qualified for 6th position tomorrow. Here is Michael Waltrip in the Citgo Ford.
You can see he has to turn that steering wheel quite a bit, Bob, as he comes off of turn 4 and down the front straightaway here. Now he's heading into turn 1. Gets him a grip. Goes in there. slides up next to the wall, or sort of drives up there. Now we can't see that, but we know that's what he's doing. Coming off of turn 2. Then he gets to go straight for a little bit. Down into turn 3. He has to cut the wheel quite a bit. This is a sharper corner than is turns 1 and 2.
That button we see by his left hand is the button for the radio. He would talk to the crew if he wanted to talk. He would press that button, talk to the crew. Not a lot of effort there. You know, he doesn't really move that wheel back and forth like you think he would. That's good news, I would think.
These are all kind of like your Gen 4 on the iRacing sim. They sound the same in everything.
Relaxation for you, though, is there, in elapsed time?
No, we saw Hut Strickland averaging about 157 miles per hour right now. The 21 car is running probably 165, 170 as he goes down in this corner.
His average lap speed was 159.8, which is a pretty good lap after, I don't know how many laps he's got on those tires.
Well, the dark clouds continue to gather, and some of them are rolling over the raceway. But right now, we don't have any rain in the immediate area. Let's hope it stays away. It's supposed to be nice here tomorrow. Jerry?
The guy you're looking at right there with the Elliott car number 94 uniform on, you wonder why he's collaborating with the guys here in the Hut Strickland pits. Well, he's not a turncoat. That's Russ Bales, who does work for Bill Elliott, primarily works with Ron Barfield, Elliott's Busch Grand National driver. Why is he here with Hut Strickland? Well, Hut Strickland and these guys are now running Ernie Elliott Motor, so he is here to look after the engine, as Russ now is talking to some of the guys here in the Circuit City pits, and that's one of the reasons this car qualified so well. So Ernie Elliott Motors qualifying 2nd and 6th here in the Southern 500. We go back to Dave Despain.
And another gear change. Kenny Wallace getting a new rear end combination here under the Square D number 81. That's a pretty major change to make during happy hour. So the question, why do it now?
Well, the reason we want to change the gear now, we're going to lose a little bit of time here in a happy hour, but you know, you don't want to put a new gear in right before the race tomorrow. I mean, we do it a lot, but the car's handling really good. I was after behind Ricky Craven, and I ran the bottom side of 1 and 2 really good, but I couldn't get up underneath of him because the top side's a little bit quicker, so a little more gear to pull me up out of that hole off the 2.
And you said the racetrack is slower than it was. With it cooling off, that seems the opposite of what we might expect.
Well, it's back to the old Darlington. You know, we get around the southeast here, the paving's a little bit different. Benny and everybody up there in the booth, they know the track's getting wider. The new paving is about gone here. So it's getting slippery. It's getting back to the old Harry Gant days.
All right, he was last week's pole sitter. He'll roll off 25th tomorrow with the new rear end in place on number 81.
And in this session, he's turned in the 14th fastest speed, 161.169. By
changing that gear, they're able to turn the engine a few more RPMs or a few less RPMs. And the more RPMs, basically, that you turn, as Kenny Wall said, as you come up off the corner, the more RPMs, the more acceleration, the more power you have to try to pass someone off the corner.
But if that track gets real slick like he's talking about, sometimes that can work against you. Exactly. Put more power to the wheels.
We'll be back with more coverage from Darlington Raceway in South Carolina of Happy Hour prior to tomorrow's Mountain Dew Southern 500.
The film you put in the camcorder, where do you get that developed?
All right, first I want to hook up my VCR to my TV.
I'm looking for a washing machine that can handle my delicates.
Then I want to hook up my TV to my stereo.
Trilingual on-screen display?
Then I want to hook up my VCR, my TV, my stereo to a satellite dish.
I can't even understand the English on-screen display.
But the satellite dish is on my neighbor's roof.
Circuit City, experts in every department, low prices all over the store.
Your heart pounds. Your head rings. Your palms sweat. Imagine how the drivers feel. CART, Championship Auto Racing Teams. Feel the speed.
Split-fire spark plugs are performance.
With Split-Fire, it's money-back guaranteed performance. And guaranteed performance has made Split-Fire a winner around the world. Now we're ready for you with the biggest savings ever. Hurry.
With Mark Martin, who's the points leader going into tomorrow's Mountain Dew Southern 500, on top of the points for the first time since October of 1990. NFL Prime Monday at
You
7:30
got to
Eastern
see
on
a bonus
ESPN.
of
90
the
minutes of the most
cart
informative news, results, and injury reports from Week 1 of the NFL season. And then after that, ABC's Monday Night Football features live at 9 o'clock Eastern Time, the Bears against the Packers.
Blueberries.
On the racetrack, there is Mark Martin, who is 10th fast in this session at 161.5. And in the last 6 races, Mark Martin has the best average finish, 4th, and accumulated the most points, 980. And so he has some definite momentum going. Oh, and Ricky Craven has hit the wall in turn 2.
Oh, God, in practice, that
heavy
sucks.
damage to the Budweiser Chevy.
Well,
this racetrack is treacherous.
They have not put the red or the caution flag out. He got down out of the groove pretty quickly.
Yeah, he's on the apron of the racetrack over between turns 3 and 4 now. Coming in to the garage area, but Ricky Craven has hit the second turn wall a ton. And that's in the same area of the track that Schrader and Gordon had a little incident. Here it is.
Okay, Mark Martin was up under him there, and wow, Ricky just slid right on the fair. Mark didn't like much of it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I think that Ricky got the right sides in the debris, the rubber that accumulates up there, and once he got his right sides there, the car just simply would not turn, and it carried it right into the wall.
Watch and listen. Of the Budweiser Chevy is flattened.
I would say that that would be a candidate for a backup car. It had to have bent at least steering parts and maybe the frame too.
Now you're riding along with Jeff Gordon, and this could have very easily have happened to Jeff Gordon earlier in our telecast. Just when we came on the air, this is what happened with Ken Schrader.
Same exact thing, only this time it was the car on the inside. Gordon, it gets sideways and comes up, just touches the 33 car, just barely touched the left rear tire, enough to put a tire mark on the 24 car.
And from the Pennzoil copter cam, now we'll take another look at this.
You can see Mark Martin in the 6 down on the inside. Gets awfully close there, but Benny, I think you're right. I think Ricky Craven got his right wheels up in some loose stuff coming off the turn, just slid him right into the wall.
Well, he was scheduled to start 31st in the Southern 500 tomorrow, and boy, he's got some extensive damage there on the right side. The question is he going to be able to drive that car? Will he have to go to a backup?
Well, he's going to definitely have to go to a backup. It looks like that. It looks like he might have cut his lip.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not happy camper.
No, he isn't.
That's too bad.
Well, certainly not a happy hour for Ricky Craven, who flattens the right side of his car. But there'll be more action when we return to Darlington.
If you're a real
car is being unloaded. That's the reason why.
See Gary Nelson walking alongside as the fellows get the car back off. This is Gary Nelson here, this gentleman. Competition director for the NASCAR Winston Cup.
Now, what work have they got ahead of them?
Depends on how well prepared this car is. Now, at a track like this, I would say that they got an engine in it and probably got it pretty well set up for this racetrack. In past years, we've seen that they didn't even have engines in backup cars, but I would guess that they probably have this car pretty well ready to go.
Now, the car has to go through a NASCAR inspection, but I would guess that they would waive that if these fellows can get out in the time remaining and make a couple of laps in this car. They probably would waive the inspection until they run those laps. But after that's over, they will have to definitely go through a NASCAR inspection.
While that work goes on in the garage area, we'll go back to the racetrack and see what's going on. The 99 car of Jeff Burton has just turned the fastest lap of this happy hour at 162.872.
Well, they said there in the interview a little bit ago that they were bolting new tires on him. Boy, that picks those speeds up dramatically.
And as we look at the top 15 speeds in the session, you'll notice that the second quick belongs to Robbie Gordon. Now, Robbie had the fastest practice lap this morning before the second round of qualifying. Let's go to Jerry Punch.
Well, Robbie starts 34th tomorrow, but Robbie, we're just looking at the speeds this morning in that session, and right now you are among the top 2 in both sessions. How can the car be so iffy in qualifying and be so good on race setup?
We felt we had a better car for today to qualify, but we're a little worried if I made one little mistake or the car stepped out, we wouldn't get in the show with our provisionals. So we figured we'd go conservative and stay where we were yesterday.
As someone who's come in new here at Darlington this year, what about this racetrack? How tough is it for a driver to come in and adapt to?
Well, with this racetrack, it's a completely different groove than you would normally think. You know, the track is very difficult. It's very slick right now. A lot of cars are sliding around. We're just trying to get as much grip as possible for the long run for the race.
All right, Robbie Gordon getting ready to go back out. This car, they've been making a few adjustments here. A lot of drivers down here complaining that their cars are slipping and sliding. Dick Trickle came in and said, this car's so slick I can't even hang on to it, as Geoff Gordon has made his adjustments, and he heads back out on the racetrack. And hopefully a lot of guys will have a few more minutes to get the cars dialed in for tomorrow.
Folks, you see this little hook right there? You know what that's for, Bob?
Nope.
That's to hang his helmet. That's a hat rack.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. When he gets out of the car and someplace to hang the helmet, if they lay it on the ground, on the floorboard of the car as they drive the car around, it rolls around and gets scratched up. So that's the hat rack.
I'll be darned.
Costs too much to paint this thing, too much trouble to paint them up to get them all scratched up.
Exactly. Used to, you just throw them on the floorboard of the car and they get all scratched up, but they're all white. Back the helmets 20 years ago were all white. Now they're all multicolored like Geoff Gordon's.
Yep.
Geoff Gordon just passed Jeff Burton going into turn 1. Jeff Burton right on his back bumper as we ride with Gordon coming off of turn 2.
Well, that wall looks awfully close to him off that turn 2, doesn't it?
It looked that way when he was behind the wheel too, didn't it?
Here's a summary of what Jeff Gordon has been doing the last few minutes.
And once again, that first time out was on good tires and ran 161.8, average 159. The next time out, he ran 10 laps, and you see the fast lap was 160. That's when the tires were cold. The average only 155. And then the third time out, average, the fastest lap 158. So you see the tires each time out are getting a little bit slower, a little bit slower. Although the average, the third time out at 156.8 was pretty impressive.
And he's now back up to 8th overall with a 161.8 that was just turned in. So probably got new tires on it this time.
The way he's driving around the racetrack, I don't think so. But with new tires, he'd be able to stay on the bottom of the racetrack a little bit better. This way, with the used tires, he goes in the corner and drifts up. That's usually a sign the tires getting some laps on them.
Tomorrow, Jeff Gordon will go for the Winston Million. Our coverage begins with NASCAR today at 12:30 Eastern here on the Deuce, and then the race itself at 1 o'clock Eastern on ESPN.
I'm eating my blueberries. It's better than sitting with chips.
There in the corner, as we saw from his
love
onboard
blueberries.
camera.
One of my favorites.
And here is Dale Jarrett, who last year at this time was preparing himself to go for the Winston Million. And another guy who was in this situation a few years ago is Darrell Waltrip. Dave?
You're standing here looking at these rain clouds saying, well, these bring back a lot of memories of my Southern 500 win. Of course, he didn't win the one that was worth $1 million. And this paint job brings back some terrific memories. First 2 years with Junior Johnson, 24 race wins, 2 championships, just like old times, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, it must have been a lot longer than I thought it was, because I've had a lot of people come up to me and say, hey, Darrell, why'd you paint your car so ugly green for? But it means a lot to me, and it means a lot to the folks that were around back in 81 and 82, and we're having a lot of fun with these paint jobs. This really brings back memories, and maybe, it's the Southern 500. We got a young kid going for the $1 million again. Last time I won here in 92, we had a young kid going for the $1 million, and I kind of kept him from getting it. I'd hate to do that to old Jeffy, but I'd do it if I could.
Well, of course, that kid was Davey Allison. What I want to ask you about is the advice you would have for Jeff Gordon. It's the been there, done that thing. You've been down this road. What should he do tomorrow to fatten that bank account?
Remember, this is not the spring race. I've won the spring race a lot, 4 or 5 times. This is a Southern 500. This racetrack is totally different than it was here in the spring. You got to run this race. I had this race won several times. 50 laps to go, had a lap on David Pearson and got exuberant and drove my car into the wall, and Pearson won the race. So you got to stay out of the wall. You got to race when the time comes, and don't do anything stupid to cost yourself a cool $1 million.
There it comes from the guy who had his shot at the million. Didn't win it that day, but he sure won a bunch with the green and white. What's that?
I might get a shot again. You never know. I'm getting a little loosened up here, you know.
You ready to rock and roll tomorrow?
I got a great car I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I know I start way back, but that's okay. One other thing, let me tell you real quick. Some of the guys that worked on this car, they came over and they looked at me and they said, this car never started that far back.
Ooh, low blow. 38th for the record, but the last guy to get in on time. He didn't have to take that provisional. He raced his way in.
Bumped into the race.
Bumped into the race, and it'll be here tomorrow.
Jeff Gordon will be the 5th driver that will have a chance for $1 million. The results of the other 4, well, of course, Elliott did win it back in '85. Darrell finished 22nd the year that he had his chance. Davey Allison 5th, and Dale Jarrett finished 14th last year when he had the chance at the Winston Million. Happy hour is over, and it's because of rain. So the red flag has been displayed and everybody has come in, and that will do it as far as practice is concerned. But we have a little bit more time remaining, so we're going to stay right here and cover what's going on everywhere in the garage area and everywhere else. So we'll be back with that in just a moment to Darlington.
It's the Move 'em Out Giant Clearance Sale now at your Yamaha Watercraft dealer. We're moving out our remaining 97 watercraft with cash incentives worth up to $1,500. We're making room for the 98s by slashing
Guaranteed performance.
Happy hour here at Darlington. We go down to Dr. Jerry Punch.
Well, the top of the car says David Green, but who is this cat driving this car? It says Stanley on the uniform. That's not his name. That's his Bush sponsor. We're talking about Todd Bodine. Todd, subbing for David Green. First of all, how is David's car running here in this session?
Actually, we weren't that bad. We've struggled all week with it. It's a different type of geometry in the front end than what I'm used to, and it's taken a lot of getting used to. We've had to change things from the way they do it to make me a little more comfortable. We finally got it to where it drives good. It's responded to changes, and I think the last run there on our old tires, we were pretty good. I don't think we were the best, but I think we were better than what we qualified.
David and Buzz McCall said you were obviously the #1 choice to put in this car because they knew that you could get the job done. You've run well here at Darlington. In fact, had a top 5 finish in the spring race a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I've always run good at Darlington. In my very first racer, I finished 5th in a Busch car, and it's been great ever since. And I don't know what it is about this place. It's a tough little track, and I just like it. I get around good. You know, we ran good today in the Stanley Pontiac. Unfortunately, there at the end, we had a right rear tire go bad on us, and the car got real loose. But, you know, we ended up 8th and gained some points on Randy. That's what we got to do every week is try to gain some points on Randy, and that's what we did today. And hopefully tomorrow we can keep this cat car up front and gain some points for Buzz and try to get him back up in owner points.
All right, he's looking for a championship in the Busch Grand National Series, now subbing for Winston Cup competitor David Green. But what about the Winston Cup Championship, Dave, and what about that Winston Million?
Well, this guy knows what it's like to win both of them. It was really the million that put Bill Elliott on the map, wasn't it, that made him $1 million Bill. Awesome Bill from Dawsonville. That was ancient history. Tomorrow you start from the outside pole, and you can kind of steal the other guy's $1 million. Have you got a car to win this race?
Well, you know, we've been running awful well here the last several races, but, you know, Geoff's been awful good here also. You know, I don't know. He's probably got a good shot as anybody to win this deal, but there's a lot of good running race cars out there right now.
In 1985, this guy was the story. $1 million was more money back then, and that helped launch Bill into the middle of corporate America. He now drives for one of the biggest marketing powerhouses anywhere in the world. Since then, in 12 years, a lot of people have discovered NASCAR. A lot more people are going to know it tomorrow if Jeff Gordon can bring home $1 million.
Well, folks, the eyes of the sports world will be focused here tomorrow, and you can also focus your eyes on everything that happens at Darlington tomorrow. We'll begin it with NASCAR today at 12:30 Eastern Time here on the Deuce, and then the Mountain Dew Southern 500, and Jeff Gordon's opportunity to win the Winston Million begins at 1 o'clock Eastern Time here on ESPN. Let's
Grand Marshal David Norman. Gentlemen, start your engine!
Bill back in '85 when he won the Winston Million right here at Darlington. A win today for Bill could be worth more than money could buy. He hasn't won since this race back in 1994. Today, he starts second. On the pole, it's Bobby Labonte. Like Elliott, a win would be worth more than $1 million in terms of prestige and momentum. A championship is not on their minds this year, but a top 10 finish in the points is not out of the question.
Hollywood couldn't have scripted this one any better. Row 2 finds a man with momentum. Dale Jarrett flanked with a man on a mission, Mark Martin. First, Jarrett. Nothing breeds winning better than winning. And Jarrett didn't just win here in the spring, he dominated. He coupled that effort with what happened last Saturday night at Bristol, and Jarrett gets the nod for momentum. Now the mission. Mark Martin's mission is to win a Winston Cup championship. He finds himself atop the points for the first time since October of 1990. He said no one, I mean no one, is going to outwork, outfocus, or out-effort us in the pursuit of that goal.
Everyone's talking about the pink salt trick that melts fat while you sleep, but does it really work? About 22 days ago, I started using the Japanese pink salt recipe.
Hey, only one guy in this field has a shot at the $1 million. And realistically, only 5 have a shot at the points championship. These other 38 guys are here for one reason, to try and win the Southern 500. In the last 2 races at this track, 2 different drivers, 2 sparkling second-place finishes. Hutch Strickland last year, Ted Musgrave this spring. The greatest names in Nascar have been tortured by the lady in black, but occasionally she will smile at a driver. A fast, flirtatious smile. But it's probably just a tease. Is she offering fate or fantasy? Like most mystery women, it's often hard to tell.
And all these things, the Winston Million, all these things the drivers are going for, and folks, such a very tough racetrack they've got to do it on.
Benny, they don't call this track too tough to tame for nothing. It's bitten you, it's bitten me, it's bitten almost every driver who has run any amount of laps on this tough racetrack. You have to have total concentration every moment. And to add to that concentration level this year, they have flip-flopped the track. Going into turn 1, a single groove racetrack now, it used to be 3 and 4. And of course what used to be turns 1 and 2 is 3 and 4 and vice versa, and it keeps us all mixed up all day long, but that's going to add to their concentration level. And then pit stops.
Pit stops. You know, some of the drivers that pitted on the front stretch have never made a pit stop there. So getting in the pits, getting out of the pits is going to be a problem for them.
World leader in motorsports welcomes you live to a Labor Day weekend tradition for the past 47 years. The Nascar Winston Cup, Mountain Dew Southern 500 from Darlington, South Carolina. As we enter this 23rd race of the year, the separation between first and second in points is the closest in history, with Mark Martin on top of the points for the first time since 1990. 3 drivers in the top 10, Geoff Burton, Bobby Labonte, and Ted Musgrave, are the only ones who have not won on this storied old racetrack. Hi, everyone. I'm Bob Jenkins. Let's sum it up just briefly before we go green. $1 million possible for Jeff Gordon, one of the closest points battles in history, plus a racetrack that these drivers have essentially never competed on. And while we're talking about potential winners, let me name a couple of more. Dale Earnhardt, a 9-time winner at this racetrack, and Jeff Burton, who has accumulated more points on tracks longer than 1 mile in length than anybody else in 1997. Jeff Burton drives a Ford here this afternoon, and as far as the breakdown is concerned, there are 20 Fords in today's field, 15 Chevys and 8 Pontiacs. Ford has the lead in the Manufacturers' Championship going into this event. Now let's take a look at the starting lineup. On the pole, Bobby Labonte, his second pole of 1997, and alongside Bill Elliott, first front row start since Phoenix in 95. The second row, Dale Jarrett won the spring race from the pole, and Mark Martin, the new points leader. The third row, Ken Schrader, fourth in last year's Southern 500, and Hutch Strickland, who was second in that race. Going to row number 4, it's Jeff Gordon. 3 missions today, the points, the million, and winning 3 straight. And Dick Trickle, who finished third last week, his best finish since 1990. The fifth row, Sterling Marlin, one Darlington win here in 95. And Ernie Irvin, whose first race in the 28 car was here in 1993. The next row, Brett Bodine, second in the 93 Southern 500, and Geoff Bodine, who finished third twice in 31 Darlington races. Then in the 7th row, we have Ward Burton.
I'm in the booth
Darlington
scoring
race,
for
and Michael
Bodine.
Waltrip, one of his 4 7th-place finishes, was here in the spring.
In row A, we find Roush teammates Ted Musgrave, who finished second in the spring, and Jeff Burton. In row 9 this afternoon is Terry Labonte and Johnny Benson. And then, as you look at the rest of the starting grid, the racetrack is the same, but yet it's not the same.
No, it's not the same because there are different numbers on the wall. And I think that will have a little bit of a mental effect. It'll take them a little while, even though they've been here for a couple of days in practice and of course, in qualifying. But they got to get all of that in coordination with their spotter because they might call the wrong turn at the wrong time. A lot of great drivers back in the field here today. And this is a tough racetrack to pass on, but if you got a good race car, you can do it.
We've heard Ray Evernham and Jeff Gordon say that it's just another race. You prepare for this race just like you did last weekend at Bristol. But is it, Benny?
No, it's not. This is the Mountain Dew Southern 500. There's the final row, Jeff Green and Lance Hooper.
And Rusty Wallace took a past champions provisional again, and we had 3 drivers that missed the field. Dave Marcus for the 5th straight time. Also Greg Sachs and Morgan Shepherd not in the field today.
Onboard cameras starting 43rd today. Rusty Wallace, the Miller Lite Ford. Also Mike Skinner, the MTD Chevrolet, starting in the 33rd position. The Budweiser car, Ricky Craven, he will have to start last on the field because he's in a backup car. Michael Walter, the Sitco car, starting 14th. Mark Martin, 13 points in front for the NASCAR Championship, starting 4th. And Dale Jarrett, the Ford Quality Care car, starting in 3rd spot.
And we will have an onboard camera with Jeff Gordon and a lot of extra coverage. The crowd is on its feet. Every seat is filled. The 48 Mountain Dew Southern 500 is under green.
Dale tagged the wall.
He hit the wall coming up turn 2 on the very first lap. Got high in the groove and brushed the wall.
The first lap is complete, and Bobby Labonte has led his 8th race of 1997. And Earnhardt slow here on the main straightaway now as we go back to the racetrack and see Bill Elliott within a car length.
As Earnhardt went by our booth position here, you can see a good bit of damage to the right side of the Goodrich Chevrolet.
See Jeff Gordon back in 6th spot.
I gotta clean my teeth. It's an obsession.
Bill Elliott will take the lead coming off turn 2.
Bill Elliott, a 5-time winner here in Darlington, twice in the spring race, and he's won the Mountain Dew Southern 500 3 times. Is in the lead now, and here comes Dale Jarrett challenging Bobby Labonte for the 2nd place, and Ted Musgrave and Jeff Burton, teammates for Jack Roush, move up past Michael Waltrip.
Here Labonte's going to try to follow because the position is on the inside going down in turn 1. Labonte backs off, trying to back off. Let's Michael Waltrip get down to the corner. So Michael, in a favorite return, let's Terry Labonte go by.
On board with Michael Waltrip. And Jeff Gordon is trying to take over the 6th position from Ken Schrader and does so.
That was the car he was trying to pass in practice yesterday, and they almost wrecked, but he gets by and cleaned it this time.
And the battle is for 2nd position now as Dale Jarrett and Bobby Labonte are going at it. Mark Martin watching from the 4th position.
Still riding around the edge of the racetrack slow as we watch this battle for 2nd spot from inside the Jarrett's car.
And move Mark Martin into that battle too. He was running in 4th place, moving right up on Dale Jarrett.
Strickland is in 5th, and then back to Jeff Gordon.
Hey, if you want to get rid of your beer belly in time for summer, check this out. Hey, Dr. Drew, do celebrity...
In the pits on the backstretch.
So the caution flag comes out for the first time today on lap number 7 as a 3 or 4 car crash in turn number 1 has slowed the field. There is the damage to Rusty Wallace, and you're right, Benny, pretty significant there on the right side.
And Todd Bodine, who's driving the Caterpillar car for David Green in relief of him this week, he comes down pit road also with some damage.
And Earnhardt also has his car on pit road.
You saw there Todd Bodine go behind the wall. Here's the replay.
And we see the 96 car blowing an engine going in the corner, puts oil or moisture on the racetrack, and all these cars go in there with no place to go, hit that oil, almost like Dale Jarrett did last year, going for the million, Ned.
Similar type situation, same turn, different numbers on the turn this year.
Now let's listen and watch from the onboard of Rusty Wallace. Things occur.
How quickly they occur is right. And when something like that happens in front of him, we see Earnhardt in the pits. Rusty Wallace right behind him with the hood up on his car. But there's nowhere to go when you hit an oil slick like that, except into the wall or another car.
Well, this accident occurred toward the back of the pack. Everybody up front, including Jeff Gordon, is okay. The 30 car of Benson is now on pit road also with the change of tires going on in that car.
Also a heavy chassis.
Pit road while Ray Evernham and the rest of the Rainbow Warriors are in good shape at the moment. Geoff running in this 6th position as the caution is over Darlington for the first time this afternoon in the Mountain Dew Southern 500. 9 laps completed here at Darlington, still under caution because of a crash up in the 1st and 2nd turns that involved several cars, but before that Dale Earnhardt crashed.
And Earnhardt, they're carrying him to the truck or someplace. We'll have to check this out.
He appears to have an oxygen mask. This is the onboard from Ricky Craven. We'll see if we can see what happened.
This is going down to turn 1. And we see Earnhardt up against the wall. There he hits the wall going in 1. He comes off. Now he's back in the middle of the racetrack, but now the car won't steer. So as he comes off turn 4, the car will not. I'm turn 2. I'm sorry, I'm turned around. John Kernan.
We're on the backstretch pitch outside of the care center where Dale Earnhardt has just been taken in. No one on the crew seems to know what's wrong, but when Dale hit the wall, he stayed out there, and on the radio he kept telling them, oh, I can't find my way onto pit road. Well, he finally came down onto pit road. They unhooked him, took him out of the car. He looks really shaken up. So they called for the doctor to come down. They have brought him to the care center. Now we understand they have sent for an ambulance, but right now Dale Earnhardt is in the infield care center being checked out.
That's his wife, Teresa, being led into the care center.
What a development here in the early going of this race, of all the stories that we have been anticipated to cover, and this certainly is not one of them.
And again, if I said this incorrectly, it was the very first lap, the first corner of the first lap that he goes in and brushes the wall, and as he came off, he also hit the wall again up in turn 2.
I believe his crush panels were probably damaged and exhaust was going into the cockpit. Sounds like.
Had a DNF all year. Green flag comes out, back to racing at Darlington as Bill Elliott leads them to the flag with Bobby Labonte, Dale Jarrett, Mark Martin, and Strickland in 5th position. Jeff Gordon right behind him.
records.
Car has been black flags for passing on the wrong side on that restart. He was running up in the 20th spot. Not great for late speed.
You can't pass on the inside before you take the flag or cross the line, and apparently late speed did, so he's being penalized.
That's a stop and go penalty. Unfortunate to get in and out and not lose a lap.
John Kernan is with Rusty Wallace.
And early into your day, Rusty, what happened to the car?
They blew up going into turn one. Somebody did laid oil out everywhere, and we all hit it. Everybody crashed right behind him. It was just a real bad deal. I qualified bad, and when you qualify bad, that's what gets yourself into. But, man, the car was handling perfect. I was really happy with it.
Well, a short day for Rusty Wallace. He's heading back to the trailer to make the drive back home to Charlotte.
Behind him, and then Jeremy Mayfield, and that's making 15th, 16th, and 17th as you look at a field summary with the numbers in parentheses indicating that driver's starting position. Not a great deal of movement here in the first 15 drivers. Here is Geoff Gordon challenging Hut Strickland for fifth.
Well, he challenged him all day long here last year for first.
Like last year's Mountain Dew Southern 500 for the lead late in the race. Husker leading the race and Geoff Gordon trying to take over.
Jeremy Mayfield got way up in the loose stuff up there on the high side, Benny.
Very close to that wall up between turns 1 and 2.
Late speed has made his pit stop and stop and go. He's coming out of the pits now. As the leader comes off turn 4, he'll be lucky to get up to speed and stay in the lead lap, but I think he'll do it.
Terry Labonte, or rather Ricky Rudd, looking to the inside of Michael Waltrip. Here's another look at that incident with Jeremy Mayfield.
Goes in the corner, and this is a one-groove corner. They go in the corner side by side, almost make contact. Jeremy goes up the racetrack, close to the wall, but I don't think he did get a Darlington strike.
Well, he kept a good job from not getting that strike. Did a good job from keeping it out of the wall.
Ricky Rudd is running in 18th position. We're on board with Michael Waltrip, who is 17th.
And up front, Bill Elliott's just driving away.
He has checked out here in the early going. There's second and third, Bobby Labonte and Dale Jarrett. There's several car lengths behind the front runner. Back about 1 1/3 seconds. And behind Jarrett, we have Mark Martin.
Geoff Gordon's going to get by Hut Strickland and move into that 5th spot.
There's with $1 million riding on this race here today. If he wins, he collects the Winston bonus.
Bob, I suspect he likes where he's at right now. Sort of sitting there, nobody close to him in front or behind. Got a good clean racetrack to run on there. That's a good position to be in, ride there for a while.
Geoff Gordon has a great talent for saving those tires, riding around there, saving those tires. And when everybody else's tires starts wearing and slowing down, his car maintains that same speed. Jerry Pines?
That's exactly what Ray Abraham just said to Geoff Gordon. He said, Geoff, you got to think survival for 400 miles. All you want to do is survive for the first 400 miles, and then we'll go after them the final 100. But you're great exactly where you are.
Kyle Petty is in. Here's John Kernan.
Kyle Petty on the backstretch. He's got into somebody on that last wreck out there and it bowed the nose under so that the front air dam was actually dragging the racetrack. So Kyle has come down pit road. He's lost several positions already. The team has fixed that damage. Now they're checking under the hood to see if there's anything else wrong with the car. But Kyle Petty sitting here on pit road and out of contention for now.
His best finish here at Darlington way back in 1991 in the spring race. He was in 6th position. The 99 car of Geoff Burton is on the move. Burton with an outstanding and impressive performance in the Busch Series race yesterday here at Darlington.
Sorry, Nick, go ahead.
He got a lot of positive experience there yesterday by winning that race. Got these turns implanted into his mind, coming right on through.
He's now in 9th position. Bill Weber.
You guys, that's exactly what Jeff Burton wanted to talk about yesterday afternoon. The experience and the great run that he had in the Busch race. Now, Mark Martin just got passed by Jeff Gordon as he continues his march toward the front. But the story on Burton is the fact that yesterday in happy hour, they had to chase this car a little bit. But the weather change from yesterday to today is considerable. He told his crew the car is good, trying to get around and does slide by Dick Trickle, but he's not sure how good it could be because of the change in the weather. They built that car specifically for Darlington. They brought it here and tested here. They are a team that definitely plans to win.
Already up to 8th position. He started in 16th, was in that spot for lap number 1, but then he began the move, and since lap 15, he has picked up 6 positions. Meanwhile, back up front, it is still Bill Elliott in the lead. The Mountain Dew Southern 500, 23 out of 367 laps have been completed, and his advantage now on second place. About 2.8 second lead for Bill Elliott, who won the Winston Million back in 1985, and the only driver who has ever done that.
Who's coming in the driveway?
I was checking what scenery I had. I know one of my scenes that my sounds works, but I don't think it works on this one. I don't know.
Raceway in South Carolina. Jeff Gordon has taken over the 3rd position. He's passed Bobby Labonte, who was passed
But it
by
just
Dale
dawned
Jarrett,
on me that I can
just
fix
a couple
my
of laps
sounds
ago while we
off
were in break. So
screen
it's
later
Elliott, Jarrett,
from my old
and Bobby Labonte.
That scene too, where I was big, actually is when I had put the camera out the window when we had a storm. I don't know.
Jimmy Spencer has really been on the move recently. He's moved up to 15th position already. Started back in 30th.
So he knocked half of them off.
Yep.
Last time by, Jeff Gordon was the fastest car in the top 6.
Here is Elliott completing lap number 30. Now we see that Gordon is within just 2 or 3 car lengths of Jarrett. This is how Jarrett got second from Bobby Labonte.
Goes down turns 1 and 2. Labonte drifts up. Jarrett turned the car, goes under him. Come off turn 2, takes the spot.
And now we will see Bill Elliott continuing to lead, a 3.8 second advantage on Dale Jarrett.
Jeff Burton a moment ago, guys. He still continues to move towards the front. He's moved up to 6th.
And Jeff Burton that time was the fastest car in the top 6.
By quite a margin, as a matter of fact. He is almost 2 miles an hour faster than those running around him.
They're working on their 33rd lap right now. That's about halfway through a pit stop for what we expect to be somewhere between 60 and 70 laps. So that's a pretty good indication that his car is running well.
Let's see who's the fastest this time. At the line, Elliott with a 1:54.0. Here's Jimmy Spencer picking up another position. He could be one of the fastest cars out there, if not the.
It won't be that time because he passed the car. We see Jim Burton, 1:55.5, and the leader 1:54.
Martin now has moved into the field.
Do it again.
Well, Elliott's slowing down from 1:54 down to 1:53 and no traffic. And Burton still over 56 miles per hour. So Jeff Burton top 10.
And rest assured, his spotter and pit crew are making him aware of that. They tell him to take care of those tires, and he says, I am. This thing feels so good.
So Jimmy Spencer was the second fastest lap. Yellows now. Arrows will indicate who was first, second, third. So we'll have to sort through all the numbers. And once again, Jimmy Spencer picks up another position from Michael Waltrip.
Goes into 10th.
20 positions. And since the restart, he has gained 16. Went back to green. He was in 26th position. He was in 10th. Bill Elliott, the leader of the race.
And check this out. Jeff Burton has passed Jeff Gordon to take over that fourth spot. Jeff got a problem?
Well, Benny, I think he does. He just radioed and said, hey, Ray, the car is loose. And Ray said, how bad is it? And Jeff said, Ray, it's all I can do to hang on. He said, the car has gotten really, really loose. Ray said, my friend, just back off. We'll get it fixed. You just got to back off now and try to hang on to it.
So the Rainbow Warriors may have some work cut out for themselves here to get that car back handling right.
We saw Geoff come down the start-finish line, and the line he was taking indicated. And look at Jeff Burton, folks. He's caught Dale Jarrett trying to go by.
A little contact in turn 2, and that allows Jeff Burton to take over the second position. As we said in the open of the show, Jeff Burton has accumulated more points on super speedways, that is, at tracks bigger than 1 mile in length, than any other driver. And the AutoZone on-track interval will show you how he narrowed the margin from laps 31 to 35. It was 6.9 seconds on lap 31 and 5.5 on 35.
And look how consistent he is, from 31.4 seconds to 31.6 seconds. 5 laps in a row. That's why we get the job done here at Darlington.
His consistency, that's right, Ned.
Bill Elliott continues to set the pace here. The lead he has is a little over 4 seconds now, and so Bill Elliott, who in the last 6 races has climbed from 13th to 9th in the point standings, on his way to duplicating what he did here in 1985, winning the race, but only Jeff Gordon eligible for the Winston Million here this afternoon. Our coverage of the Mountain Dew Southern 500, a Labor Day tradition since 1950, continues here, and the coverage that you're now watching is overhead from the Pennzoil Copter Cam as we watch Bill Elliott lap Joe Nemechek in 37th position.
But check that 99 car right behind Nemechek. The difference now is just car lengths. It was seconds when we went to break. It is now car lengths as Nemechek moves over, and Burton just about 5 car lengths behind Bill Elliott.
Let's get an update on Dale Earnhardt as we talk with Richard Childress. Here's John Kernan.
Richard Childress has just come out of the infield care center where Dale Earnhardt is being examined. Richard, how is Dale?
Well, he's stable. He kind of started. I talked to him for just a minute. He was seeing double. He was a little real groggy before the race started, and his voice. We were going to try to get him in before the race ever started, and he didn't hear us. He couldn't communicate with us, and so we're going to go see, and that's all I can tell you at this time.
We'll be transported
to
a hospital, right, for further.
So we had an episode that might have been something that. I mean, this is 97.
The rest of this race, maybe.
I don't even know who's getting it. I'm worried about them.
4 years
as we all
later.
That sounds like a very strange situation, Ned.
He had his fatal crash that seemed such a simplistic crash.
Jeff Burton has taken the lead, and it's the
he might have had a fracture and didn't know it.
In his 4th race.
Check. Look at Elliott's times on 18 laps, 24. See 30.8. He goes down to 33.2. Look at the drop off. Ned talked about just a moment ago, saving those tires. And right now, Jeff Burton was running 1 second faster than Bill Elliott. At lap 18, they were running just 0.2 of a second apart.
Jerry has a report on Bill Elliott, now back in second.
I just talked with Mike Bean, with the crew chief. He said, you know, they came here last week and ran not 1 or 2 lap tests, but 50 lap tests. And in their 50 lap test, the car was very consistent. But what they learned was, after lap 40, the car really began to get loose and go away. So Bill, when he hit lap 40, I'm going to back off. The car's a little bit loose, but we're being very, very conservative. We got a good car. We're going to sit here and ride and bide our time. That's what testing taught Bill Elliott. Run hard to lap 40 and then ride and make the adjustments as they come. That's why he was passed a moment ago.
You saw Terry Labonte pass Ernie Irvin just a few minutes ago and move into 10th position.
And Ernie passed Sterling Marlin. So a lot of good racing going on back there in that pack.
I'll come back in the camera in just a little bit.
In and out of the pit area.
In the meantime, all those pictures around my border are actually cars my dad's worked on at various times. They're kind of in numerical order if you start from the 3 little girls in the blue, in the white and red coats. That's my sisters and I. And then the black and white photo and all around are cars that either won championships or
Sterling Marlin
races.
and the 10 of Ricky Rudd is a battle, and it's 4-12.
Or Ben
on the
who we
inside,
worked
takes
with.
his Tide Ford on the inside of the Kodak Chevrolet. Looks like he might have that.
First Cup car I ever scored is the 87 Budweiser car, which is right behind my photo in the corner, the white car with the red letters. And that was at New Hampshire. My dad built that car. Oops.
Nobody believed me at first, but now
My
everybody
dad
wants a
built
pair.
that
My friends
car
roast.
for New Hampshire, and I scored it for Martha. She asked me to score because the normal scorer and her were entertaining the Budweiser rep. You see Bud on the front. And New Hampshire was where Anheuser-Busch was. You passed the factory on the way up to the track. Or the warehouse, or the pack, or the brewery.
It's very smooth, and you got to be that way on this racetrack. He's also very patient.
See Jeff Burton back in the traffic trying to get
All
by
those around the IMSA and stuff like that. Some are old, some are new.
As he tries to wade his way through this traffic.
And Jimmy Spencer has moved up to 7th position. Bobby Labonte falling back here. Michael Walter passing on the outside.
Yeah, Bobby's car is not very good either right now. He would sure like an opportunity to come in the pits and get some new tires for that. Some adjustments.
Mark Dallenbach has new tires on that car, and so he is going to be passing some cars out there, going pretty quickly.
Yeah, just boy, it feels like you've just traded in your old car and got a new one when you get those new tires on.
Jeff Burton has moved into some traffic again. That is Darrell Waltrip in the 17 car in celebration of his 25 years. They're painting the car to resemble other cars that he has driven, and of course, that is the old Mountain Dew paint scheme.
After the 99.
29th position. Jeff Burton goes around Darrell.
28 cars on the lead lap here at the conclusion of 54 circuits in the Mountain Dew Southern 500. Jeff Burton is your leader, about a 2.5-second advantage on Bill Elliott, with Dale Jarrett running 3rd, Jeff Gordon 4th, and Mark Martin in 5th. We'll be right back. Jeff Burton leads the Mountain Dew Southern 500 with 58 laps completed. There is Jeff Gordon, who is in 4th position at the moment, a little over 4 seconds behind the leader.
There's your second, third, and fourth place cars.
Dale Jarrett in 3rd and Jeff Gordon in 4th. I would say that Jeff Gordon has more points.
Not gonna lie, that front stretch, back stretch thing is throwing me off too. All you younger people don't remember when it was flopped the other way around.
As an added bonus to our coverage,
Like right there, that little awning was the front
Ray Abraham, his crew chief, and Jeff Gordon mic, so that we can hear the conversations between those two people to see if Jeff can get indeed the $1 million bonus. The NASCAR spotlight now is in reference to the NFL and the NHL spotlights that we have. Let's listen to that conversation.
All right, bud, you're running a pretty good clip there. Is the looseness all the way through or just exit? Pretty much all the way through. 4. Up to 99 inside, clear behind. I'm doing all I can right now to hang on to it. 4. Be smooth, do the best you can. When we pay, we'll get you tightened up, bud. Doing okay, man. Pit stops will be 10 to 15 laps. Have me look at your temperatures again when you get a chance.
Is that Ray Abraham cool or what? He is calm. He said, we're okay. I mean, you're a little loose. When you come in, we'll fix the thing. Gives the driver all the confidence in the world that it will be fixed.
And those pit stops will be coming up here pretty soon, I think, Benny. Several cars have already pitted, including Bobby Labonte coming into the pits right now. Sterling Marlin's coming into the pits. Rick Mast is in the pits. So it is green flag pit stop time, Jerry Punch.
All right, Bobby Labonte, you just complained to Jimmy Maycar that the car was loose getting in the corner, and in the middle of the corner it would not go. Enigma, as Bobby tries to get the water bottle, he can't quite get it in the window. Changed 4 tires on the Interstate Battery Pontiac, the pole-sitting car, and just going away. They have made a track bar adjustment, trying to tighten the car up, getting into the corner. Now they get it full of fuel. They spill some fuel. Left front, left rear tires going on. Get full of jack, and the pole sitter is down to the way. 22.4 seconds as Jeff Gordon heads on the pit road.
They felt like they couldn't wait any longer. He had to come in, get those 4 tires on, make that chassis adjustment. Now they just pray no caution flag for the next few laps till all the other cars make their pit stop.
Here's Jerry.
Jeff Gordon's Rainbow Warriors go to work, and they put the handle in the right rear. They're going to work on the track bar and try to tighten the car. Gordon say to Ray Abraham, all I can do to hang on. Great pit stop on the right side. It's clean and real. Jeff was reporting the water temperature was really getting a bunch of 18.2 seconds straight pit stop. That's the kind of stuff that can win you $1 million.
Wow, just outstanding work by the Rainbow Warriors as we back out on the racetrack.
And something we have to mention is about the rubber that accumulates on the grill of these cars and makes them overheat. They got to be sure. We see that guy running around the grill of the 28 car. If they don't, they'll overheat as Musgrave comes in the pits.
And here, because of the consistency of the racetrack service, that plays a major part in the other racetrack.
Yeah, say more than most other racetracks.
And Musgrave work on his car.
Bill Elliott's coming down to his race. There you see Bill coming into the picture. Jerry?
Well, I told you Bill Elliott's car had gotten a little bit loose. They're going to take the rubber out of the rear. They put the right side tires on. Awesome Bill from Bostonville, who won back in 1985. That's his last Winston Cup victory down here in September of 94, 2 years ago. Left side tires. They started with the car jacked up. Left front going on. Left rear going on. And 24 evens we go to Bill Weber.
1 year ago, Dale Jarrett was going for $1 million. Today, he's going for 185 points. Right side tires, track bar, another quality pair forward. Around the left side, and they make a wedge adjustment on the left side. DJ gets his left side tires. Old one's off, new one's bolted on. DJ's down. And Dale Jarrett is 17 points. Spencer's in the cruise there.
4 tire change for Jenny Spencer here on the back. They're fixing to the take a piece of tape off the left side of the field. Change. Jimmy moving up the street in the field in the starting position into the top 5. A great run. He was down the way after a good pit stop. Let's go over to Dr. Jerry Punch.
55 miles an hour. Mark Martin brings the car down pit road. He'll get 4 tires on the back of the floor. He likewise said, guys, clean the worried about the water temperature. And they make a major adjustment in the right rear to tighten up Mark Martin's floor. Left side tires going on as we check in with Bill Weber.
Labonte's getting 4 tires. They had a lug nut fall off on the right rear. Took him extra long in the pits. He pulls out with 50. We wait for Jeff Burton.
Jeff Burton continues to stay out there as Ricky Rudd and Terry Labonte come out of the pits. So Burton, the way his car is handling as much as some of the others would on staying out there because his car is running faster than they were, but he can't afford to stay too long.
That's right, because the last time by, Geoff Burton ran 151.5 miles per hour. The sixth-place car, Jeff Gordon, ran 159 miles per hour. So that's how much time he's losing while he stays out there with those worn tires. Oh, spun out.
Trying to get on the Buyers hard there to enter pit road. We talked about how that might be a problem for some of the drivers. Mel?
Now Geoff Burton has to be patient as he crawls down pit road. He was tight in turn 2 and turn 4, so they'll try and make that adjustment with air pressure. He gets a drain, fuel, right side tires going on. Remember Burton with the great run here yesterday. Now they look around to the left side. On the right rear, Jack Slider. Next side Ford goes up. Burton sits patient. Waiting on the left rear. Plug number 21 and change for the X-Side Ford.
Not as fast a pit stop as some of the others that are running up front, but Geoff Burton completes his pit stop, and now we watch for the leader to come by. And he has decided to come in for a pit stop. Michael Walter picked up the lead there for a lap, but he is now in. Bill Weber.
Michael Walter almost got his first win here at Darlington, but a broken air gun did him in. Now it's 2 air guns. Right front is tight. Right rear is on. It's swing around to the left side. Ricky Craven's in on the backstretch. John.
Tires going, left side tires going on. Ricky Craven waiting a little long on the left.
Ladies, listen up. The video showing the pink salt trick that melts belly fat.
19 seconds for Michael Walter as he goes back out. Also, Ricky Craven and Bud car. Both cars going back on the racetrack.
And the leader is the 30 car of Johnny Benson, but he gives that lead up to come into the pits. Remember, we saw him on pit road during that caution period. Let's go to Bill Weber.
And this is Benson's second stop. Remember, he stopped under a caution early in the race and had been marching through the field. Now the Pennzoil
Thank
Pontiac
you.
6 on
I'm
pit
glad.
road. The wedge wrenches in. They'll make a chassis adjustment. Benson getting right side tires. The fuel is in. Now they make the track bar and the wedge adjustment. A big one. This car was very, very loose yesterday.
At this racetrack, I was up in the booth. I was scoring for the 7 car. And I'm also confused with the front stretch, back stretch thing because they had just flipped it around.
Almost a 3-second advantage on Dale Jarrett. And that 18.2-second pit stop by the Warriors.
Those big, tall, red buildings used to be in turn 1.
And Geoff Burton, the guy that was leading before, watch the cars come by. There goes Dale Jarrett.
And that's the back stretch. It used to be the front stretch.
Last time by, he was 8.5 seconds behind Geoff Gordon.
Now, his pit stop was not that much slower. He stayed out on the racetrack, 5 or 6 laps longer than did Geoff Gordon. And Geoff Gordon with those new tires
used to be turn 1. I think that's turn 4, yeah.
Then Geoff Gordon. And so that lady put some distance there. Now, when we get near the end of the run, the green flag run.
And I was working on the weekends as a scorer for the 7 car. This was my first gig with them.
Bonus money has taken the lead in the
When they had like all their employee changes. This is a long race.
Earlier this week here at Darlington, Ernie Irvin was announced as the driver next year. Mike Dillon, we understand, is in the 3.
He had an episode. It might have been a precursor to his accident. He hit the same way. Just turn 1 just drove into the
first lap of the race. Dale Earnhardt hit the
wall before they even got to the start-finish line, and they said he was acting incoherent all morning.
And is being taken to a local hospital for further evaluation.
But yeah, somebody else is driving the car for points again.
To get in a car that he had not practiced, but this is a special exception here today.
Now coming up on that car that gave him some problems during happy hour yesterday.
He could have possibly had a crack in his baseless skull, but ended up being a fatal crack. from the same type of directional hit. It's really strange. You know, your body takes a lot, and they didn't know back then to look for those, you know, types of injuries, I guess is the way to put it. Could have had a hairline crack from the week before even. He, like they said, he was incoherent that morning.
Gordon just passed Ken Schrader, put him a lap down, and
but Dale loved racing and
that is the problem that Geoff
being involved. Like, he didn't sit in his motor coach all day or anything. He was always in the garage. He wasn't out and about like around the press a lot or anything. They left him kind of alone, but he was always sitting in the garage watching them work on the cars.
Could have been $1 million there, but everything came out okay. And now
you look at a lot of different shots during happy hour and stuff like that, and he's always standing somewhere, just inside a doorway in the garage, sitting on a little chair in the garage or cool. He had plenty of warning signs to retire, but true racers don't really like doing that. He'd be racing today if he was still alive, and I wouldn't be surprised, in my opinion anyway. I wouldn't be surprised.
Just another step towards helping to spoil Jeff Gordon's efforts in trying to win the championship last year. There they come up with Mike Dillon. Mike has gotten up in the group, is hoping to find himself just a spot out there where they wouldn't be in a race car. Come up on you. He gets out of the way.
This would be his first time in a Winston Cup car,
as far as I know.
Yep. Well, here is Geoff.
We're going down a lap there.
Lap now as Gordon goes to the inside in the corner.
17th position. Jeff Bodine goes a lap down.
Well, obviously they got the problem.
Looks like they do have the car in pretty good shape.
Florida summer, woke up, put the TV on,
he's gained a little bit on Jeff
started
Gordon,
watching
not as
racing.
fast as we thought he would with those fresh tires. He now is a little less than 5 seconds behind as Wally Dallenbach.
Not Travis, really, no makeup. Put my hair on top of my head.
Well, guys, Geoff is definitely driving that car, but Buddy Parrott is coaching him from the sideline. He was just 3 laps in front on those new tires when Buddy Parrott told him, now you take care of those tires. 1 second later, Todd Parrott was on the radio to Dale Jarrett. Same thing. Take care of those tires. Like father, like son. These guys know you can't win the race after just 88 or 89 laps. It's 500 miles here at Darlington. You want to be on the
You can
lead
tell
lap
I got the summer
and make your run late in the race.
Florida tan now.
Terry Labonte moves around Hut Strickland, takes over the 9th position. And here comes Ricky
M&M
Rudd,
cookies.
tied for number 10. As Hut looks like a wiggle a little bit coming off.
Turn 3, I'm sorry, used to be turn 1. He got me messed up, turn his racetrack around. Now next up, turn 4, coming to the start-finish line. That's right.
And these guys, even though they're running for 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th position, they all put about a quarter of a lap in front of Jeff Gordon.
Let's check the speeds at the line.
We'll see that lap, Dale Jarrett. The second race car is faster than the leader, Jeff Gordon. And he might be the fastest car in the top 6.
Well, he was a little over 3 seconds behind Gordon after they made their team start. Teared it down now to about 114 seconds.
And Labonte with the 3rd fastest speed there on that lap.
Anytime you pass cars, you watch the speeds and wonder why there's such a discrepancy. Anytime you pass cars on this racetrack, you can look at Bill Evans. He passed the car that time and slowed down 5 miles per hour.
Doesn't mean anything's wrong with the car. The driver just means he's in traffic.
Exactly. Walker's got a good lap that time as well as Mark Martin.
Robert was one of the last ones to make a pit stop.
And Wally Dallenbach car being pushed behind the wall, so another disappointing outing for the first Union Chevy. Bill Weber.
Wally Dallenbach, hole in the radiator. They'll push it behind the wall, try and swap it out, and send it back out if they can. Hole in the radiator, puts Wally behind the wall.
Two cars are shown out of competition. The 96 car of Todd Bodine and the 2 car is also being shown out of the race by Rusty Wallace. There's Jeff Gordon. And the Mountain Dew Southern 500 continuing here with him leading by a second over Dale Jarrett. 97 laps completed here at Darlington Raceway in South Carolina, and Jeff Gordon leads the Mountain Dew Southern 500. Join ESPN tomorrow night at 7:30 Eastern for NFL Prime Monday. 90 minutes of the most informative news, results, and injury reports from Week 1 of the NFL season. And then switch over to ABC for Monday Night Football, live at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. The game features the Chicago Bears against the Green Bay Packers. All right, Jeff Gordon is leading. We heard his conversation with Ray Evernham before his pit stop. Jeff was complaining that the car was loose. Now, let's also check the conversation between these two guys after the pit stop and see if there was any improvement in the way this car is handling. This in our NASCAR Spotlight.
4,200 got him, Dave. Nice and easy, guys. 4 tires, 1 in the panner. 4 tires, 1 in the panner. Okay, it's going to start a little tighter now, so don't burn the right rear off trying to get her to turn. All right, we got the water back down to 200 and 240. 10-4, bud. The grill screens are clogging up. That's all it is. The grill screens are clogging. Be real easy on them tires, Geoff. You're leading the race. You're the leader right now. Be easy on them tires.
I got a Mazzato knife, and what followed was an absolute fiasco. Here's what really pisses me off. I've wasted thousands on knife sets.
Man, that's pretty awesome. He said 4,200. That's pit road speed in motor's second gear. That would be 55 miles per hour. 1 in the panner bar. That's 1 down on the rear sway bar. And what else did he say?
Well, he said the temperature of the water was 205, I believe, and then he said 240. That didn't mean that the water was going from 205 to 240. That was the oil temperature that was at 240.
Jeff Gordon, second in the point standings coming in here. He has had great races, 16 finishes in the top 5, including 8 wins. But on the other hand, he has had some very bad races. As a matter of fact, 6 finishes outside the top 5, and all of them have been 21st or worst, and included in those 2 DNFs. The 4 car is having a problem. Sterling Marlin. Jerry, what's the problem?
Well, after a great qualifying effort, Bob, Sterling said the car had a little bit of a vibration, and a moment ago he radiated something in the engine, something inside. Then he radiated back to the engine builder and said, apparently we have dropped the valve. And now Sterling just said, I got to get the pit road. It's getting worse and worse. It may be getting ready to blow. I'm coming in.
The winner of the spring race here in 1995, Sterling Marlin, who has not had a good 1997, is 11 point positions lower now than he was at this time last year.
And Bobby Hamilton will drive this car next year. It was announced here on Friday that Bobby Hamilton will move into Chevrolet in 1998.
The leader, Jeff Gordon, continues to work traffic out there.
Goes by Lance Hooper as they come off turn 2 in the 88 car. Dale Jarrett, and just a few car lengths behind, last time behind. 3/4 of a second behind. Jeff Burton's closed into about 3 1/4 seconds.
And Sterling Marlin does take his car to the garage area.
We have had 5 leaders so far this afternoon. 4 lead changes. Bill Elliott has led the most laps, 43. Gordon has led 32, still in the lead. Jeff has led 25. Michael Waltrip led 2, and Bobby Labonte led 1. Their Napa field summary, showing you where everybody was running last lap.
melt cookies, but I can't give her the ones with the M&Ms. I have to break all those M&Ms out. She can't have chocolate.
That paw print on the hood of the MBNA car, that's a Clemson paw print. Clemson University here in South Carolina.
Back in 5th position in Jimmy Spencer. He's giving this car a good run.
This is one of Jimmy Spencer's favorite racetracks, Darlington. Does very well here.
It was announced this week also that he would be back in that car next year. Next is the 16 of Ted Musgrave.
And Michael Walton. Both those cars running in 6th and 7th spot.
There's Michael Walton, and will go inside the single 4.
He's going down the front stretch now. By the start finish line, he will go down to turn 1 and he'll turn that baby in the corner. He will go up, drift up the racetrack a little bit as he comes off of turn 4 and on the back stretch. His pinky finger is his button that he would talk to the pit crew. Next time by, as he comes down as he comes off turn 4, he might talk to his crew this time by and tell him what the car is.
On the wall in turn number 4. Caution is waiting for and that's Jeff Purvis in car number 12.
And what a break for Ernie Irvin and Bobby Labonte. They were just about to go a lap down. Jeff Gordon was right on their bumper. Now they'll get to come all the way around the racetrack. Make that up.
Make up a mile and 3/8 on the leader by 8 of the caution flag. What a big break.
It's our second caution of the afternoon. It comes out on lap number 109. Jeff Purvis scraping the wall in turn number 4.
It's really weird how, like...
Field is under caution this afternoon for the second time in the Mountain Dew Southern 500, and Ernie Irvin is showing significant damage, and he wasn't the reason.
So much for the leader.
They told me that Jeff Purvis, who hit the wall over there, trying to come to pit road, and he turned off the racetrack on the pit road in front of Ernie Irvin. Ernie had to take evasive action on that gravel, and Ned and I talked about that sand trying to enter pit road. He spun the Havoc Texaco Ford, backed it in the fence, also hit it with the nose of the car. We can see heavy damage to the car. Jerry Punch.
Indeed, what was going to be a break for Ernie Irvin not to lose a lap because of the caution coming out now becomes somewhat of a nightmare. They began to beat and bang in the right front fender, the right rear, the left rear is banged in, the left front. Folks, the driver's side door and passenger side door are unscathed. Otherwise, all 4 corners of the car are being banged up. 4 tires flat. They changed the right side tires, and now they'll have to pry. So they managed to get a jack under the left side of the car. Left front is off. They're banging. That's Raymond Fox now banging with his fist, trying to pull out some of the sheet metal on the left front fender. They already had the left rear tire on, having full of fuel. They're looking now, trying to survey damage in the right rear of the car. Having trouble getting the left front tire on. They said, Ernie, cut the wheel to the left. Cut it to the left. And what it is the fender is buckled in. They can't get the tire up on the wheel. They throw the sledgehammer down. They said, turn it more and more left, more left. Now he turns it, gets the tire and wheel on. They're saying, here comes the fender car. Ernie heads back to turn 1.
He didn't make it.
No, he ran the stop sign. It was clearly showing red, and he went through it. Now, we did have the pit stops, of course, by those running up front while we were in commercial break. Let's take a look at what happened.
See Jeff Gordon coming in the pits. 88 car of Dale Jarrett, also the 99 of Jeff Gordon. I'm sure all these cars will change 4 tires. Jeff Gordon's car going around to the left side. Meanwhile, Dale Jarrett's team going around the left side. Also, Jeff Gordon's team. Left side's up on Burton. Pit stop is finished. Once again, some trouble on the rear tire. Dale Jarrett is moving. Jeff Gordon is moving.
Jeff was finished down towards turn 1. He beat him out.
And Bill Elliott will come out in second spot. Jerry Punch.
All right, the car number 24. They have clocked that pit stop, guys, at 17.2 seconds. It was 18.2 the last stop before they put an extra round in the Panhard bar. And the most important thing Ray said to Jeff was, Ray, Jeff, stay put. We have got to get that grill clean. Watch the water temperature. By the way, they're going to bring the 28 car back down pit road and hold him a lap as we check in with Bill Weber.
Jerry Dale Jarrett has told his crew he was a little loose. They made a track bar and an air pressure adjustment on Dale Jarrett's car. As far as the 99 99 is concerned, remember we had told you he was tight at turn 2 and loose off 4 before the previous pit stop? Well, they made an adjustment. Geoff didn't like it. He said, let's go back to the air pressure we had when we started the race. They just did that. Car chief Frank Stoddard told me that one of the reasons they lost so much ground was because they stayed out longer, one of the last cars to pit under that green flag sequence early in the race. And by the way, 37 laps on those tires off the 99, and they just told Jeff Burton they all look good. John Vernon.
Jimmy Spencer was in for a 4-tire change, no adjustments other than to pull a little tape off of the grill. Now, we always talk about how big a disadvantage it is pitting on the backstretch. Well, Spencer's crew got him in and out in just under 18 seconds flat, about 17.9. He came in running 5th. He went out running 6th. Let's go back to the front stretch and Dr. Jerry Punch.
Well, Ernie Irvin back on pit road, not by choice. He had to come back in obviously for repairs, but NASCAR brought him back in. They're going to hold him a lap here in the pits. He lost 1 lap on that spin up there when the car number 12 pulled in front of him, and now he'll lose the 2nd lap in the pits here under caution at Darlington. We are under caution here at the track. Too tough to tame in the 48th running of the Mountain Dew Southern 500. We'll be right back.
They didn't have a lucky dog back then, so cars lapped down, started up front on the less preferred lane, which was kind of dangerous sometimes.
Let's see if Bill Elliott can get that speed that he had early on in the race as he tries to chase down Jim Gordon.
Working on him.
Yeah, he is.
There's 12 cars on the lead lap.
$2 million drivers right here. Bill won it at 85, and Gordon wants to win it this year.
He won. Let him by. Yeah, he's going to let him go. He's not going to buy him. Take a chance. That's good thinking there.
So we have Ford against Chevy up in 15 races here in the 19.
Gordon will let him sort things out here. Racing real hard. He's got 5 bonus points already for lead. Still lots of laps left here. He can still get the 5 bonus points for lead the most laps. But if you don't,
Jeff Burton once again is on the move. He's up to 4th spot.
He'd wait till the tires got a little bit harder. Jimmy Spencer, the camel car, he's been able to get by Musgrave.
And here's trouble up in turn number 1 is Jeff Purvis again.
Oh, and we got several cars behind him piling into each other.
Caution is out. Everything looks good. Don't let the 5 by you.
John Andrews and Bomb.
Steve Wilson.
25 car here, yes.
Andretti has suffered major damage to his RCA Ford.
Serious damage, you're right. Very serious damage to the RCA car.
All sides.
So once again, the caution comes out here for the 3rd time this afternoon.
Still running, John.
Tony Burr asking John.
Still running.
Don't think so.
I don't think so, Tony. Stop. That thing hit pretty hard in the front.
Here's what started. Here's Jeff Purvis up in the very corner. Let's go down the corner. He's going to go up and hit the wall, into the wall, as the cars behind him start slowing down and checking up because of the caution flag. Then when the crash really starts.
Want to try terzepatide?
So this is terzepatide.
It's Andretti up against the wall, Craven to his inside, and Steve Grissom behind. And this
I was
should be,
watching the 81 Square D car. Dad was helping that team at this time in his career, and they barely made it through underneath.
Had a tough year this year.
He sure has. John Kernan.
Is in a lot of sheet metal damage on the left side. This is not the first time this year they're actually having problems getting the car to jack under the car. Not the first time that this car has been involved in a crash. Remember in Atlanta, that hard T-bone in the Ted Musgrave? This is that car. And now the left side's changed, and they consider it back out short. Let's go to Dr. Jerry Punch.
Mark Martin had been in twice on the previous caution. They had the second time to come in to put a rubber in the right front. He said the car is so very loose he couldn't drive it. He came back in just now. They're going to make an adjustment of the rubber in the right front. They put 3 rounds of bite in the car and still had the car jacked up on pit road trying to work with the right front, trying to get the car tightened up and trying to place a rubber that's in the interstitial, the space of the spring, the right front spring. And the spotter now watching for the pace car out of turn 4. Martin still sitting on the pit road. And while you're watching Mark Martin, I might mention that the 18 car also made 2 pit stops on the previous stop. They made a sweep adjustment in the shock absorbers because Bobby Labonte's car would not turn. And then they spilled water on the radio. As the car number 6 is down and away, the 18 car should be... 18 car should be coming back in, and what we're talking about with Bobby Labonte is they made a sweep adjustment on the shock absorber, and they spilled water on the radio, so the radio is stuck open, and they can hear Bobby, but he cannot hear them. In other words, he has no spotter, so when the caution came out, they were jumping up and down on the pit wall trying to get Bobby's attention, so possibly he would slow down prior to getting over to turn 1 and 2. Now he brings the pole-sitting Interstate Batteries Pontiac back on the pit road, and they go to work on the radio. He said this happened about 3 or 4 races ago. When you spill water in the radio, suddenly it just short circuits the radio where you can hear the driver, but he can't hear him. But about 20 or 30 minutes later, when it dries out, the radio works fine. They couldn't afford to Darlington to take that chance, so they have brought a different radio in, trying to strap it in as you watch Bobby Labonte. And then once again, Mark Martin will come back in, trying somehow to correct the problem. The car is being so very, very loose.
So we're continuing on the Valvoline Ford, and those spotters are
traveled
the
with
eyes
his
of the race
scorer.
driver. And boy, when you can't hear
That's
them,
the
you
scoring
know how
booth,
desperately
I think.
you need them when there is action on the racetrack that you just can't see
That's
in
the
front
spotting
of you.
stand
They're
as
located
well.
up above us here at Darlington Raceway, keeping an eye on the racetrack and telling
So
their
the media
driver
booth is
what's
there,
going
too.
on out there. We'll be back in just a moment.
Media booth in a lot of the places was just next door to the
Under
scoring.
caution here
like
at
in the next
Darlington,
room.
John Kernan standing by with John Andretti.
And Bob, the good news is John is okay, but they just towed his car back to the garage area. It's pretty well beat up. John, what happened?
Well, the guy got up in the wall and going into turn 1, and 3 guys were in front of me, and they slowed down. I didn't know it, and I just I clipped the edge of the 25 car and got him around, and then I got hit in the back and hit the wall. And but I do want to say something. RCA executive was injured in a car accident, he and his family, and we wish Jeff Chapman, Michelle, Madeline, and Mallory all the best, to get well. They're all pretty seriously hurt, and our best wishes and prayers go out to them.
And so do ours. Let's go to Dr. Jerry Punch.
All right, Mark Martin has been on and off pit road 3 different times during this caution flight. Let me show you why. What I'm holding in my hand here is a rubber spacer. They are cut in thirds. Ordinarily, they're a complete circle. This is 1/3 of the circle. They got 2/3 of this rubber circle in the right front. This final third, they pushed and beat and banged with a hammer and could not get it in. They wanted all 3 parts in the right front to try to stiffen the right front spring, tighten the left rear of the car so the car would actually be tighter going in the corner. Mark had complained the car was loose. He was slipping and sliding, entering 1 and entering 3. Maybe 2/3 will be enough.
Getting set to go back to green here at Darlington, and there isn't anybody whose heart isn't a little sad today because of the tragedy that occurred last evening that took the life of Lady Di. And the pits wall here along the front stretch right next to the tie crew has already indicated that they are in memory of.
I hadn't thought of that in a while. It seemed like that was a long time ago, and it seems like this race was like not that long ago. That's weird.
Elliott leading, Jarrett second, Gordon third, Burton fourth, and Jimmy Spencer.
Great flag.
Green pins out the conclusion of 126.
There's Jeff Burton trying to get alongside Jeff Gordon, and he will take the spot away. He's in the third. Spencer's right behind Gordon, and Gordon lost a little bit of his momentum.
Jimmy Spencer goes to the fourth spot. Jeff Gordon
In a lot of cases, we've seen the driver go in under another one and slide up the track there, and another driver go back by. Jeff Gordon didn't want to risk it there. He said, okay, he's not going to let him pass, and I'll fight it. He knows that patience is the key.
That's right. He can lose a few battles right now as long as he wins the war. That's what he's here for.
There you see first and second, and the lap car of Geoff Bodine from the Pennzoil Copter Cam hovering high overhead. Darlington Raceway.
Front stretch and back stretch. I wouldn't be scoring in that. Maybe I scored in it with Lee, and then when they switched it. This race I would have scored in a different booth. It'd be on this section. Because the scoring tower were always, or the scoring booths were always at the start-finish line.
Rather cloudy, and the humidity was way up there. Now the skies have become partly sunny, but the temperature is high, and so is the humidity.
Tracks that didn't have booths would be in the bleachers that rope off a section, but Cup was always in a booth.
Seconds behind the leaders, but Michael's having a good day so far. Meanwhile, up front, the lead heats up. The battle. Jerry closing in on Denali.
Denali has the momentum on the top side.
Yeah, it's a higher line there than this Bill Jarrett through turns 3 and 4.
Hey, JT's Garage. Hey, Crowder, how you doing today? You just rated with 17 viewers? Oh my goodness. Okay, see, I don't hear these alerts, but I think you hear them on your end. Because when I download the video to YouTube, I get alerts. I'm just blind, I'm blind. I saw the chat move and I'm like, wow. This is Darlington, 1997. It's the first race I scored for the number 7 car for that team. So I was at the track. But I'm trying to figure out, because they had swapped the front and back stretch where the scorer's tower was that I would be in. It would be on the front stretch that used to be the back stretch. But in 96 I scored in the other place. So I don't know. Trying to figure it out. Sound alerts. Now that popped out. I'm just so confused. Uh-oh. I think that's Skinner. Well, that's going to be another caution. Darlington needs tires, so they'll be pit stopping again. Let's skip ahead. Oh, they're
Check
going
this
to
out.
give
I'm
me
going to
that.
show you how I afforded this car.
Yay! I just love that. Skip. Let's see. Whoa. bad. Let's do a gazillion replays. They had all just pitted. 24 is going for the Winston Million. I had put in the chat earlier what the Winston Million is, because I knew it was like a trifecta. This is it.
Trying to get by. He won't go by Red Bodine, and Michael Walter alongside Musgrave. He'll take up 6 spots. Sorry.
And here comes Spencer, also moving around.
So Jeff Gordon does that in 97, which would mean they'd either win this race or the Coke 600. And he hasn't been all that fiery in this race. He's been hanging in there, but top 5, but not leading.
I'm sure Ted's thinking right now, man, I wish we could have the tires on this thing. It was nice to lead this race and get those 5 bonus points, but the way this car feels right now, I'd sure like to have me some new tires.
Up front, it is Bill Elliott leading.
I really appreciate the rage, John.
Jeff Burton fourth, and
I could shout it out.
And Jeff Burton that time was much faster, a mile per hour faster than the second place car, about a half mile per hour faster than the leader. And Jeff Gordon was about 3 Jeff Gordon struggling a little bit.
Well, we appreciate you spending some time with us here on Labor Day weekend. It's a tradition that's been going on since 1950.
There you go.
Woohoo,
that worked.
Mountain Dew Southern 500 from Darlington, being brought to you by
Follow John. He does lots of different types of iRacing and Assetto Corsa, and he does trucking,
NASCAR.
truck simulator, and he's got great music. And lots, you can do lots of song requests.
Motorsports attraction. 153 laps completed out of 367 in the Mountain Dew Southern 500. We'll be right back.
We're gonna skip to the next incident.
And he had been reported that his car was very loose. Look how high he goes up in the turn. Kenny Wallace goes on the
Before I sign off, I'll pop up my
Comes off
Twitter
the hill,
again
comes
and see.
Tries to go by down on the inside. Let's see if he makes that pass. Ooh, and Hutch goes loose, and they make contact, and that's what
My dad's working with the 81, that's why I...
Derek Cope ran into the back of
Like, oh crap.
Also, down to Bill Weber.
Well, Hutch Strickland is here right now. He pitted early before the pits were open, and now the leaders are on pit road. They have to dodge Hutch pulling out. There it is, and he goes around to the right side. He'll get 4 tires and fuel. His car performing well. 168 laps on the board. Right side's going on, and they come around and do the left. Jerry has the race lead.
Right side tires and a track bar adjustment for Bill Elliott trying to tighten the car up. Left side tires going on. Meanwhile, also a major adjustment on Martin Martin's car further up pit road. And Jeff Gordon to get a rubber on the left front as the 88 car is out. Here's a 24 point out in front of his teammate. The 5 of Terry Roddy. The 88 him. And then the 99 has 21, 26. All head in line after turn 1. Let's go to John Brown.
Jimmy Spencer is in once again on the backstretch. We'll see if they can have a quick pit stop and maybe not lose quite as many spots. He moved back up to the top 5. 4 tire change. They took a half pound of air out of the right rear trying to tighten the car up. Left side's coming off, going on, but the guys who pitted on the front stretch are already making their way down the backstretch. And now Spencer slowly.
He said there's not much point because I'm going back to the 11th spot.
Yep.
He might get out in front of Ted Musgrave. I don't know if he... No, he didn't. Musgrave was leading a little bit. On the front stretch.
Under caution once again here at Darlington and the Southern 500. 169 laps completed. We're almost to the halfway point, which is lap 184.
Looks like there's another wreck. Oh no, it was a tent. I thought it was smoke.
Probably take up for the children under that situation. And look at Elliott get out of speed. They're trying to get a lap back in that 9
if I didn't watch these races to study this stuff, I'd fall asleep if I didn't have people to talk to. And I talk to the TV whether I'm live or not anyway, so.
We talked to Jeff Gordon in a Speed Week interview that aired Friday night, and one of the things that he mentioned on a couple of occasions, he said that he and Ray are communicating about this race, and I think what we have heard together.
Those red buildings were put right where the sun sets, trying to block that sun, which was like unbearable for the drivers, like coming to the start, you know, the finish line. And that might be one of the reasons they flipped it as well. And to get more crowd.
Here is Jeff Burton looking to the inside now of Terry Labonte. Off in the fourth quarter, onto the main straightaway. And points were awarded right now as we look at Burton, and he passes Terry Labonte and takes over the fourth position. If points were awarded right now, Jeff Gordon would have a 24-point margin.
Oh, man. I hate it when those low dollar teams get wrecked. That stinks.
Rick Mass sitting there along with the one car driven by Lance Hooper.
There was a third car involved too, I believe, Bob. We'll check out and see who that was here in a moment.
I think Lance Hooper ran into the 75 car, the Remington car. But anyway, the safety truck is there to check on the two drivers.
Well,
I could have been mistaken. I believe there was a third car net involved. But
let's take a look at this.
Yep, they're going to give me an ad.
If you
on
misplaced your
NASCAR.
card, slide to the right and the card's locked.
The speeds again.
And we see that Elliott, 161. With no traffic in front of him. Jimmy Spencer back in traffic running 160 miles per hour.
Yeah, he's involved in quite a bit of traffic back there still.
Right there, Spencer right behind Robbie Gordon and Brett Bodine.
I've mentioned before that at the line is us smashing the button.
Spencer, there's Mark Martin, the points leader.
In the booth, we'd write down what we had to write down, mash the button too. When our car hit the finish line.
Comes back down pit road. He's already 7 laps down. In fact, he missed the drop here now.
Last lap, Jeff Gordon was the fastest. There was again.
By Brett Bodine. And Ted Musgrave loses. I start saying losing another spot, but Brett Bodine, Jeff Bodine, the 7th. He has a lap down to the 16th. So now the 16th is back in 11th spot.
Rookie Rudd trying to bounce back a bit here. Since he won the Brickyard 400, his average finish has been 29th.
Some good racing.
And now both Jeff Gordon and Dale Jarrett begin to close in.
Kenny Wallace was running really good, it seems.
Down to less than a half second.
Look at that fourth place car right there.
Keeping up with them all anyway.
I think he's gained on all of them.
Bill Elliott, the leader at the halfway point of this race. 7 of the 22 races. Now run by the driver running up front. John Kernan is with Lance Hooper, who was involved in an accident a few laps ago.
And he's been checked out, Lance. I guess you're all right.
Yeah, I'm fine. Just my pride hurt a little bit. We had a real bad qualifying effort, but our now carrier team stood behind me and we kept plugging away at the race to get the car a lot better. And we're avoiding all the race.
He's up there. I think he's a lap down, but he's running with a big dog.
Took a pretty
He's not listed there in the 81, but he's in front of the 6.
Was certainly a victim of circumstances, though, because he was taken out by Rick Mast when Rick hit the wall in number 2.
Thank you for the follow, Fitz. Oh, you rated just now. I saw the... I can't hear the raid. But when I play this back, the VOD has the raid. Don't ask me why. I have no idea what I'm doing. Thank you so much. I review old races for the book I'm writing on my dad's career. He's working with the Penny Wallace car right there at this race. 97 he bounced around. And his main thing was chassis and shocks, Penske shocks, custom builds.
He's been able to put a few car links
Thank
on
you,
to
Nick.
Jarrett as he tries to catch Bill Elliott.
There you see it came off turn 2, moved in a little bit closer.
Once again, that last lap, Geoff had the fastest speed. Geoff Gordon has 4 top 5s and 5 top 10s. 9 races here, including 3 wins. Not only Winston Million today, but trying to become the first driver to win 3 consecutive Southern 500s.
Yeah, that's weird. On my stream, I see all the icons, but I don't hear it. I'm imagining you hear it, but I don't hear it in my headphones.
Is the points leader coming into this race today?
Still need to look into that. Because we even had sound alerts that don't work for me. I don't know if they work for you.
Rubber in the right, probably change the track bar. We added wedge, and nothing would help it. So on
know how
this
to fix
last pit stop, they brought Mark down pit road, and Steve Neal told the crew to go out there and just lower that track
Like that.
until you get tired.
And I don't have song request on right now because I don't have it on. I don't know how to do that. Very good. But
he is right on top of that steering wheel.
Like he has them because
see, I do that, but I hear nothing. I don't know if y'all hear it, but I hear nothing.
So I could really turn that thing back and forth. But as you start running,
boy, that's loud inside Mark's car.
You want that wheel really close to you.
All over the years, but I always kept up my arms out pretty straight.
Yeah. Did you?
Yeah.
Mark Martin has an average finish of 4th in the last 6 races. That's best among all of the drivers. All right, let's go back up front, check on Bill Elliott, see how he's doing. Looks like he's doing just fine. And we'll also check the Busch race recount. Bill has led 125 of the first 201 laps, 7 lead changes, 6 cautions for 37 laps. The average speed close to 120 miles an hour. Those who have picked up 5 bonus points the race. Bill Elliott has led the most. Also Gordon, Burton, Musgrave, Waltrip, and Bobby
Geoff
LeBon.
Gordon that slowed there all of a sudden coming off turn 4.
That's what I was looking at. Who is that on the bottom side?
Went by, and here comes the 99 car, Jerry.
Ned, you're exactly right. Just a moment ago, Rivio told Bill Elliott, hey, don't worry about the 24 car. It's about now. He's going to start getting loose. And about that time, Geoff Gordon told Ray Abraham, it is really getting loose. And Ray said, you know what it is? It's that right rear tire.
That team, the DuPont team's racing for the Winston Million. This is what the Winston Million was. I had to look at
so just like
Google to see what it said. Now, he wins it this year, but I'm not sure if he wins it here or at a different race.
Fastest for several consecutive laps.
Because he's run kind of crap. Well, top 5. That's not crappy, but he's not been a contender for the win. He hasn't led any laps much. Unless it was a pit stop thing.
Right rear tire, keeping up with those fast speeds. Bill Elliott's smooth out there. He's taking care of those tires.
Well, we were interrupted there for good reason with our Busch race recap, so let's go back to it and check a car that is off of the track behind the wall with the work being done on it. And here is a list of the drivers and cars that have officially dropped out of competition. Those 5
I have
plus
to do grocery shopping?
these 5. So that's the situation. Jeff Gordon is still very much in the hunt, although he's lost a few positions here recently. Dale Earnhardt was taken to the hospital early in the race. We'll have more on that when we come back to Darlington.
Track looks clear over there. That's a little bit better. I still think we'd be tighter. You want to wait a little bit, though? Not give up all the track position right now? Unless Elliott comes in, right? You only run 3 laps, bud. You're doing good. We'll keep working on that thing, trying to get it better. I mean, you know, right now we need to rubber it. That's what we're going to end up having to do with it, Jeff. But you're doing good. Main thing you got to do is keep that thing out of position so it don't get in trouble.
Ray Evernham telling Jeff Gordon, you're doing a great job. Keep calm, keep collected. We'll have a caution flag in just a moment, and we'll adjust on this thing. And it needs the rubber. I don't know which spring, but it needs rubber. And guess what, folks?
The caution just came out.
Don't you love it when plans come together?
And that's something. Jimmy Spencer, the reason for the caution. It's the 7th one of the afternoon, and it comes out on lap 211.
And the leaders do come down pit road. Jeff Burton, one of the first to reach his pit stop, and Terry Labonte right behind him. This will be 4 tires and fuel, and everyone will get their windshield clean and the front grill clean as well to help any potential overheating problems go away. Jerry Punch.
Bill Elliott was a little bit tight, but told the guys, leave it alone, don't make any adjustments, just change 4 tires. Meanwhile, the car number 24, Jeff Gordon, Ray Evernham said we're going to take a partial rubber out of the right front and put a full rubber in. They have the right front tire off to DuPont Chevrolet. They're taking a partial rubber out, putting a full rubber in. 94 cars down on the way, the 6 car down on the way, the 74 car still sitting off pit road. They finally get the rubber in, and now the right front tire back on. They will pull the jack. Over on the left side, Gordon is down and away.
So he gives up a lot of traction out there, but the main thing is to get the car handling.
Well, now there are only 10 cars on the lead lap, Bob, so it's not nearly as bad as it would if there were a lot more cars on the lead lap.
I hope these expenses are in policy.
That's true. It was only a few cars on the lead lap.
It's a travel expense, right?
10 cars, they said. Which makes sense. YouTube's got a lot of commercials lately, and you can't even skip them.
Next pit stop, and then to make that change, then he'd have to fight. He wouldn't have that many laps to fight his way back through. So I think that was very wise to do it now, so that he still has about 150 laps to fight his way back to the front.
Watching him go down the backstretch and into the 3rd turn.
I'm sure he'll come back in, change those left sides.
Yep. Yes, indeed, he is. Ray looks toward turn number 4 and sees Geoff coming off the racetrack and down pit road once again to get the lefts changed. Jerry?
And of course they had warned Geoff that there might be some moisture in 28 pit. With this heat, that moisture has been long gone and dried up. Now they have made the adjustment on the right front with the partial rubber out and the full rubber in. It will bring the DuPont Chevrolet back down pit road for left side tires. Jack going underneath that big dollar sign just right below the, right above the jack stop. Left
Yeah, he
front
doesn't
tires,
lose anything because he's
pulls away.
still on the lead lap. QVC car is was in the Square D car, just coming out now. They were both down, one lap down.
Well, as he goes out now, he'll be in 10th place. Bob, we talked about having a lot of time, guys. Look at that.
That's behind us, and I couldn't see it, but boy.
He might not have as much time as we thought. If that cloud comes over the racetrack, that looks mean.
It sure does. Jerry, you have more?
Well, NASCAR just reported to some of the teams that they looked at the radar and rain is 20 miles out. They said rain 20 miles out. They're not sure if it's going to come this way. Remember, yesterday it rained very profusely in downtown Florence, but did not rain here until late in the afternoon. In fact, it rained about 2 hours there before it rained here. So we'll wait and see if the rains will come. Meanwhile, we're under caution here at the 48th running of the Mountain Dew Southern 500.
Trying to pass Musgrave going down in turn 1. Can't quite do it.
Musgrave is in 6th position. Gordon is in 7th. Michael Walk right in front of this group. Then if that cloud cover comes over, which is already moving in down turn 1 and 2, that's going to tighten the racetrack up. And the move that Ray Evernham made might not work in their favor. If the racetrack gets cooler, if the temperatures gets cooler, then tighten the racetrack up and maybe hurt it. Place.
Just past Ted Musgrave going into 6th. Right ahead of him is Michael Walker, who's in 5th position.
Michael Walker looks back at Jeff Gordon as he closes in right on the back bumper. Jeff Gordon, folks, in case you've been under lock, he's going for $1 million bonus if he can win this race.
Jeff Gordon pit.
Ray, you made an adjustment on the car, which apparently has made the car better, but the weather is moving in. Do you have enough time?
Car's not good enough. You know, I got a feeling the weather's going to go by us, so we'll see. We're going to have to work on the car just a little bit more. We need to make another couple stops, Jerry. Hopefully we'll get it.
You know, it's a special day. You want to win the million, but you also got a special assistant crew chief here today.
That's right, Andrew Jackson is on the pit box. He was the inspiration for a 10,000-person bone marrow drive in Fayetteville, North Carolina. And, you know, we're real proud to have him on board here with us, and hopefully we'll inspire a lot more people. You know, I want people to see those people that are waiting for bone marrow transplants are not statistics. They're names and faces, just like Andrew. And Andrew's waiting for a bone marrow transplant.
That is 14-year-old Andrew Jackson. You're looking at it right there. What an exhibit of courage he is. 10,000 people signed up in Fayetteville because of this young man's courage. He has the exact same leukemia that has afflicted Rick Hendrick, CML, chronic myelogenous leukemia. This young man hopes to someday have a bone marrow match and maybe be a professional baseball player. Well, we got to tell you, folks, they are in desperate need of minorities to step forward and be bone marrow donors.
Barry Bonds, the baseball player for the San Francisco Giants, is making a plea for African Americans to go out and be a bone marrow donor because he has a young man that mirrors Andrew Jackson. He's 15 years old, wants to be a baseball player. Barry Bonds met him, fell in love with him. He went down, became a donor, and he's urging all African Americans to go by. Folks, I met Andrew Jackson. Trust me, that is a young man worth saving.
Special young man down there in the this afternoon as well. The wind is picking up. Ray says he thinks the weather is going to blow by, huh? I hope he's right. I hope we don't have to interrupt this thing because of weather, but it isn't looking very promising at back of the main grandstand here, and the temperature is also dropping, we understand. So that's going to maybe affect a lot of people's handling here as the race goes along. At the moment, it is Bill Elliott leading the Mountain Dew Southern 500 by just a couple of car lengths over Dale Jarrett. Bill Elliott leads the Mountain Dew Southern 500 at the conclusion of 235 out of the 367 laps. Dale Jarrett right there behind him, about 4 or 5 car lengths. The most laps that Elliott has ever led in a single Darlington race was 154 in the 1988 Southern 500. about to lead his 158th lap. So in many ways, it's a banner day for Bill Elliott.
Looks like the Bill Elliott of old. He has been good right from the get-go.
On NASCAR Today this afternoon, he told Dave Mustaine that they're trying something new on this car.
Yep.
He hoped it worked, and looks like it's working.
I'm sure that's something in the chassis setup maybe that they hadn't used before. How about it, Jerry Punch?
Ned, you and Benny are exactly right. Mike Beam, the crew chief, told me this chassis right here, something that came and tested with last week, is something radically different. He said it is not a Hopkins, it is not a Laughlin, it is not anybody else's chassis. It's sort of a start out, something they've changed and they have found. And Mike said, I can tell you who built the chassis, but then I'd have to shoot you.
It is working for Bill Elliott as we take a look at him and his two closest pursuers from the Pennzoil Copter Can. And it's up there flying around in some pretty stiff wind and maybe with some rain nearby, but nevertheless, it's hanging in there and giving us some good.
Grab Twitter, see what's up on the Cars Tour.
Have won the 3 of 4 Crown Jewel
They rained
races.
out
Roy
Saturday
Yarborough
night.
in 1969. In 76 and Bill Elliott in 85, but the program didn't start until 1985, and so Bill is the only one who picked up the Winston Million bonus. And Jeff Gordon continues to come to the front. He's about to take 4th place from Terry Labonte, his teammate, and for the past few laps,
it will be live at 1:30 on Flow Racing. The Pro Late models will start at lap like 45 or something.
Maybe they didn't get as much as they needed to tighten it up, and the clouds are helping them. Who knows?
He's got a lot of racetrack though between himself and his next opponent, which would be the 3rd place car of Jeff Burton. In fact, there's almost a little over 8 seconds.
We'll see this time by it. Fast as a leader, just about as fast as he lost a little momentum as he passed Labonte off the corner, so this should be a good indication of how fast his car is versus those 3 Fords up front. Oh, he's drifting in high. 1:56.134. That time he was the 2nd fastest to Bill Elliott. But Elliott, the leader, was a little bit quicker.
He's about 8.7 seconds behind Bill Elliott. Jeff Gordon is.
Yeah, real quick, the Cars Tour is at Hickory. Somebody said Landon Fan was at Auburndale, which is in Florida. Best appearing car, you can vote on Flow Racing. Landon's running his dad's throwback, the pink Cadillac, and it rained yesterday. And one last thing, I'm going to check the Cars Tour.
In front of Elliott.
Got some hungry drivers ready to pick up where they left off at 1:30. This is the Pro Late guy.
Terry Labonte, Michael and Mark Martin are running nose to tail on the racetrack, and they are in 5th, 6th,
yeah,
and 7th
that's
position.
what's up.
Faster. Michael Wolf is out on the racetrack. Martin. Turns, gets alongside Michael.
And he makes the pass. Yep.
Cup race will be starting soon too. I gotta look that stuff up.
By the way, is back in the race after repairs behind the wall. Mike Dillon is running the Dale Earnhardt
5 laps down, being shown in third position.
Strange thing happened to Dale Earnhardt on the first lap of the race. He hit the wall and was several laps before he came in. When he did, as Mike
I always, this is real quick. Update August 3rd, 3:30 p.m. Eastern. Watch on USA, and that's when Iowa starts 3:30.
Boy, those dark clouds are back there, but it hadn't rained yet.
I hope it doesn't.
So do I. Still got 121 laps to go.
NASCAR has live timing and scoring. If you can't get it, the channel.
The best average finish of 4th.
And that has moved him into the points lead coming into this race.
And not only earned the most points, but substantially the most points.
The CART PPG IndyCar World Series rolls on at Vancouver this afternoon. The Molson Indy Vancouver, where
I'm going to take a quick off-camera break. I'm still here in the chat.
Of the 48th running of the Mountain Dew Southern 500 from Darlington.
And yeah, no makeup today. I'm all
Welcome back to Darlington.
Sunday morning.
Bill Elliott, Dale Jarrett, and Geoff Burton all here for 4 tires, fuel, get the windshields clean, get the grill clean. 251 laps in the book. Watching the leaders on pit road under caution. Jerry Punch.
Elliott, Jarrett, and Burton, you're watching all 3 cars change cars. Left side now going on Bill Elliott's car. No chassis adjustment. They were very concerned.
The pictures around my frame are all things that my dad had worked on. A couple of them are me as a young kid and as an older kid.
And so the weather continues to move in on pit road. Jeff Gordon moved up a position ahead of the 99.
And every car on the lead lap stopped. Especially Ricky Rudd, the last car on the lead lap might have stayed out there in case it rained and the race not restart. But every car stopped.
We are under caution because Kenny Wallace got up into the wall down in turn number 1. He shedded the
Oh crap, that's the car I think my
also got a
father
lot
was
of other
helping.
damage to the car. And then, as he was driving around the racetrack, we had another incident.
There's Derek Cope in the Skittles car number 36 comes up on Kenny. They make contact, and here comes the leader, Bill Elliott. He had to take his evasive action there. He could drive by both times.
Derek Cope is trying to get a lap back because right now the caution is already waving. Cope trying to get a lap back, and there we see the contact between the 2 cars. Elliott goes by, but Cope did beat Elliott back to the start-finish line and got one of his 2 laps back.
Yeah. Derek Cope is now 1 lap down in 17th position. So the caution is out here at Darlington. Back with more of the Southern 500 in a moment.
Jeff Gordon back on pit road. They're going to pull the full rubber out of the right front and put a half a rubber back in. They've also put a half a round out of the right rear. And a moment ago, they came in and took the left rear tire off and pulled the pin to disconnect the rear sway bar. They're trying to make adjustments so Gordon has at least a shot to try to somehow catch up. The car now down off the jet as he moves back down pit road. Weather is here. A lot of people talking about, there's the full rubber they just took out of the right front. They put a half a rubber back in. And of course, they have made some serious adjustments. A lot of concern, though, over weather. Excuse me. Pick up a minute. We'll find out in a moment.
Next time around, we'll be going back to green flag racing here in the Mountain Dew Southern 500. Join ESPN tomorrow at 7:30 for NFL Prime Monday, as we'll have 90 minutes of the most informative news, results, and injury reports from Week 1 of the NFL season. And then switch over to ABC for Monday Night Football, live at 9 o'clock, with a game featuring the Chicago Bears and the Green Bay Packers.
The Bears versus the Packers.
The Bears, that's right. Well, there have been several drivers who have won 2 Southern 500s in a row, including Jeff Gordon. Some of the other great names in stock car racing are above him: Herb Thomas and Bobby Allison, Yarborough Pearson and Earnhardt. And now Jeff today, in addition to going for the $1 million bonus, goes for his 3rd straight Southern 500. Right now he's back in 10th position.
Dad won at Darlington with a team he was helping. I want to say 1981 Sportsman, 2 races there, which was old Xfinity. I think they won the spring and the fall race in 81 or 82. I gotta look at the stats. It's one of those 2 years.
Side by side, who's going to come out with the lead in this one? It's Jarrett. Wow. So Dale Jarrett goes to the front. And he becomes our 2nd different today.
I think he has to get back to the start-finish line before he does. I don't know who's in the side by side when he came across the start-finish line. But anyway, here he comes, and he's in front this time.
Speed.
It's 5th, 6th, and 7th. Mark Martin is in the 5th place. Bobby Labonte of pole center. The Pontiac Interstate Battery Spot is currently running in the 6th spot. Challenge from his brother, Terry Labonte, in the 5 car.
So Dale Jarrett now leads Bill Elliott, and Dale can now add to his impressive total of laps led on tracks of 1 mile or more. Coming into this event, he had led 1,360 circuits. We'll be right back. Back in Darlington, South Carolina, Jeff Burton has gone into 2nd position, putting Bill Elliott back to 3rd. The lead continues to be held by Dale Jarrett. Well, NASCAR Online at www.nascar.com features NASCAR hosts chats with NASCAR's top drivers. Tuesday, you can ask questions of your favorite Winston Cup driver. Wednesday, it's the NASCAR Busch Series and Craftsman Truck Series. NASCAR Online at www.nascar.com. Coming up next, will Alex Zanardi clinch the PPG Kart Championship for 1997? They're racing at the Molson Indy Vancouver, and it's coming up after the conclusion of our coverage of the Mountain Dew Southern 500. And we have 102 laps to go.
They'll have to make at least 1 more pit stop.
Mark Martin and the pole sitter, Bobby Labonte, are battling for 5th position, and right behind Bobby is Terry Labonte. And here comes Jeff. It's past Ted Musgrave and gone into 8th spot. So he's picked up 2 since we went green.
Almost 2 seconds behind. This set of tires that he's got on now is not working as well, but I would predict since his car has gotten a little tight.
There goes Jeff to the inside of the 8 car driven by Hudson, just 2 laps down in 19th. Hutt was, however, in the lead lap. He's having another good run here. Darlington, not nearly as good as he has had in the past.
Involved in the spin out that in turn 1, I believe, earlier today. Someone got into someone else, and a couple cars were
Finished 2nd here a year ago. There's Bobby Labonte picking up the spot from Mark Martin, going to 5th. Here's Terry Labonte diving.
Keep the tires light fire.
Is he going to passes Mark Martin? So that puts Terry in the 6th spot.
We're back at Darlington.
Thank you for the follow,
for a
Edna.
crash in turn 4. The 88, 99, and 24 on your screen. Dale Jarrett and Jeff Burton are both passing their car. They will simply take 4 tires and fuel, then head back out onto the racetrack. Weather is threatening. Pit stops going quick for Jerk Bunch.
And they really want to get Jeff Gordon out of the hurry. 4 tires, 1 candle, 88 down pit road, 21-24, 17.5 seconds. And the 24 car just missed Bill Elliott as he's pulling out of his pits.
Wow. And look at Michael Walter, the Zedco car.
Great pit stop for the Wood brothers. Got out in second place.
Here is the reason we are under caution. Lake Speed, Ted Musgrave, turn 4.
Come off the corner. And Musgrave gets awfully high, but unfortunately not high enough because Lake Speed gets to the left rear. And around goes the 16 car, and Ricky Rudd comes along. He gets, Jeremy Mayfield hits the 9. The 9 hits Ricky Rudd, and the 16 hits the wall. Is that about the way it was, Ned?
That's the way it was to me. Okay, here it is again.
That was a good action by Lake. Lake does good to avoid everything here. Barely. Like he couldn't let up because he's got these 2 guys behind him, but he's like, oh shit. He splits the middle.
And so the rear bumper is torn off of Ricky Rudd's car. And the caution waves once again here at Darlington. And as a result of the pit stops, we see Jarrett, Michael Waltrip, and Jeff Gordon the top 3. And the shot from the Pennzoil copter cam is still up in the air despite some bad weather that they say is not too far away. On Mark Martin as they would change positions. Looks like Jeff Gordon had a notion there. Inside of Michael Waltrip coming down the front straightaway.
Michael Waltrip is high line through the corner, leaving it open for Jeff Gordon. He's going to take advantage of it and take that second spot. And the crowd is up in arms, cheering, and that's what I'm doing.
Now Jeff Gordon moves to second position and is about a half second away from Dale Jarrett as the drama continues here at Darlington.
Was he close to that wall up in 3 and 4 or what? Elliott goes by Michael Walter, goes in the 3rd spot. And then maybe he's got a better set of tires on this time that matches up better.
Yeah, he got hurt on that last run, Bill Elliott did. He's had a fast race car all day long. Let's see what they say.
Faster than the leader, but unfortunately he's in the spot.
And so the drama is not over yet, ladies and gentlemen. We have 281 laps completed out of 367, and Jeff Gordon is back in second position, just a little less than a second behind the leader, Dale Jarrett. Back in a moment. South Carolina, and Jeff Gordon, who is running second in the race, is going for $1 million here this afternoon. And the Kart PPG Championship is up for grabs in the Molson Indy Vancouver. That's coming up next here on ESPN.
I'll tell you, if Dale Jarrett's the one that's between him and $1 million, Dale Jarrett's not going to fight him. It's just something about Jarrett's a class act. In my opinion.
Exactly. For the last 5 laps, they've averaged out about the same.
They don't have any traffic ahead of them for a long, long time, so we're going to have to worry about that.
All right, I'm back.
Let's take a look at the interval leaderboard and the fastest
Sunday
on the racetrack.
Jeff Gordon. A little bit faster than Dale Jarrett.
I'm not going to go to the beach today. Sunday at the beach is a little crazy. I think we're getting thunderstorms too around 2, so that be an hour and a half from now.
Here is Jeff Gordon coming up. Elliott, by the way, has clinched the 5 bonus points for leading the most laps here today.
I was out in the sun yesterday, went walking with some girls. some guys in the area.
Faster than Dale Jarrett. Jeff Gordon, folks, if he can keep it off the wall, he'll be okay. He is using every inch of the race. Look how close he comes to that wall. In the middle of the corner, he's right up against that wall.
And here is Jeff Burton looking inside of it. Elliott slides up the racetrack. Burton going to be able to take advantage.
Can't go my bed. It's all the cords from my telephone.
There you see that Gordon is still the fastest car, indicated by the yellow number 1, and he is a half second behind Dale Jarrett. And there is Jeff Burton taking over third spot from Bill Elliott.
Watch Jeff Gordon as he goes in the corner.
One phone's just to play games.
Right against that wall. Now it come back off.
I like playing games when I'm watching races. I am gonna watch, though. I am like 2 episodes behind on Huffman, and I'm never this much behind.
Just, within 6 inches of what he's been running.
So I need to see some of his episodes. In fact, after this race, I'll jump to the link and show you, and put the link in the chat if you want to watch it. But I like to help him get his numbers, because he races off of his income. And I like racers that do that kind of thing. Especially racers that race on iRacing and are really cool. And he was in Mooncar, and he races in real life too. So. And I know others, Ron Pavia. He is William Tozer's brother. He races at New Egypt on Saturday nights. Sometimes. He is racing next weekend. They're having the wingless sprints. That's the class. So it's a new class for him this year. And they've rained out so much that they haven't gotten a lot of track time, but he's doing really well out here. So we got to see that. Though I like Cup and Busch, Cup and Xfinity and Truck and all. I really like the short track stuff best because it's really like your results compensate with how much work you put in to your race team, more so than money. So that's like where you still can beat a big dollar team. That makes sense, and that takes a lot of pride because you do it with your handling and your preparation.
Came in for pit stops, coming out with the lead. Jeff Gordon.
A lot of money on the line for Cars Tour today, and I'm excited about that. Love the Cars Tour. Dale Jr. owns it now, and Kevin Harvick, Jeff Burton.
He's not going to stop, and boy, that cost him a lot right there. He was fortunate to be able to come back out in second place.
Not sure. I said the name earlier. It's falling out of my head.
Down to his assigned pit. The crews went to work.
But they have $50,000 to win race this afternoon, and a $20,000 to win pro race model race starts at 1:30 on Flow. I will follow that stuff on Twitter. Keep up with the Twitter posts. And I'll watch Landon. Landon always does a video of his race week. And I'll show you where that is after this race. I like teams that are like that, where all your buddies and your friends and your dad's friends and your family all work on the car. I like that.
Let's go up to Jerry Punch.
Well, what a time for the Rainbow Warriors to pull off the second best stop of the day. Jeff Gordon's crew, led by that man right there, Ray Abraham, 17.66 seconds, 4 tires, and 1 round in the right rear. And they have been celebrating here ever since, jumping up and down, high-fiving, smiling. You'd think they just might have won $1 million. How about it, Bill Weber?
Well, Jerry, that entrance to pit road was unorthodox because Dale Jarrett was going to stay out. They told him to stay out, and he said, but everybody else is coming in. So Jarrett came in, too. The only problem was he'd already given up some precious pit road track position before they made that final decision.
still have a long way to go there. There's 70 laps left in this race, so let's not draw any conclusions yet. Here once again is the entrance to pit road that Dale Jarrett had. Wow.
Oh my.
So Jeff Gordon comes out with the lead now as we await the return of racing, but right now we're under caution due to rain.
I can fast forward it a little more.
If you ever watch a Jeff Gordon pit stop, wondering whether they're putting wedge in or out of the car, it's a very simple way to figure it out. They've got color-coded wrenches now. This ivory-colored wrench, ivory starts with an I. They use this ivory-colored or white one for in. They use the orange one, which starts with an O. Orange is out. So the orange means they're taking wedge out. The ivory one, they're putting wedge in. So if they have a wrench over the wall and the crew member in a fluster of trying to get things done, forgets which way he's going, he realizes, hey, I got ivory. I must be putting wedge in the car, still turn it in the right direction.
Gentlemen, evidently whatever rain was in the area is gone because the signal is going out. One more lap.
Lights went out on 40 laps to go.
Laps to go. I'm running P10, the car that we're working with. My dad was working with 81, but they've already crashed and got damaged, so they ran well though. That's a good thing.
The championship in that event, but Alonso Jr. would like to pull out a win. Paul Tracy, Jimmy Vassar, Bobby Rahal starting second today. All those drivers trying to prevent Alex from winning the title so that he can go to their next race at Laguna Seca.
Those three cars, 4/10 of a second between the first three. Jeff Gordon, you're right along with Dale Jarrett in the fourth quality care car. And Jeff Burton is third.
Last lap, the fastest car.
Maybe none of them have shown their hand. Jeff Burton has shown his hand in running them down, but maybe he's sitting there cooling those tires down, and I had a feeling that Jarrett was doing that all along, but who knows, Jeff Gordon might be doing the same thing as long as they're not pressured for the lead. Will he just sit there and take it and not use his tires either?
And 7 leaders, 9 lead changes. Led the most laps and has led 3 different times. Jeff has led 2 different times. And Mark Martin and Terry Labonte are battling for the 4th position.
Currently in 4th, Martin in 5th. You know, he got to get on the brake pretty good. And you see Labonte this time, Gordon is hanging right in there in the 6th position.
Same interval between all 3 of them, I should say. Just about a car length now.
Yeah, I found the Hoffman page, so I can bring that up.
Last 4, he's had 4 top 5s, including 3 wins. And we have a crash of
Yeah, well, I just heard that. I was like, somebody just wrecked. Oh, Jesus.
hard-stopping moment for Jarrett and Burton. Control it forward. Man, oh man.
One of the hard stopping for Warren Burton than any of them. He was sitting there in the middle of the racetrack. The leader's bearing down on him.
So now, what happens, guys? Don't you see pit stops?
Oh, yeah. They got to come in, get on some new tires. I believe they will come in. I believe they will
30 to go.
And who'll win the race off pit road? The winner off pit road might be the winner of the race. Here they come.
This is the 11th caution of the afternoon, and indeed the first 3, 4, 5, the cars on the lead lap are coming in. Bill Weber.
Dale Jarrett had told his car is better than he was showing. Maybe just
See, only 5 cars are on the lead lap, but I think it's extremely exciting in a race.
The 2488-99 on your screen. Jarrett getting right side tires. Will get fuel. But there's also been getting the right side tires. Gordon in his pit as well. They swing around to the left side on these cars. Very much. More tires on the Geoff Gordon to pull the right rear fender out. No fuel in the car. Dale Jarrett in the middle getting left side tires. Geoff Gordon bottom of the screen. Jarrett is rolling. Gordon goes to Gordon is down the way. The 99 car comes down as they will all head back to turn 1.
Gordon's out first.
Well, as far as those first 2 are concerned, Jeff Burton, I believe, lost a little bit on that because Terry Labonte beat him out.
Those Rainbow Warrior crew were flawless. Really, rarely made mistakes.
Rudd, Mark Martin.
Bill Elliott beat him out of the pit.
Yep. Well, the Rainbow Warriors are huddling now and discussing the strategy here in the late going. Okay, let's go back to turn number 4 here a few laps ago and watch this incident involving Ward Burton and the leaders.
And they're just driving into a cloud of smoke. They all turn left because they don't see any smoke down there and barely get by Ward Burton. Wow.
From another angle.
See there, Dale Jarrett slows down, almost gets hit in the back by Jeff Burton as he apparently saw what was happening up there, and he slowed down. And he and Jeff Gordon go to the left, and Jeff Burton stays back there and goes high.
Let's ride along with Jeff Gordon and see what he sees, which is about nothing.
Jesus.
Absolutely nothing.
Kid with the golden horseshoe.
Contact between the 99 and 88. Listen.
Wow. A hard-stopping moment here in the late stages of the Mountain Dew Southern 500. Remember, coming up next, the PPG kart race, the Molson Indy Vancouver. We were supposed to be off the air at this time, but we got a few more laps to run. The PPG kart race is coming up at the conclusion of our telecast. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
10 minutes left.
Welcome back to the Mountain Dew Southern 500 here at Darlington Raceway in South Carolina, and we're about to go back to green. We will next time around. Here's the situation. 336 of 367 laps have been completed.
It's just gonna go right ahead. It's got a field summary right at the end. 24 laps to go. 9 cars on the lead lap now. A couple of them stayed up to get their lap back.
Muster up enough strength to complete this thing.
When they come around, there'll be 22 laps to go.
See.
Here's Jerry Punch.
Kenny Wallace can pull in now and not lose any positions.
It's not fuel, it is antacid. This little bottle of Rolaids being passed around among the Rainbow Warriors. You think there isn't pressure down here in stress, knowing that within a little over 20 laps, they may have a shot at $1 million. They're thinking about it and talking about it.
And Dale Jarrett now mounts a charge and comes up right on the back bumper of the 24 car of Jeff Gordon.
That's
can to try to loosen the back end of that Chevrolet up.
Ward Burton picks up another spot. He's now up to third, or Geoff Burton. Last lap, Jarrett was faster than Gordon, but Burton was faster than everybody.
16 seconds behind him now. Clear sailing between he and the leaders, but he only has 20 laps.
I think Jarrett made a run at Jeff Gordon. But he didn't. I'm going to sit back and relax and let my tires cool off for a couple of laps, and then I'll make another one. I want Jeff Gordon to catch him before he makes his most concentrated run at Jeff Gordon. If Jeff Gordon were to catch him, as we saw the last time, it's going to slow him down just a little bit.
He's lifting really early into that tight turn.
Points were awarded now. Jeff Gordon would have advantage on Mark Martin as the two would once again switch positions at the top. You see that Jeff Burton was the fastest that lap. Gordon second and Elliott third.
Darrell Walker can slow dramatically on the racetrack. Darrell not having one of his runs. 22nd place, a couple laps down, but he's coming very slow off turn 4 right now. Go by.
Last time Darrell Walter was in victory lane was here in 92.
Tires and life is fire.
Burton still the fastest car, but look, Dale Jarrett now faster than the leader, Jeff Gordon.
Thank you for the follow,
Bill
Darius.
Elliott continues to run well.
I appreciate it. I like to look at old races. I'm kind of going in sequence of 97, and I kind of backtrack a little, and then I've filled in some blanks, and it's all going toward the right of like my dad's biography. I grew up at the racetrack, and all those pictures from the outside of my banner are cars that my dad worked on throughout my childhood, and like along the bottoms more recent. Up until like he still helps people. He's in his 80s now, early 80s.
Continues to communicate with Jeff Gordon. That team.
Awesome. Thanks, Darius.
Race cars all over the place. Bobby Lamonte taking away.
I was actually scoring for the number 7, and my ex-husband was working in the pit crew of the number 7 as the truck driver, and he was on the pit crew, but he wasn't over the wall at that point. He was over the wall with Lake, but not with this team. Thank you.
Corner behind Jeff Burton.
13 and a half laps to go.
Yeah.
Wow.
Many years.
To it. $1 million is hanging out there waiting for Jeff Gordon to claim it.
He teaches me some of it.
Right now.
Andrew Jackson, assistant crew chief today, watches Jeff Gordon go by. Young man looking for a bone marrow donor. Has leukemia.
Nice looking young man.
Laps to go.
Jeff Gordon finished third in the spring race here. Then Dale Jarrett won. More Burton slow around the bottom of the racetrack.
I think the engine's dead on the car. I saw a light on in the instrument panel as he rode by. Like
laps to go. Then we'll take you to Vancouver shortly thereafter for the PPG race. But this man, Jeff Gordon, has $1 million on the line. The Winston Million has only been won once back in 1995 by Bill Elliott, the very first year it was on.
All right, Dale Jarrett in. He's going to give his all right now. He's going to go.
Yep, it's time to go now. You don't save those tires any longer. If you got anything left, you gotta put it on. Jeff Gordon might be saying, okay, gotta go. Because Jeff Gordon still continues to gain on him.
Very long race.
8.5 laps. It's that close.
Look, it's not going to be long for that 99 that's coming to that picture. Look at there. He is definitely on the move. He's running 159 miles an hour, 157 miles an hour.
He's within a second of Jeff Gordon. A little less than a second, 8300s that last time around.
Jimmy Spencer, Gordon might have to check up a little bit.
Wow.
Spencer got out of the way. Pictures of John.
Traffic is going to really be a problem.
And here comes Jeff. Challenge Dale Jarrett, and that's maybe what Jeff Gordon needs.
Well, Walker getting the black flag, but he's staying down out of the way.
Traffic could play up handy. Who wins this thing?
There's some going into turn 3 now. As they come off of turn 4, they'll catch it before this race is over.
Bolson Indy Vancouver Kart PPG race coming up next here on ESPN. On the line there.
Moves over, lets the 3 cars go by. Did not impede their progress whatsoever. Boy, Jeff Burton, what a run he has had today.
Oh, man.
Come from far back and done it. Ooh, Gordon slipped a little bit off the turn that time. Jarrett runs right up on him.
And Gordon slides up onto the racetrack again. Let's see what Dale does here coming off the 4th corner onto the straightaway. No movement. But now there are 5 laps to go. 5 to go in the Southern 500. Gordon is the leader and will win $1 million if he wins it.
Oh, Jarrett slipped a little bit that time.
But Jeff Gordon is having a deal right as he comes off of turn 2. Before that,
Those were the best sunglasses, the Wayfarers, Ray-Bans. I wish I could find another. I think they remake them now.
4 to go.
Or at least a copy.
Sitting down.
And I'll bet there are millions of race fans out there standing in their living rooms right now waiting to see if Gordon is indeed going to do it.
Jeff Burton sitting there saying, boy, if I could get by that 88 car, I could catch him. I know I could. Because I run him down.
Here he comes. Burton to the inside of the car. He's got to run off the corner.
Burton about 36. Spoil his effort. Jarrett will have to back off and let Burton go.
Second position. There are less than 3 laps to go, but the interval now that Jeff Gordon has, the lead that he has grown just a little bit.
That pass made him pick up about 5 cars.
The crowd looks on.
How many more laps?
2 to go. 2 more laps to go.
He can catch it and pass it. He might catch it, but I don't believe he can pass it. Boy, he's gained. He picked up a bunch that time coming off at turn 2.
Looks like Jeff Gordon had to get off the throttle that time on 2 for some reason.
And Burton closes in. How much is $1 million? Well, 1,000 times 1,000. Or perhaps you can better understand in these terms.
You think Burton was messing with him?
Geoff Burton will make a challenge off the corner onto the straightaway. But Geoff Gordon wins it.
There it is.
If you were to be paid $1 million, Jack Kernan.
Ray Abraham, you guys refused
Sorry,
to lose,
Jack.
and you guys won $1 million.
Yeah.
You know, that just shows this team.
They'll replay it.
To be part of it. I want to thank God.
That was a great lap.
Help today, and you know, I don't know what to say. I'm stunned. I'm very fortunate to be part of this team. These guys work hard. They work together. They make great suggestions. You know, certainly, you know, it's something that we can look back on. Geoff Gordon's a great driver, but this is a great race team.
And not only the Winston Million bonus, but the only driver to win 3 straight Mountain Dew Southern 500s.
That was Rick Hendrick. You hear Rick Hendrick tell him? Good job.
If you were be paid $1 for every hour you're alive, you would have to live more than 114 years to accumulate $1 million. And although lots of treatments,
Yeah, he did.
by numbers alone, today numbers are important.
It's kind of nice, you know, Burton and Junior and Harvick own the cars tour that runs together. They do a lot for the sport even after they've retired. Crew members, they sacrifice a lot too, as far as that goes.
On the all-time earnings list and could become NASCAR's first $6 million man in 1990.
I'm sure they get bonuses. Yeah, the Battle of the Geoff.
And our coverage documented, I think, quite well how he
Like, all of the fans had all their rivals, but in the actual garage area, he was really well respected and well liked. He wasn't a jerk or anything. In fact, nobody really offhand that I remember was really a jerk. I think they were all pretty glad to be there. That's cool. Oh, they're throwing out Monopoly money.
Quite a moment for young Geoff Gordon, who has had so many emotional moments during the years. This certainly has to be another one. Right at the top of the list. A Daytona 500 win, a Brickyard 400 win, 3 Southern 500 wins, a NASCAR Winston Cup Championship. The crew heads to victory lane. That's where the check to Geoff Gordon will be presented.
I couldn't remember the lore of the Winston, and it was a trifecta. I'll put this one more time in the chat.
Well, that last lap was something on it.
Explains the Winston Million.
Yes, it is. This is a moment in racing history right here. The car has made it to victory lane.
They've been wanting to stay out that movie.
A great day for Geoff Gordon, for NASCAR, for all the fans gathered here in South Carolina. And Geoff Gordon is back in the points lead also over Mark Martin by 25. Here's our McDonald's drive-thru winner circle interview with Dr. Jerry Punch.
Hey, Team Lane Robertson.
Yes, I agree.
Let's get over Geoff. You are the man, the $1 million man. Congratulations.
Unbelievable, unbelievable. I should have never won that race, Jerry, but oh my goodness, good Lord was looking over us. Man, what a team.
Yeah, right?
What a team, man. These guys were busting off some great pit stops. And if I hadn't been out front, I don't think we could have won it. But I want to thank God for the ability and just showing this team and myself never to give up. And
yeah, that's when they cracked down on any tobacco advertising like Winston had to pull out.
Great car. Goodyear tires, boy, they hung in there for us, and Quaker State, of course, Pepsi. And of course, R.J. Reynolds, boy, I tell you what, I got to thank them for this $1 million. I'm blown away. I should have never won that race, Jerry. I really shouldn't have, and I didn't think I was going to. But I did tell you earlier in the week, if it came down that last lap, I'm going to do whatever it takes to get back there.
What about the last lap? They're stacking the money behind you, so you got plenty of time. They got a Megan to stack in behind you on the car. That final lap, you and Geoff Burton, it got awfully close.
You know, my car picked up a really, really bad push. I thought maybe I could hold him off for 3 laps, but all of a sudden when I come down to take the white flag, the right front just went away on me. I didn't know if I had a fender rubbing or what, and I saw him coming, and I blocked him. He hit me in the rear bumper, and I was just glad that I didn't spin. I kept it going, and that slowed his momentum down enough to where I could block him. I'm sure he's not happy, but Geoff, $1 million. Come on, buddy. What'd you expect me to do, man?
And we heard your car owner tell you on that last restart, Rick Hendrick from home, he said, I believe, Geoff, I believe you can do it.
Was that Rick? I don't think that was Rick. I think that was just a voice that sounded like Rick, but I hope he's watching. We love you, buddy, and man, this is so awesome. And you don't know this yet, but Ray Abraham and I talked earlier, 100,000 of this is going to go to the Bone Marrow Foundation for the Leukemia Society. We got Jonathan here in our pit today. He needs a bone marrow transplant. We're looking for a match, and the least we can do is at least give $100,000 to the Bone Marrow Foundation. Thank you.
All right, Geoff Gordon, the American dream. He had $1 million date, and for the second time in the 13-year history of the Winston Million here at the track Too Tough to Tame, a driver collects it. What a job by Geoff Gordon.
He led 116 laps here this afternoon, and he led the one most important, the final one. And so Geoff Gordon writes his name in the history books as the second driver to ever win the Winston Million, and it came in 1997. Here are the unofficial results. The yellow arrows indicate those who led a lap. Elliott picked up the 5 bonus points for leading the most laps. 9 cars were on the lead lap when the checkered.
And let's see. Yeah.
Chad Little had a good run there today. Look back through the field there where your favorite driver might have
We can watch
finished.
that. 9 cars. It was an exciting race, I thought, in spite of that, because it seemed like they'd have a lot of cars, then not.
Quite a few cars that were
yeah. But it was still very exciting because of all the strategy and the little pitfalls, handling problems because the weather changed.
I tell you, I'm gonna have to have him come back more often. And you're gonna have to come to every race from now on. Give away some more money, but this is just an incredible, unbelievable day. I really never thought anybody could ever win this million again, let alone 3 Southern 500s in a row. That is awesome. I want to thank Mountain Dew and Pepsi for putting this great event on. And I tell you what, I'm just, oh my, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Let's go back to the race.
Here are the points now as we head for Richmond. Geoff Gordon on top by 25. Jared is third, then Labonte Burton, Bobby Labonte, Bill Elliott, Ricky Rudd, and Ted Musgrave. The top 10.
It. I'm going to stop that one there. This is what I'm going to do when I sign off. I'm going to raid out, but I'll sign off. I'm going to go here. This is Landon Huffman on YouTube, Landon Huffman Racing. It's pretty easy to find. It's the only one with that logo. But I haven't seen the Rob is back, even though it says I watched it. I had it on a queue and I fell asleep. So I need to watch this one right here. And I'll pause that. Because, see, I didn't watch it because I didn't put the like. I always put a like. And I'm going to share that to my stream right there. So go give this guy a follow. It totally goes to all his racing. And him and his wife are going to be buying a house soon. All that stuff. So anyway, that's where I'm going. Let me raid out. And thank you so much. Oh, shit. I got an ad in progress. Thank you so much for hanging out and follows and all of that. It's been awesome. I had 2 raids from Fitz the G9 and Vodder Racing. And it was a great stream. It's a good Sunday. The race is going to start at 3:30. This one starts at 1:30 because the cars rained out last night. And that's where we're going to do it. I'll start to play this, but I can't play the whole thing. Just so you get the vibe. Oops, wrong thing. Wrong thing. There we go.
I think I just heard it. I'm assuming. I'm assuming this was like. Yeah, that's pretty much big shit. All race? Okay. Settled. It's done. If we see him in the next one, we'll toss him. No worries. Kangas, thank you so much for the raid. I think I missed a shout out on another raid earlier, and that's my fault. I don't know if one of my mods got it or not, but I got you. So I'm here. Yeah, we'll just deal with it. What was the name again? All right, I got it. Yeah, if I'm not hearing it.
Kick the tires and light the fires, Big Daddy.
Defending himself or anything, then yeah, I'm just gonna add him to the list. You are a no-go. What were you getting down on today, Kangas?